que a gente usa a internet também. Antes era tudo pela tela, depois veio a telinha, e agora a internet está em tudo que é lugar. Encurta espaços, nos leva a outras dimensões e tem até seu próprio vocabulário. Cadê o sinal de 5G? Deixa pra lá, vou usar o Wi-Fi. Aliás, qual a senha do Wi-Fi? Tem um Wi-Fi 6? Preciso ir no banco, mas vou pelo app. Pronto, já fiz o Pix. Qual a próxima rede social que vai bombar? Me segue lá. Curtiu o podcast? Então dá um like e compartilha. Com a internet, todo mundo tem voz e acesso à informação, oportunidade de aprender, ensinar e colaborar. A internet evoluiu. E como? Inovou e continua inovando. Só para gravar esse vídeo usamos 5 inteligências artificiais. E ele foi aprovado em uma reunião online. E o que mais vem por aí? Com certeza mais inovação. Seja o que for, nós estaremos sempre juntos. Porque a Abranet e seus associados têm orgulho de serem protagonistas do crescimento ordenado, livre e democrático da internet brasileira. Desde 1996, sempre conectados.
Bom dia.
Good morning, can you hear me? Good morning, I am Murilo Garavello, I am the UOL Content Director. It is an honor to present this event, and I'd like to start telling 2 brief stories. I was in China a few weeks ago, and then I noticed how much we depend on Google Maps, not only to know how you get somewhere. Actually, I forgot to say Google Maps does not work well in China. But we depend on Google Maps to know the places where you want to go if they are close to one another. You want to know whether there is an exchange office or a pharmacy nearby. So I was wondering, how did I do it 15 years ago? And then you want to talk to someone from the hotel and they don't speak English, they don't know how to read the letters, and then you have the translator or the application, the translation applications, and they speak in Chinese characters, and you have the incredible Google Lens in which you take a package and you pinpoint the camera and it translates the label. These are examples of how internet changes our life and how briefly we have totally different perspectives. And I think this is, actually I don't think, this is speeding up very much with the generating VNI and the pace of the changes. We see, every day we see new things coming up. And this rhythm is so strong that we have difficulty to understand and learn these new universes, what this represents to our life and to our society. So I think these are paramount events such as this we're having today. These opportunities to discuss, debate, and to form collectively a cognition. Everybody trying to understand together and navigate together on the point of view of society and society rules, as well as customs. I think this is very rich. So today's event will be very important for this. We have here representatives from the 3 powers. We have journalists, members of the academia. We have company CEOs. We have people, specialists in very diverse matters, because internet and technologies are in everything we do and everything we think. And the event will reflect a little bit of this. We will discuss, of course, artificial intelligence, public policies, finances, reduction on social inequality, misinformation, fake news, a little bit of everything today. I think it is a major opportunity to do some networking, and maybe these debates can enlighten us and inspire and make us more sensible. And before I call our first guests to the stage, I'd like to thank our sponsors, without whom this event would not be possible. PacBank, which is the golden sponsor. BigPay and Mic.br supporters, institutional supporters. Abrazel, VMCA Advocacy Office or firm. Brava Telecom, and our official partners, Academica, Convergence, Digital Convergency, and Consultancy, Oficina Consultancy. But without much blah, 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 I'd like to call Carol Conway, who is the president of Abranet, Brazilian Association on Internet, Ronaldo Lemos, president of ITS Rio, and Demi Getchko from NIC.br, our Hall of Famer, our International Hall of Famer, and one of the responsibles for taking the first steps of Internet in Brazil. Let's begin with Carol. Hello. Very good morning to everyone. It is a pleasure after a pandemic period in our community, because what gives us pleasure is to innovate and to gather. First of all, I'd like to greet the present authorities, Mr. President of the National Council of Education, Mr. Luis Curi, thank you for your presence. Mr. Secretary of Economic Policy of the Ministry of Economy, Mr. Guilherme Melo, thank you very much for your presence. Mr. President of the Nucleus of Information.br, I still call CGI due to the long road, but the name now is Unique.br. And the father of Internet, welcome Demi Getchko. All other authorities who collaborate and associate, our colleagues of table, Ronaldo Lemos, who does so much with ITS as the vocalizer of Internet, Murilo, my partner of you all, who accepted the invitation, even though he was in China 24 hours ago. Thank you very much for being here. Well, when I started thinking about what I'm going to say, I remembered the beginning of Internet, when Abranet, the commercial Internet of Brazil, we had very few services, even though they were very relevant, such as communication, emails, the conversations, the chats, connection, IP, and some of them, the older ones, we were very few and welcomed by the authorities trying to explain what was happening on the Internet. And we were well accepted, but we were just a small group of services that we offered, digital services. And on the other side of the bridge, we had several products on the physical world. But it was all very small. And with the lapse of the time, our challenges grew because of the magnitude of Internet. The pandemics also came. The transition, the definitive transition of those who were not on the Internet came to the Internet, and it actually solidified as something that on our side of the bridge there is a lot of diversity. And since then, we gathered with the associations, with the government, the civil society, the academia, to think about how to defend. And the message I'd like to leave today, with all these challenges that we have been facing now with this enormous Internet, and with this side of the Internet, more and more equal or even greater than the other side of the bridge, if this bridge still exists. The message I'd like to leave is that Internet was always done of servers, distributed services, and we explained how the servers connected. But we also connected as a governance on the Internet, all of the sectors, to understand how we defend the Internet. And that's why today we bring not only the greatest specialists of each sector, such as you, but we bring the event back to Brasilia, because we need Brasilia to support the next era of regulation on the Internet. So we start discussing here public policies, because if we don't do this transition to this side of the bridge, and everyone who belongs to mankind, there is no reason for internet and technology to exist. So we'll talk about fight to hunger, communication, communities, and we'll show how this powerful economy can benefit from technology and how we can benefit from it. Then we'll talk about finances, which is another very important part, and how fintechs can help. And then we'll go to artificial intelligence and regulation on internet. It is also time for us to understand that for the internet to survive, we need to remember that we have safe ports. CGI edited the principles of internet, and I was talking to Demi, the 10 amendments of internet, how valid they still are, and how we have the safe ports. And we cannot be neutral. We have to talk about a fair remuneration of content, and we cannot discriminate these charges for one content being better than the other. Otherwise, we do not allow other initiatives to be born. And with artificial intelligence, we have challenges, but we have a lot of opportunities as well. I started thinking, and I believe everybody is thinking about what to say about artificial intelligence. And I remembered Plato. Plato is the father of the ideas. It is in a different philosophical level. It generates shadow. So we're very scared about artificial intelligence, but it has a lot to contribute with in the real world, and we'll need all of you to do it. Oh, these years are very special. This is no news to everyone, but we say that in 2006 it was said that the next 30 years will transform the concept of mankind, and here we are together present, and also those who could not come to Brasilia are online to contribute for this debate, together with the public sector, Abranet, all the associations, the academia, and all other specialists. We all need to contribute. So I wish you very good work. Thank you very much for your presence. Thank you, Carol. It's always good to listen to you. Thank you, Murilo. It's a pleasure to share the table with Professor Demigetsko. But guys, first of all, good morning. Thank you all for being here. We have more than 600 people registered to follow online. So as usual, when Abranet organizes a seminar, we have a major repercussion. So thank you very much, Carol, for your initiative. And I'm here speaking in behalf of ITS, which is the Society and Technology Institute, partner of this event. We think about regulation on internet and issues of technological policies in a multi-sectorial scope, trying to listen to all sides that are affected by the technology, which is pretty much everyone. But I'd like to just say a few brief words, because I think we have a fantastic agenda today. The first thing I'd like to share with you is an announcement. We just launched today the decision of the the Gold Supervision Council, which is an independent organ that makes final decisions about content with regards to Instagram and Facebook. I'm one of the members of this council, this global council. I'm the only Brazilian in the council. The council has even Nobel Prize winners, the former editor of The Guardian newspaper, former Denmark Prime Minister, and from Araguari, Minas Gerais, I'm the only one. I'm the only one from there so far. But the main point is that this decision that is being published today regards the incitation of physical and political violence during this January. We saw what happened here in Brasilia. This is a decision that has important guidelines to think not only the issue of regulation, but also the issue of self-regulation and independent regulation. I think the Supervision Council of Facebook and Instagram shows, and obviously I am within, I have been eyewitnessing what they have done in this last 3 years, which is this idea of self-regulation, binding self-regulation that is very powerful. It is capable to promote deep impacts. The amount of changes that Facebook and Instagram made in this last 3 years is enormous. I encourage you to read the annual report. A lot of changes in governance, transparency, and exposition, also including wrongfully conducts that the company led. I think this model should be considered on the debates that we have here in Brazil. The DSA in Europe recognizes this model of having independent entities look into the content, and I think Brazil would do very well when it walks towards this. Whoever wants to read the decision, it is online, but they have the printed decision on the internet. Actually, we could actually send a fax. Oh, it is virtual. Okay, for those who want to save the trees and see it on the virtual and avoid the use of paper, you can talk to Renata. She will give you a copy. But before I pass the floor to Professor Demigetsko, I'd like to mention that the mission we have in consensus of Brazil today is that the country needs to take part more and more of the economy of knowledge. I think this is our mission, our first mission, priority mission. Every time I look at a public policy, I think, what will this help in Brazil to participate in the economy of knowledge? Brazil is very good in generating wealth from nature. We know that our agro is very competitive, our mining has international impact, but unfortunately this is not enough. We need to place the knowledge economy in all branches of economic activities in the country, including agro, mining, and others. And we need to make each one of us, individuals, to have the opportunity to participate in the knowledge economy, which I define as living from our ideas, from what is within our heads, and not necessarily from nature. And I am sure that each one of us, we can participate in this new economy. And to me, this is key for the development of the country. So today we'll talk about several important topics. Carol described it very well. But I'd like that each one of you who are present here and online think about the issue that is, what Brazil wants from technology? What do we want and what can we do for technology? We are excellent consumers of technology. There's no doubt about this. But as a producer, I think we need to disseminate and spread our capacity to innovate. Brazil is innovative, but innovation is not well distributed. We need to involve society as a whole in this task. So I think we need to have a defensive agenda as we have to deal with the mistakes of the platform, to control excessive power, concentration, but we need to have a proposition agenda which responds what we want from technology, which fields we want to guide, what north do we want to follow, because I have no doubt that any country that wants to develop in today's world, the only path to this is the path of knowledge economy. So once again, I'd like to greet Abranet for the seminar, and I think this should be the topic that is transversal in all our talks. Thank you very much. I will pass the floor now to Professor Demigetsko. Well, it is much easier after these initial talks. So good morning, everyone. I thank invitation from Abranet to take part in the event. Abranet is a pioneer in this, the first talks about Abranet we had it in 1994, but it started well, and it has been improving ever since. But in sum, without being euphemist, Brazil has always been well on this internet thing. Ever since we got the BR in '89 and the first packages of IP in '94, but we have a very good position, including with governance, multi-sectorial governance, which precedes ICA. And we have good numbers in all of these areas. We came to 5 million BRs, we have good penetration, etc. But our legislation was always well seen as a moderator. In the civil framework in 2014, these are important dates. Without being euphemist, I think we have a good image projected out there as how Brazil has acted in this field, both in the operation as well as in the dissemination. Of course, this is an incomplete work. We have a lot of things to do, and Abranet is paramount in this process. But just to add a few topics, if we think not only on the technology point of view, but certainly mankind, people, are opening hand of some talent, and we hope in defense of others. To go to the bakery, you check on ways. And before you would say, oh, you go north and then you turn east, and then I have no idea where the north is in this room. This is Brasilia, because this has this oriented axle. But then you turn right, and we are losing this capacity as we lost the capacity to calculate because of the calculators.
So this is the truth, though, that some talents that had been developed in the past now are losing importance. So I hope other talents are surging, are coming around for our future. But in relation to the internet itself, what I would like to highlight is that I would make a few comments. First of all, I think it's crucial for us to preserve principles. Principles are dynamic, at least as humankind. Principles aren't dynamic. Dynamics, we would say the implementation of them, technology changes extremely fast. Principles are extremely important in this sense, and they need to be preserved. And the internet begins with the thought of openness and the collaboration that occurs, and everything that happens in the internet, everything is a collaborative, everything goes back, and everybody participates. So this is extremely important, first of all. Second point, which already was mentioned, is that we lost part of the distribution the internet originally had. We didn't have the concentration. And then because it's more convenient also, many times it's better to be someplace that has everything than to start picking things around. So this has collateral effects that need to be examined, and generates concentration of power, it generates concentration of technology in other areas. So it needs to be seen with due caution. Another point that needs to be seen that I miss a bit, and Abranet maybe could help us revive this, is that there was a mysterious entity called the Internet Community. In the beginning of the 90s, it had a very strong position, and it was well respected. Remember the conversation about notes and takedown? What the law said, that if anyone complains about the content, you could remove it, and then you could ask if it could be removed or not, and then you would have a lawsuit associated to that. So the internet manifested itself, and then in the end it's ended. So there was this community, and which is a homogeneous academic entity, and when providers started being part of this, and in Brazil this happened really quickly. In '94 we already had, '95 we already had providers that began based on with basically media companies. These community had an important role. I remember Sicarelli's example, when they removed from YouTube a video, and the community was completely against, saying that it was the measure taken was disproportional, and it removed the rights of other individuals, and then it actually ended. This happened in different situations, but what is important to highlight is that the Abranet now need to stimulate this kind of spirit of internet community, whose function is basically to do what I said in the beginning, is to preserve the principles that we defend. So if the principles are violated, then the consequence is that. And in this point, Carl also mentioned that CGI, which was well received from the Lithuania, from IGF in October, he was able to synthesize points of what we defend. When many of the things that were mentioned became items of the legal mark, and either the things would be changed or unchangeable, or they would change very slowly. So it's not we don't really update human rights. We don't update. Plato. You don't update Plato, for instance, which was just mentioned. Of course, you have to be observant, of course, but it's extremely important for us to be aware to preserve these principles. So again, it's wonderful to be in the middle of this internet community, and we've been following for quite some time. The internet is something that is collective and collaborative, that is responsible for everything. Everyone here has a piece in this build. And it's good to see so many well-known faces from the beginning, from the onset of the providers, like I mentioned. And Brazil was also very quick to extinguish the difference between telecommunication and value added, since the CGI and CGI comes before the other. So we grew very quickly, so it wasn't regulated and then became regulated. And of course, there are things that need to be regulated. And of course, we have lots of things, and it's a little bit complicated to do so. And we will continue without being afraid of what comes ahead. Okay, and I had more to say, but as long as things move forward, it's always good. So I will end with Aj's phrase. There's the apocalyptics, there are the optimists. We're talking about AI. But I recently saw, I don't know where, but says that, yeah, look, in fact, there is a risk where AI will extinguish humanity. But if this happens, it's going to be our fault. We would deserve it. So that's what I think. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Thank you, Professor. So I would like to invite Guilherme Melo, who's the Secretary for Economic Policies from the Ministry of Economy, to bring a few words to us. Good morning. Oh, it's very loud. Oh, thank you. Hello, good evening. Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. I would like to thank the invitation to participate and talk to you today. So I represent the Ministry of the Economy. Minister Haddad could not be here. He's on an international trip. The ministry. So I would like to state that when I received the invitation to participate in this Congress, first of all, I thought about how the internet changed my personal life. Because I know it changed everyone's life, but I am talking about myself because I am 40. And when I was a teenager, I remember talking about and seeing the first computer that my father brought and the internet coming to our home. We was a dial-up system. We used only in the middle of the night because it was cheaper. And I was reminiscing that in my school, my high school, nobody had phones. Nobody took phones to school, mobile phones. Maybe like on my 11th grade, in the end of the 90s and the beginning of the 2000s, some colleagues had cell phones, and it was kind of, people would make fun of them because it was kind of, oh, mommy wants to know where you are. So obviously this has changed significantly, and today it's strange for someone not to have a phone. If you don't use a phone, if you don't use the apps routinely. So this is my reality. Really, the behavior and the relationships we have with people have changed thanks to the internet, because of connection of the virtual world. What I think, in terms of the Ministry of the Economy, is that this could bring opportunities and challenges. First of all, the challenge of taking this technology, this transformation, to the greatest number of Brazilians possible. And partly, some and a lot of them don't have access to the internet because, in terms of speed, in terms of quantity, in a form that it would be adequate. So the access to the internet is almost a right of the citizen, because a significant part of the individuals, a significant part of the debates and information and opinion and sharing of information occurs online. So if you don't have access to a network, you're excluded from this world which is so natural to us. But you're not excluded only from this world, you're also excluded from services, from activities that occur more and more exclusively in the virtual world. So Pix is a fantastic technology, but you need to have access to the internet. Every portal, GovBR, it's wonderful technology. It helps everyone. It's a service that is wonderful for the citizen. But to access it, you need to have access to the internet. So the network, you need to access, and you need the equipment also to access the network. So one of the greatest challenges that we have in Brazil is to continue expanding access. We are advancing significantly. We have advanced significantly over the years. There are different modalities of improvement, but there's still a portion of the population, especially the poorer populations that live in more distant regions, that don't have access to the world that we live in, the virtual world. So that would be the first challenge, and also the opportunity, because this challenges us to make the investments, to attract the investments, the new technologies that will viabilize this access, make this access viable, and make this, and in terms of the economy, this is a great opportunity because of the generation of innovation, of labor, of employment, of technology. So at the same time, we need to bring the benefits that the internet has brought to our individual lives. It makes our lives easier, it increases productivity, the effectiveness of our work, it increases our safety, our securities. If you lived through the pandemic, you know that many times that, a meeting could be an email and then it wasn't. Yeah, this became the reality. So many meetings that took like 2-3 hours became an email thread that was maybe more productive than a live in-person meeting. So these productivity gains tend to increase in the private sector, and they should also be taken to the public sector. In the private sector, this is very clear. Artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, we are facing a new productivity evolution that will be coming and which will have structural effects in the labor market, the structure of companies. But at the same time, it is crucial for the public sector to use these technologies to increase its productivity and its effectiveness. We are discussing a series of public policies which could benefit from the new technologies, from artificial intelligence, saving public resources, saving worker hours, and doing what maybe took months, especially for lower income families. Families that make 2 minimum salaries, that have small debts, and the government will be a guarantor of this process. It will be a huge partnership from the private-public partnership. The banks will renegotiate, they will have new installments, and the government will guarantee so that this will be cheaper for the individuals. Great. How would this occur in the past? Obviously, people would need to go to their bank agencies, renegotiate in person there. Today, thanks to gov.br and all the institution, all the technology that we're developing, we can do this online. through our NAP. For instance, now we are discussing SAFRA plan, which is a plan for the agricultural sector. But most producers don't need to go to a bank agency to have access to credit. They can have a mix of different kinds of credits in their own limits through their cell phones. So, all these different measures are measures that are using the advances we have had in technology on the internet, and the private sector is making this available to the individuals so to make their lives easier and to improve the effectiveness of public services. This has to expand everywhere. For health, if the health there's a your registry, all your information needs to be available. Sometimes you go to a public health unit, they're still using paper. Everything needs to be more and more transformed in the public sector so that we can have a service that is more effective. So I believe that not only in the point of view of public services in the future and the investment, innovation, and in terms of inclusion and how this inclusion can transform lives, especially of people who are poorer. And I know that the next panel will also be about this, and they will talk about this topic specifically and how technology, internet can help us to fight poverty, hunger, and the issue related to the Amazon. That's what we need to work on. We need to advance, improve their lives, and have these advances. And today we can't even imagine our lives without them, and make sure that these advances are part of everyone's lives. And it's an opportunity for the development of our country, not only in the private sector, but also in the public sector. Thank you very much. Thank you, Carol, for inviting me. It's wonderful to be here. And thank you. Thank you. Now I will bring forth the second panel. And Guilherme helped me with this, right? Of introducing the second panel when he was talking about the reduction of inequality. Whenever we think of technology, of the advancement, of the rhythm of change of things in the world, a word comes to mind was asymmetry. In the more developed countries, we have people who even have the new Apple goggles that takes you to wonderful worlds without leaving your home. We have people who are living in 2050, and you have lots of people who are living in the previous century without access to the internet, without citizenship. I think that was a very good word. They are excluded. And our next panel is going to be very interesting for us to analyze and see new initiatives that use the opportunities that the internet bring forth, so to reduce problems that we have and inequalities that we may have, and also to have this discussion here today. I would like to bring forth Malu Gaspar. I don't see her yet. Oh, there she is. Just a minute.
iPad, celular.
Hello, hello. iPads, phones. You see, since we're all ready.
Ninguém me ensinou a mexer com isso ainda.
Okay, we'll continue just a minute.
Bom dia.
Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. I'm very happy to be a moderator in this panel because one of the things that I love the most in my text, in my columns, is that I write about policy and economy at global, and we're going to talk about different things, not necessarily that different, but we always have to go back to and talk about what is the real world more than what policies and what advertisement and propaganda the economy purports. So it's interesting to be present in this panel that talks about technologies that are actually part of people's lives. So I'm going to ask people to come forward. We have Daniela Leite. And then if you could please, when I call your name, please come forth. Daniela Leite from Comida Invisível app. Good morning, Daniela. We give you 2 kisses, and I'm very clumsy. Okay. And Maria Siqueira from Pacto Contra Fome. Hello, Maria. Gilson Rodriguez is going to talk through video, right? Online. And we're going to have his talk. Jesaias Arruda, please, could you come forth from B-Mall? René Silva from Pausa das Comunidades. Hello. And Joe Paul from Bite Back. Is it Bite Back? Bite Back. Okay, please, could you come forth? Thank you.
Well, guys, the objective here is to lead a talk more than a presentation or a very casted thing. And I think that we were talking with the organization of the event. Our proposal is that each one would briefly say what they are, who they are, and what they do. And the idea is I ask you a question and we start debating instead of separating 5 minutes for one and 5 minutes for another. The idea is to make this talk a bit more dynamic. So, Danny, I will say I do this and that. I am this and this and this, and I do. I am Daniela Leite. I am the CEO and founder of social startup Invisible Food, Comida Invisível, who brings together those who distribute food to those who need. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the relevance of having a panel towards social transformation right at the beginning of the Congress. This is very significant to us. I am Maria Siqueira. I am one of the 40 co-founders of Pacto Against Hunger. And today I am the operation directors. Pacto Contra Fome is a movement, a multi-sectorial movement that comes to engage the whole society in fighting hunger, and we now launch a strategy of data intelligence and technology in favor of these major challenges we have here. So it will be nice to exchange with you. Good morning. I am Jesaias Arruda. I work at Bemol in Manaus. We are a wholesaler, and we have internet projects and in social and digital inclusion in the north of Brazil, especially in the state of Amazonas, Rondônia, Acre, and Roraima. I'm also the vice president of Abranet. It's a pleasure to be with you. Good morning. I am René Silva. I am the founder of Voices of Communities, which is a communication vehicle which has as a goal to amplify the voices that come from within the slums of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And during the pandemics, we created a few initiatives to fight hunger within the slums. And one of them is called Dish of Communities. in which we distributed more than 300,000 dishes of food throughout these communities. Good morning. Thank you to Abranet and Carol Conway for inviting me. I am very happy to be here. I love Brazil, and now eu vou mudar para inglês. Obrigado. Eu sou Joe Paul, eu sou o chefe executivo da BIPAC. Nós fomos fundados 26 anos atrás. Nossa missão é
under-resourced communities an equitable pathway into the digital economy. So we achieve that through three ways: transformative digital advocacy, transformative digital literacy, and tech certification training. And so we envision a world, I know we're talking about artificial intelligence and so many different topics, but we envision a world where artificial intelligence and robots can work alongside humans. It's so important to bring everyone along, and I really appreciated Guilherme's comments because, you know, the countries who embrace everyone and bring everyone along, the ones who are inclusive and not exclusive, are the ones who are going to be advancing in this digital age. We're at a very strong point, a tipping point in our world, especially with the advancement of artificial intelligence. I believe artificial intelligence is the great equalizer. And if we use it correctly, it will bring everyone along. And I applaud and I'm proud to sit on this stage with these esteemed colleagues. Again, thank you so much for being here.
Ótimo, Dani. Então,
excellent, Danny. Let's begin, because after all, we're here to ask questions. Well, studying your application, it seemed to me to be very simple, very magic. You click, and if you propose to donate food, and on the other side there is someone clicking to know whether there is any available donated food. It seems simple, but for sure it is not. I'm sure that beyond this work there is a whole logistic challenge and even educational challenge to make people understand what is a waste, what is not a waste, and how you organize to do a donation. I want you to tell me if these are more companies, but I believe these are more companies, right? From what I saw, you already donated the equivalent to 500,000 dishes of food. I'd like to know, to organize your application, to assemble this whole network, what kind of resistance did you have to win? What have you already conquered, and what is still missing to do for this to work well? Okay, let's begin. First of all, in the first 3 months of this year, we donated the equivalent to 500,000 dishes of food. When we talk about waste, food waste, we need to understand that food waste is one of the main problems in the world. The world wastes the equivalent to more than 4 billion refrigerators full of food every year. Brazil is no different. Brazil is one of the 10 countries that wastes the most. We waste about 26 million tons of food, while we have in Brazil 33 million people in hunger. Thinking about that, we imagine how could we solve this problem? And today, we work through a platform, and this platform is in the whole country, and by geolocation it connects those who have good and proper food to eat but lost commercial value, and those who need them. So we connect, for example, major food industries and distribution centers such as Ambev, Kraft Heinz. We connect McDonald's and several shops in Brazil. We connect schools, hotel networks such as Core, buffets, amongst many other companies which are in this ecosystem. So the platform, in the platform we have a gigantic network of nutritionists, because we make the NGOs to register to guarantee food safety. They receive a training on policies of food manipulation. We bring our nutritionists to do a sanitation audit to guarantee the juridical and sanitary efficacy of this process. in the companies, we do a whole mapping of what can be destined to donation, what are the processes for this to happen. And with this, we make this food to be connected. Companies also receive in real time indicators of ESG with social and environmental impact of these donations. And with this, we guarantee a security and governance in all of this process. And as Malu said very well, waste is a habit, and habit we can only change through education. Because of this, within the platform of donation of foods, of invisible food, we have the Educa. Educa, we have hints, video class to show to the ecosystem the best way to guarantee this food is destined to go to someone who needs it and not to go to a dump. Because we know well that when a food product goes to the garbage, it issues methane gas, which is 20 times more pollutant than CO2. Today, if we look at the food waste in terms of gas, greenhouse gas generation, if it was a country, it would be the third most pollutant country, issuing about 3.3 million tons of CO2. This is just about, more or less what I had to say. But it was difficult to assemble this network. How many years did it take? Today we turned 7 years of operation in the platform, and we are in our third version of the platform. Oh yes, we had a little bit of resistance because to donate food requires trustability. Well, what happened at the beginning is that there was a myth. You cannot donate, and Visa does not allow. In fact, this was just a myth. It was never forbidden to donate food products, but there was a fear with regards to civil and penal responsibility when you donate food. But it was solved in 2020 with the law 14,016, which brought some tranquility to the donator. In the platform, we guarantee the whole governance of this process because it is all fully tokenized, so we have logs and we have all possibilities of in terms of responsibility taken to transfer the responsibility from the donator to the receiver. So we simplify the process. Of course, that we're always evolving and always seeking more tools to be able to reach more donators for the platform. And then you have your thing, right, Maria, which is the articulation of companies and entities and people who do right this, try to amplify this movement, this service to the people in need. And now I imagine for you, maybe the challenge is a little different. This is to coordinate all of this in a workable way. When you have a 40 entities network, 40 co-founders, and then I get into the articulation of the entities, which is a much greater challenge. Yeah, when you have this whole network to coordinate, you can at the same time have a canon, and we're talking about impact, right? So it could be wonderful or it could be a tragedy. It could be very, very messy. Yeah, but I wanted to understand how you deal with this and where technology comes in this work. What does it work for, and how did it change the way you articulate? All right. Well, I think it is worthwhile to mention that the Impact Against Hunger comes into this process of recognition and giving visibility to the power of action that we already have in the third sector, as well as in the Dani business, as well as in the public power. As a premise, this brought us to this challenging place of articulating or supporting articulation, because this is a very diffuse and almost uncontrollable. But how do we support this to have a stronger system when facing these two problems? And then the strategy of technology and data is in the heart of the impact against hunger, and it gives us a way to articulate public policies based on data and evidence and what happens in the territory, as well as an articulation of the private sector. So we create incentives to have a private sector not only in the food chain, the food supply chain, but on the financial market to act accordingly. Today, what we are doing is the advocacy is trying to change the indicators of practices of social and corporate responsibility. So we're talking to B3 for the inclusion of an indicator of action or a reduction of food waste, and this will strengthen initiatives such as Dani, because it put pressures on the private sector to indeed address its waste or its action in the practices of food safety through the partners who are already on the business. But going deeper into what our strategy is, we have two main objectives. The first one is to make useful and accessible the data about hunger, food waste in Brazil. Dani mentioned the major numbers about food waste, but the reality is that we have a hole in the data and information, a loyal and real information about the problem. And the pact comes to provoke this. And even connecting with Secretary Guilherme, in the case of hunger, we have a certain availability of data, which are usually static pictures on time. This data of 33 million was data collected by an articulation of the third sector, which is the Pensa network. And today, the basis of the government, the SUS, which is our national health system, and the CISAM, which is the system of nutritional and food security, are very diffuse. Well, you don't find anything, right? No, you cannot find anything. Yeah, it's inaccessible. So this is the objective. It is to make useful and accessible to everyone the data over these two subjects. In this regard, we're still building a major panel of hunger which integrates the indicators of food security and the different public databases. And obviously, we'll need cooperation with the public sector. So we're dialoguing with the Ministry of Social Development and the Court of Accounts to guarantee access to this information, which is a different discussion, because it is not simple to get the level of granularity that is sharp enough, and the government has it. And also, we need the support from the private sector in this whole infrastructure of technology and data, which is already existent. For example, here, we're exchanging very much with Google Cloud and you all, which already have a work for systems that allow this integration of data in a faster way. The other front of data technologies of the pact is the hub, Pact Against Hunger, which is basically to bring this whole system that works in a digital way. What we want with this? First, to give visibility to everything that happens in the territory. We launched the hub on May 23rd. It's very recent. But in 3 weeks, we already got 300 initiatives registered in the whole national territory. And we know there is a lot more. So we'll have the challenge to go to the tip point. And in this digital space, we want to use the integration of several systems so we can connect and generate synergies amongst these initiatives. For example, Dani needs very much food donators. And there is a company in the state of Pernambuco who is interested in donating. So we can actually bring them together. The idea is this to start happening in this space, and this space is a mix in between LinkedIn and Mistride, bringing a structure based on existing technologies. So if CSE works to destine food products to organizations that are already existing, Dani has developed this on the integration point of view. How can we make this work within this same operational system? I know we are very ambitious, but It is good to be ambitious, right? Just to, you can see a pin on the screen. This pin will be used to ask questions. You get into this link, and the questions will be here. And when they finish, we'll start with these questions. But now, Gisandra, because I can see Maria talking about data and this whole thing of integration. What I see about your project is this issue of being in one region that is very much in need. They have very high poverty indexes, and at the same time, a logistic challenge that is major to give access to internet and etc. that you tackle basically, right? And at the same time, it is a very ancient talk. Everybody says, oh, we need to connect the Amazon, we need to supply connectivity to the people, because without this, there is no way to start transforming, especially in a moment like this, when we see that everything we talk about environment is bioeconomy, innovation, transformation. All of this needs technology. Without technology, this cannot happen. So I see you building a project, and at the same time, we saw in the past years several initiatives like this that apparently did not have the impact they should have. So what I wanted to know from you, do you think this type of initiative and connectivity in such a broad region with so many vacuums of connection, is it possible to do it only through the private sector with networks like them, or do you need the government? How do you deal with this? Do you speak with the government? Do you need the government? What is your situation with regards to this?
Oh, this question is extremely important. I will answer just intriguing everyone. So this is not only the responsibility of the business sector. It's the government's role, it's the third parties, third sector's role. Everybody has a role in this. The Amazon region, the north, has 450 municipality. It's not that great that have comparing to São Paulo. It has 1,300, but it's the largest demographic area. And I will focus on the Amazon region. We have 62 municipalities. 20% of them have no connectivity at all. When I tell you that no connectivity, I say there's no cell phone reception, there's no internet, there's no Wi-Fi, there's no broadband. Everything that gets to there is through satellites. A link will work only to send a message. If you send an image, a GIF, or anything else, the information will never get there. And what we were trying to do when we looked at this, we have many different projects with the government at Amazônia Conectada, Norte Conectado, and they change names, they change projects, but Elon Musk came to Brazil, right, to do that. Yeah. And giving support. Yeah, Elon Musk did come, and this is a point of divergence. With one or two schools will be involved, and this week they stated that they got 6 antennas in the Garimpo region, the illegal mining. So let me tell you a pretty side of this. The Amazon region technology is extremely complex. You have cities where, in order to connect, to get there by plane, by boat, you need 8 days. Some cities you reach there only 10 days or 15 days. Now they have Starlink on those boats. So people who took, people that had no connectivity through by 8 days, now they will be able to connect through the Starlink. So this technology needs to be seen also in a good side. People that don't have electricity now have this antenna with Wi-Fi to take integration to the school. Yeah, it is working, yes. So some projects are using this technology, but we do have connectivity in over 60 cities of the north of the region, Amazonas and Rondônia and Pará states. What we have been seeing is that digital inclusion is per se. So we need to take internet to a few cities, and I saw the secretary talking about Pix, and his sentence was fantastic. Pix is wonderful. Pix is a transferring app. I'm sure that everyone here used Pix this week, everyone. So at least one, right? Not only one, right? So how do you take Pix PIX to a place where there's no internet. So it seems like something antiquated, but it's extremely important. The internet is a commodity. Nobody here would be allowed, would support, would accept not having a data plan, not having internet. You would be frozen. Imagine a whole city like that. Imagine in the pandemic that was just a few years ago. You didn't have any kind of resources for this, and it had a huge impact. There is food security that is affected by this. And following what they did say, how can I interconnect communities that don't have food if they don't have connectivity? So more than this, how can I export small productions, aside from the logistic aspect, if I don't give them these small producers the ability to say, look, I have this product? Or even more, how can I do this in a region where we have hunger? How can I improve the processes of generating food or producing food or income based on this? Inclusion that the internet brings forth occurs in cities, and the internet and the life of the city has changed because of that. You see the small commerce that is now integrated to the bank system, and now that you have internet, you can have Pix, and now that you can advertise your product online, you can have groups, and in your message groups, you can share what you have. So what we have seen as a private company is that we're not an NGO. We need to make that very clear. We're not an NGO. But what we have seen is that I also make my business viable. Imagine that I have Come Esse Caboclo, where we reached the Amazon region. And why did we do that? It's because my competition is the Amazon. But if I have a logistic that is very clear and very well established, I can do what? I can give support to the client more quickly. I can work in a different manner. So we rent boats. We have boats where we take products. We have trucks. But it's a city that is 112 kilometers away, and we need to take two trucks, two balsas in order to deliver something there. So it's the distance between São Paulo and Campinas that where you go very quickly. There it takes forever. Does Amazon deliver? No, not in the interior, only in the Amazon region, only in the Manaus city. How do you deliver to a 30,000 population of 30,000? Does it reach him? Nope. So that doesn't reach. So what we have done is to adequate that. We start having a marketplace where we can deliver construction equipment and construction materials. So we go through communities and indigenous groups. What is the reverse impact that we can have? With the truck or with the boat where I take this product, would it maybe not be possible to go through these? And these small producers, would they not... could we have a reverse marketplace for them so they could sell and I bring them stuff and take things back, and therefore you would reduce food insecurity, and I could be part of this project where I could, yes, take things from one side to the other. So everything related to logistics and connectivity is no longer an issue for the future. This is an issue that is already in the past. What we are doing now is we're trying to take care of this. The federal government is trying to establish ways and through the Amazon region, and this has been occurring since the last 10 years. But the impact that this has brought to the cities has been done through companies, have been done through small providers, and these small providers have, yes, connectivity issues. But let me tell you a true story. A provider that has a network that goes 60 or 70 kilometers through the covering of the trees, through the treetops, if it goes down, like on the bottom of the forest, if a branch falls, it can break the wiring. So we're creating a link that is being built through the top of the trees, and this is quite interesting. I have over 115 meter trees, so about 300 feet. So I have very large trees that integrate with different communities with maybe 30 houses. So people in Brasilia has the same right of connectivity as people in the middle of nowhere with 300 houses in the midst of the Amazon region. So this is a project that we're very proud of, and I will not stop talking because I talk very much, but this is we are very proud of this because in practice we're allowing people to have digital inclusion, social inclusion, and now they are being educated also. Thank you. Wonderful. Our next guest, Gilson Rodrigues from G10 Favelas. He was not able to be with us here today. We're going to watch this video really quickly, okay? Hello, community. Hello, everyone from the third Internet Congress. I'm very proud to be here today, even though I'm online. My name is Gilson Rodrigues. I'm the president of G10 Favela. I'm a community leader from the region. G10 Favelas is a series of leaders from the largest favelas in Brazil, and together we create a new look to the favelas. Instead of favela being associated with danger, we are potent, we are active, we know what we want investment to transform our lives, and we try to create our own solutions. Our constatation, though we are in poor sectors, the population is concentrated and represents a few billion reais. For you to have an idea, we have 14,000 favelas in Brazil, and the possibility we can generate 200 billion reais. This way we created a group of leaders that could create solutions for the problems that exist in favelas. And therefore, and inspired in the G7 and G20 of countries, we created a G10 of rich favelas. Because these are the largest favelas in Brazil, they consume about 7.9 billion reais, and it's not fair for us to use and to be facing an economic embargo, because it's in the favelas where the car sharing apps don't go. So a lot of resources don't reach the favelas, and women and children have more difficulty in having access to credit, for instance. There are a series of problems that put us in a more and more path of more and more dangers, because we cannot formalize companies, we cannot have access to some issues, especially questions related to infrastructures. We're treated as marginals, as violent, and in reality, we are marginalized and violated because of the lack of the state, because policies don't reach us, and they do need to reach us. Therefore, through our G10 Favelas, we created a series of initiatives to try to create solutions so that these problems can be solved. So we look at the difficulties that the inhabitants have in terms of credit, for instance, and based on this, we created our G10 Bank, and then we created also Logistic Favela Brazil Express to solve logistical problems. And then we created a bunch of initiatives. We have 28 initiatives that go in different areas: logistic, communication, food provision, job. Always trying to find solutions, because we notice that if we try to find people to blame for our problems, we're not going to solve anything. So public policy has not reached us, and favelas have been growing in an unorganized manner, and we've been trying to look at this potentiality for us to transform our society and our economy. So we know that the role of technology and of the internet is very large. We have in G10, we have G10 Tech, that train people so that they can experience this new world. So we have different aspects. We don't have two different Brazils. So we can have access to the internet here, and then on the other side, just like the other side of the street where the rich people live. So we can want to live in a Brazil with new technologies for everyone. But mainly we want to say is that we want to be part of the problems of Brazil. We want to be part of the solution of problems. We want to receive investment, we want to transform our lives. And the internet has been crucial in this respect because it gives visibility. It's a tool that is very important, especially in social networks. And the new technologies that have come, our youth have been using these issues and have created programs and proposals that are very innovative that help the population as a whole. We're very glad to be part of this project, and we'd like to bring you and invite you to come here to G10 Favelas and learn a little bit more about initiatives that have been going around in Brazil. Just so you understand, we are in 16 states with a large network called Presidente de Rua, city president, street president. So each person takes care of 50 families. So we are the largest homeowner association. So we involve the local homeowner, and they are all part of this transformation. It's not because they are poor that they don't have access to technology. So we want to bring this potential opportunity for these people, and Brazil has lots of opportunities. Brazil is rich, is prosperous, is human. And when you notice the problems, you can create the solutions. So believe in Brazil. We don't believe in Brazil that is divided. We don't believe in Brazil that on one side of the street everyone can do everything, and the other side nobody can do anything because they don't have interest. So this is the proposal we have, and this is what we have. So if you want to learn a little bit more about G10 Favelas, access this site here, g10favelas.com.br, or on Instagram, so G10 Favelas, at G10 Favelas. Okay, thank you. So now, Renee, just to talk about what Gilson just mentioned, Renee, he's from the community. We know that this is very well known. There's a significant impact, but I think that you guys grew significantly. So you guys have been working since 2005. You've been working with something that is extremely important, taking information to the communities. But I think that you grew more during the pandemic. You grew not only in terms of the image, but in terms everybody got to know you guys more because of what you were doing in the favelas. But also you were thinking about the impact that you had. I would think that you started doing more than what you originally did because of the need. And what came to mind here, and it kind of popped at the time, and especially in the things that you talked about that when we were in the middle of the pandemic, was that you used to call attention to, for those of you that were working online, working from home, were suffering, but were not necessarily suffering from the pandemic. Look, there's something here. Actually, there were actually two things. Disinformation, which is extremely serious, and also the need for people from the communities, from the favelas, would need to have access to that. So you had a dilemma where people needed to work, people needed to eat, but at the same time they needed to stay at home to protect themselves. So I think you dealt with that very well, and I'd like to kind of learn from you what remained. I know we don't have a pandemic anymore. We still have what is left in the wake of this. What did you learn from the challenge, from the pandemic, and how did that change the way you acted? What was the legacy left behind? What do we need to do now? What has remained from a moment that was so tragic, so traumatic? Oh, good morning. Good morning again. So, Voz Comunidade was born from the need to represent ourselves in the media. We would never see ourselves represented for many years in the communications sector. So, when you talk about favelas, and even today in 2023, in the 21st century, we are still see that the media talks about drug trafficking, deaths, violence, which is a reality, yeah, sure. It's not something that is not real, yeah? But it's not only this. There's a lot of other things there that are not mentioned, that have no visibility, that don't have a space in the media, just like when you have time and space for violence and the marginalize the people who live there. So Voz das Comunidades began in 2005 when I was 11. I was a child. And we had a project in the community, in our school actually, and the role of education was very important in my life. because in the public community schools, we had a newspaper that was created by the students and the teachers so that the students could have a voice aside from what the direction, the administration of the office of the school had said together with the Secretary of Education. So it would empower the voices of the children outside of the school, beyond the school's walls. So then they created a Voz da Comunidades to show our reality, the place where I lived, based on my view, based on my optic, what I saw that was beyond what was shown in the media. So I started showing the different problems related to the lack of water shortage, no sanitation services, no lighting, no sidewalks, no street. So it showed that the public service, public power was very lacking in the favelas. And this was not something that was in the radar of the media groups, the large media groups. But it did affect the lives of the people who lived in the favelas. And aside from this, I started also seeing that there were many different social projects, cultural projects, educational projects in the favelas that had no visibility whatsoever. So I started talking about an initiative for a ballet initiative, a project related to education, sports, culture that existed in the favela, but nobody talked about. And over time, Vozes da Comunidade grew. We started having other sides, more visibility. And in 2020, when we started, the pandemic started, and going now, answering your question, when the pandemic started, we saw that there was something occurring in the favelas in Brazil. We started seeing that people were saying, look, don't leave home, stay at home, protect yourself from the virus, wash your hands. The first, don't use the mask initially, they said, right? Wash your hands, stay at home, stay away from others, social isolation, etc. With that, in Rio de Janeiro, we saw that there was a water shortage in Rio, and many people in favela didn't really have drinking water. So, okay, wash your hands. And then they said, how will I wash my hands if I don't have any water? And the soap, after the soap got more expensive because people started buying more soap because of supply and demand. So people couldn't do that. So we started to mobilize and donations. We started to mobilize public services and businessmen in general. And like you saw, Ambev was one of our greatest partners in this sense.
To make water to come into the slums even before the public power, who had its efficacy to be able to do it. But in fact, the companies were faster and made this water to come, not only in the Alemão slum, but in other places as well. So at that first moment, we had this solution, and we started mentioning in the social media. But we know that just as in the Amazon and several other parts of Brazil, many areas inside the slums have no connection. Sometimes we have a cell phone in certain points, but not in all points. We're talking about the Alemão complex, which is about 20 minutes away from downtown. But there are places where we have no connection at all. So the challenges are even greater. We started using other strategies beyond the social media to be able to communicate within the community. We placed speakers' cars, we placed cards and pamphlets and other ways to make people have access to information about what was happening and what was this pandemic all about. And besides that, there was another thing. How could we fight misinformation in the midst of this? Because internet started talking about the pandemics, but at the same time, in the same internet environment, they started saying people who live in favelas will not catch COVID because they already live in the garbage. They already live in a place where there is no basic sanitation. So they're used to other types of viruses and bacteria. So this was reproduced through the social medias, and this was brought to the communities. And then there was another challenge. How could we fight this, what they could believe about COVID-19? So the city hall at the time did not divulge proper data about what was happening during the pandemic. And we had to create the panel of COVID-19 in the slums, parallel to what was offered by the city hall, so that people could believe that what we were saying was truth. We would tell cases of deaths due to COVID-19, and the city hall would say, "Oh, you are lying, you are lying." There were no official data from the city hall mentioning cases of COVID and deaths caused by COVID in the communities. That's when we decided to create this panel of COVID-19 with real-time information, with information given by the physicians and the nurses of the hospitals in the region that really wanted to make the population aware of the severity of the pandemic. That's how we created the panel. And what is it like now? What is the legacy that remained from all this experience? Well, from this whole experience, we started understanding that indeed the slam needs to be included in the debates of the civil society. When we have, for example, an event in Rio, which is very well respected, organized by Firjam and the O Globo newspaper called Reage Rio, we don't have a reaction from Rio in the favelas or in the slums. We don't have men and women. These are usually white men from the civil society who debate this reaction. And what Reage Rio is this, that we don't have a debate including most of the population. We have almost 2.5 million, maybe 3 million people who live in the slums in Rio. All neighborhoods in Rio de Janeiro have a slum area. So how could you not include this into a debate in which it is necessary to include people who live in the slums? So that's how we learned that we needed to pop these bubbles, and we needed to participate in these debates that are necessary for the civil society. And we created methods to train internal people in partnership with iFood and other technology companies. We started taking training to the residents of the slums so that we could insert these people not only as most of people who live in the favela have this relationship with technology, such as deliverers or people who offer certain services, but people who could participate in the construction process and maintenance process of this platform. So it is not just to say things within the slum. You need a voice to pop this bubble, or to poke this barrier. Yeah, because if there is a tragedy or such a pandemic, you would not need to make a panel to say, look, we are dying too. Yes, exactly. We need to say more and more for the people from outside the slums to know. Because I understand that most people who have never been to a slum, the image you have this space is the image that I see on TV or in the newspaper. If I don't know anyone from that place, if I don't have the information that comes from that place, the image I have is that is a place of traffic, drug trafficking, violence, when in fact this is not the reality. All right, well, then it connects with Joe from Bite Back, who has a project of improving employability in the United States, digital inclusion, and teaching people how to use technology to be able to improve their employability, right? So I will pass to you, but I have two questions. One is, why are you not in Brazil? And the second question, this is something that concerns me very much, and Renee and all of you. Your project has a bias of racial equality that is very strong. In Brazil, this issue of employability and racial equality has everything to do with the black woman in the community, in the poor communities. The chiefs of the families are women. and they have a very big employability problem. They have this gap in their education, given the fact that they had children and they did not have the opportunity to educate themselves. So I'd like to know, what do you have to say about how you deal with these women? And first tell me, why are you not in Brazil yet? Bon,
The problems that we solve are universal. So it's not just in US, it's not just in one part of the country. We create best practices and solutions that you can plant anywhere, whether it's Brazil, Portugal, it doesn't really matter. Those issues exist, and we bring those best practices and those solutions. Now, you're absolutely right. Women are, the greatest, right? I have a mother, I have a wife, so women are the best, right? That's really where it starts, with that nucleus. One of the things that we do is we first identify assessments and barriers and challenges. What are the things that are preventing someone from participating equitably? We first identify whether it's childcare, whether it's food insecurity, whether it's housing insecurity, whether it's unemployability, whatever those things are, we identify those challenges first, and we make sure that we answer those. And then we help them with three problems. The first thing, we make sure they have internet access. That's number one. If you don't have internet access, you are disconnected from the world. In an increasing digital age, you need to have access to the internet. The less access you have, the more disconnected you are. So that's the first thing. And it's not enough to just have internet access. You need to have the appropriate technology devices. Most people have cell phones, but this is not an equitable, appropriate device to access the internet, right? You can probably watch YouTube and do other things, but it's very difficult to attend class. It's very difficult to send fax. It's very difficult to communicate with just this. So this is how most people have access to the internet, but it's not equitable. You need an appropriate technology device like a laptop or a desktop or computer. The third thing is digital skills. So you have the internet access, you have the appropriate tools, but you also need to have the appropriate digital skills to leverage this access now that you have the tools. And the truth of the matter is, it doesn't matter what your age is, it doesn't matter what your socioeconomic status is, it doesn't matter if you live in the rich part or the poor part, it doesn't matter. Technology is not inherently racist, right? Technology is not inherently biased. The people who leverage technology might be racist, the people who leverage technology might be biased, but technology itself is not. You can learn at any age. For instance, the individuals that we support within my company, 80% of them are unemployed, right? 80% of them are on government assistance, right? Almost 85% of them don't have college degrees, right? Now, we take all of those folks and get them into positions where they're making $90, $100, $150,000 a year, right? Almost 300,000 reais a year. And how do we do that? Quite simply, with technology, you can learn it at any age. It doesn't matter if you're young, old, it doesn't matter. We use artificial intelligence to create individual learning plans for people. So and let me tell you something that we figured out. At first, we were teaching at a college level course to people who can't even read. So there was a disconnect there. They were not passing the test. They were CompTIA A+, Security Plus. Didn't matter. They were failing. And so what we did was we understood where their literacy was, which was around a 3rd or 5th grade. And then we adjusted our curriculum to meet them. We started making it more interactive. We started making sure that they can embrace this technology. So for the women that we serve, specifically to your question, for the women that we serve, we first make sure that we bring the internet to them and computer to them, because it's a hardship for them to come to our centers to take training, because now they have to find someone to take care of the child and someone to pay for transportation, which they don't have if they're unemployed. So instead, we make sure we go directly to them. We go to the libraries. We go to the community centers. We go to the unofficial mayors like Renee, right? We go to the unofficial mayors of these communities and ask, who are the people who have the issues? How can we bring our technology? How can we bring our support to them? So it really starts at home, number one. But to Hesais, is that your name, Hesais? Shizais, sorry about that, lo siento. Shizais. So the partnership has to be multi-pronged. You cannot just depend on the government. You cannot just depend on private sector. You cannot just depend on NGOs. It's multi-pronged. The government has a part to play. The government has to redirect their resources to make sure everyone has access and the technology is affordable. If the government doesn't do that and provide subsidies, then more and more people will be left behind. And the more people that are left behind, the worse the country is, no matter where it is, whether it's Brazil, US, it doesn't matter. The more people that are left behind, the worse the country is. The private sector now also has to provide subsidies for people who can't afford the services. You have to go into the favelas. You have to go into the rural areas that traditionally wouldn't have access. You have to go in there and provide subsidies. And of course, the big part about business, I'm in business, is profit. But you cannot put profit over people, right? If you look at both sides, for instance, 1 out of 3 Brazilians don't have internet access, right? 33% of Brazilians don't have internet access. That means that if I'm in business, I'm missing out on 33% of people who I can be selling my product to. That's a problem. And those people who don't have internet access are also missing out on opportunities to train, to educate, to learn, to be part of this digital age. And so, again, the problem that we solve in my company is universal. It's not just in one area. We want to be in Brazil, we intend to be in Brazil, and we absolutely will be in Brazil. So hopefully that answers your question.
Respondeu. Bom, vou passar para algumas.
Yes, you did. But let's go to a few questions that came through our iPod. And I think one of them has to do with everything you said. Which initiatives or public policies are indeed working for the digital inclusion? I think this will vary according to everyone's area, but I'd like to know if you feel supported, if there is this interaction that Joe mentioned. You do a multi-sectorial partnership. When Rene said we had to seek the mayor, because we have the impression that sometimes you are kind of lonely. You're fighting against many barriers. In your case, Danielle, what do you have? Well, what happens for us food waste is a very complex topic, and complex topics we need to look to several variables. We do have a strong action in public policies. And the nice point here is we always worked with the platform. So we always had the platform connecting companies who have good and donatable food products and those who need to receive. For this, we have several elements of public policies which involve to ease the process. For example, tax issues, or issues connected to civil responsibility. So yes, we always had to act having a strong arm in the issue of public policies. Yeah, they exist. You're able to use them. Yes, because we act very much in these issues. We also have free access to get into the government and to claim for this. But in my answer, I would complete mentioning the following. We implemented and we thought, looking to all of these public policies issues, but we developed a methodology to act in small and mid municipalities. Today, we are in a municipality that is your neighbor here. It is in the state of Goiás, about a half an hour from Goiânia. It is called Nerópolis, where we are developing a pilot project. To do this, what did we have to do? We had to act mapping deeply the people in vulnerability, social vulnerability, mapping the local donors, bringing education to the community. So we made a partnership with the whole school network, municipal schools and state schools and private schools to include within the school curricula the issue of food waste. So with this, in 9 months, we destined 40 tons of food products to those families in social vulnerability. In this municipality, we have 5,500 families in extreme poverty. When I say poverty, I'm talking about a per capita monthly income of 105 reais. So we are able to bring food products to about 1,000 or 1,300 families every week. So it is possible when you actually you get a deal with the city hall and etc. Yes, we need the support from the city hall, Secretary of Education. We need the support from associations such as Emater, local commercial associations, to make this legacy to be a legacy of the city and to stay within the city. Yeah, Josiah, is it the same thing for you who works in a different area? Guys, you can feel free. This premise that to solve a complex problem such as hunger, it is necessary to have a multi-sectorial action. It is a basic thing, right? But it is very important to highlight that usually we delegate these issues to the government because indeed there is a competence and a capillarity that belongs to the government. Only through public policies you can get. But the challenge here is that we cannot exempt from our own responsibility as a civil society or private sector in our different roles and actions here. So if we're talking, I was talking to the Secretary of the Ministry of Health. Brazil had a very successful trajectory in overcoming hunger. In 2013, we had a number that was below the considered by UN as being hunger, less than 5% of the population in this situation. But this was a multi-sectorial effort. Today, we did this process in about 10, 11 years. Today, when we look to the size of the problem and the social complexity that we live in, it is much more difficult to do this as fast, just from public policies. So much of what we feel in this dialogue with federal government and state governments is that it is necessary for us to address the problem in its urgency and its structure, that there is an action concentrated in all spheres of the power. And this is very challenging. So it is not to depend on the government, right? No, it is not. Maria said very well, the solution is multisectorial. You cannot do it looking to only one of the pillars of this engine. The issue is very basic, very fundamental.
Yeah, so to go to people's homes, this is quite complicated. Gisaias, in terms of public policy, is Starlink a solution? Yeah, I understand of public policies, we do have many different aspects. I always joke around and saying that if nobody has calling you crazy, you're not doing anything different. So you end up creating problems when you do things differently. So the word that we hear in terms of incentives is like, are you guys sure? Where do you guys want to agree? What do you guys want to do? No, this is just a fad. So when you start doing things, when you start creating a network like the ones that we talked about, this is a free network Wi-Fi. And yes, last time we had 26 million accesses to this network. So in a region where, how many people live there? Well, currently we have about 3 million, 4 million people if we look at the Amazon region, not only in the city of Manaus, but that also some people from Rondônia state. And what we see is that we need for the public power to help us more. So I'll go with what Maria just said. This is not a hindrance. If we had a larger aid, we would be able to do more. So imagine if you get to a 40,000 population of 40,000 in a city, and imagine if we wanted to put a fiber optic through that city. Imagine somebody from the municipality said, "Look, stop. Who does this belong to?" And the person doesn't even know what fiber optics are. So you have to talk to so and so, because if he doesn't let you do that, you won't be able to put this optic fiber here. So sometimes people don't help, but they do make things harder. So that's another problem we have. So if you don't want to help, don't get in the way. This is a condition that is involves different sectors, and many times we see that the third sector is saying, "Look, oh, this would be so great. Let's have a project about this." Look, if good is good enough, okay, if sometimes you want to do something that is wonderful, that is scalable, and then you have a 5-year project, and in the next 5 years you'll be able to do something. I'll tell you, look, we didn't do something that was so big in scope. We started the following way. Internet in Manaus, 10 years ago, cost 2,800 1 megabyte. In São Paulo, it was $1. So today, it's much cheaper. So what we expected at the time was the following. Let's provide the service for the client. Will we go to the streets? At one point, we had to talk to the supplier and say, look, develop a product so that I don't need the electricity from the clients, so that they can have, so we can share internet for the poor. So if you want to do it, do it. You don't promise anything. The other areas, can they help? Absolutely. But imagine the impact that it has. Imagine how when you talk about a group of entrepreneurs and you talk about, oh, I have to do this for my company. No, I'm saying the following. Where are the other people that are in the same sector as I am? Where are the other sectors? When we talk about the Amazon, where are the companies that go through the same, uses the boats next to ours? Where are they doing? What are they doing? Do they have public power? Yeah. Do they need radios? Do you have Starlink? Do they have fiber optics? Do you have satellite services? Yeah. You have to think that in the end, our objective is to help the communities. It's not inclusion just for inclusion's sake. Let me give you a quick example. For instance, we went through an indigenous village, and then the chief said, "What would be important? Look, could you guys give us a fridge and a TV so that we can have here?" And I said, "Okay." And the youngest one said, "Look, couldn't you put this internet here?" So because if you put internet, we will be able to study. And then the concept of a tribe, an indigenous tribe of the indigenous persons, they are studying. So imagine that they had to go to the city to learn, to have an education. Imagine that we did this. We did this in a village with Rea Connect, and we created a classroom, and we put 4 computers connected to the internet inside a tribe. What about the fridge? Did you give them the fridge? Yeah. We put the fridge, we put the TV, and the access. Why? Because you serve the ecosystem of the community. Can you do it? Absolutely. Don't stop when the first hurdle. They will come, but the more you go over, the better you will be. So Rene, talking about public policy, I'm from Rio also. What we talk about the most and what we complain most about Rio is the public power, which is an emission, it's completely disorganized. That's our day-to-day life. You see that things don't work, public health doesn't work. It's really an issue that is part of our routine. So just to hear from you, could you tell us, could give us an example that worked in terms of inclusion, that makes sense with what you're doing, that stimulated the government to do something in the city, in the state, or wherever? Could you give us a public policy that was started working because of inclusion, that has to do with what you do? Well, we do many things. We support in many different ways. We ask for public policies in our favelas, in our slums. But many of them, and we had some of them, we actually have quick response from the government because we use social networks. We use social networks also to pressure the government. When we have a report made and we ask the government's press release, press corps to answer, sometimes they answer slower than if we go online with social media. social media works much faster. So in this way, we can do it and much faster through social media. But talking about public policies, we have already had many different cases, but I'll mention a few just so you understand. In terms of living, basic sanitation, or the mayorship created a Morar Carioca, which are in different programs directed to favela inhabitants after numerous examples and stating that people who had lived in the favelas and didn't have any sanitation, basic sanitation. So a house, for instance, that didn't have a window, didn't have ventilation, and this was bad for their people's health. And there were many different movements that we did, many different actions. And more recently, in the end, we created a bus stop in all different points in the Complexo de Alemão, Rio's biggest favela, talking about how difficult it was for people from the community to get bus because there were no bus stops. So there was only a bus, but the bus didn't go there. There was a bus station officially, but there was no bus going through. So we would tell the stories of these people, who were these people, who would wait for the bus, who would wait for, and they would go, there would be rain, there would be sun, there would be, a lot of different problems. With a series of reports with the Complexo de Alemão today, all the bus stops have buses going through them. So this is one of the things that we actually got in a quick manner that was very positive. We also had stoplights, which were extremely difficult. We showed them that how the stoplights and in the Favela de Limão reduced the number of accidents, how it improved the circulation of people in the community. We had a crosswalk and how the effects the crosswalk has. So we do this day-to-day activity, and it ends up creating public policies by the mayorship, by the state, that affect the populations of the favelas, of the slums. So it's a matter of the organization of the state, right? Yes, absolutely, exactly that. Great, fantastic. Joe, I received a question to you about the challenges that you face. The question is, and I will read it because I thought it was interesting. If you could comment about the challenges in the U.S., because here we see that the United States as being perfect and connected. For us, it's a reality that we have a hard time understanding. It's hard to see or imagine so many people not having access. What are the challenges you face, and how are they different from what you've heard today here in relation to Brazil?
So there's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. So collaboration is key. One of the things that's important that the government just passed, U.S. government just passed, is called the infrastructure bill. And the infrastructure bill basically redirected almost $65 billion into our industry to fight the digital divide. And with that infrastructure bill, it's going into tribal areas, rural areas, under-resourced areas, historically marginalized areas, areas that's been historically disconnected. And so that's the government playing its part. Now, one of the things that I developed was this digital equity coalition. And the reason why I developed this is because traditionally, and I'm pretty sure it's similar in many areas, but traditionally, when the government passes a certain bill, the people who get access to it are the lobbyists, right? The people who, big business owners, lobbyists. So the money funnels through them, right? So years ago when the government was trying to fight internet access, the internet service providers got the money first. And that money didn't really get down to the people who needed it. So I had an idea, why don't we develop this digital equity coalition that has everyone who deserves a seat at the table sitting at the table. And so the first thing you do is you make sure you go to the communities who are most impacted by the digital divide and bring them to the table. You cannot provide a solution for people who you don't understand their problems. The people who are experiencing the problems are the ones who are equipped with the knowledge and the know-how to provide the solutions for those problems. So you cannot come, and it's not one size fits all. You cannot go into a space and say, hey, everyone, this is how it works. You don't know what they experience on a day-to-day. You don't know the problems that they go through. You have no idea. So you cannot realistically and reasonably provide a solution to a problem you have no clue about. Number one is you bring them to the table, right? And so I created this coalition to create a seat for everyone who's most impacted, whether you've been in jail, whether you're under-resourced, whether you're a senior citizen, whether you're, doesn't matter. In this coalition, we also have business owners, ISPs, and the government also begged to sit on this coalition. Now, the purpose of the coalition is to make sure that the equitable distribution of funds gets to the people who need it most. For example, every state in the United States is going to get at least $100 million, at least, minimum. Now, if you have rural areas and tribal areas, it goes all the way up to $500 million, almost $1 billion, right? So there's 50 states in the United States, $65 billion, almost $1 billion per every state. Now, where I live in Washington, D.C., we don't necessarily have rural areas in D.C. It's like, it's, you know, kind of like Brasilia, it's a big city. But we do have an access and affordability problem. We do have a digital literacy skills problem. We do have a situation where people's jobs are being supplanted. For example, worldwide in about 6 years, 85 million jobs are going to be lost, gone, poof, because of robotics, AI, that everyone has a voice, right? And I applaud the work that Renee are doing with social media. The more attention you bring to something, the more someone reacts. You cannot expect people to be historically marginalized and not say something about it, right? If you're creating solutions, bring them to the table. Also, teach them the benefits. When we go into communities that are historically marginalized and under-resourced, we don't just tell them, hey, we need to build this fiber optic, we don't do that. We teach them the benefits. Here are the benefits of us bringing in internet. Here's what you will have access to. You'll be able to learn, you'll be able to grow, you'll be able to start a business. You can, you know, all these different things. And one last thing, the areas that are most impacted, the under-resourced areas, the favelas of the world, those are the most creative, innovative, and brilliant people in the world. Trust me on this. All they need is an opportunity to be great. In Brazil, you have an opportunity. 56% identify as black, right? They look like me. They have a beautiful face like mine, right? 56%. Now, if you engage these people and teach them and train them, Brazil as a whole advances, right? It's not a zero-sum game. It's not, if I feed you, I will be hungry. That's not true. If I feed you, we will both eat. So that's all I'll have to say on that.
Sim, legal. E aí entra uma outra questão que tem aqui, já que
Very cool. Thank you very much for that. Exactly what you were talking about is, I think the question was for Jazia, but I think it would be proper for everyone. How do you educate people, give literary capacity, technological literary capacity? How do we do this? Sometimes you're not able to do this. Instead of not having internet, not being included, how do we include them without being educated? How do you do that, Josias? How do you do that where you are? And anyone else, if you guys want to add to that, please do. This is one of the most complex areas. Deliver internet just for its sake will not solve people's problems. So you need to teach correctly. So in the morning, I was talking to a friend during breakfast, and we talked about that. In Brazil, we have many different Brazils. And what we think is maybe outdated in some places is the front door for other places. So sometimes it's something new for other people in another country. So we have initiatives. We have supported different NGOs, which they don't only deliver connectivity, but we take knowledge through connectivity. So if you go to a school and you set up internet in the school, and then they have projects at the schools so that students can start using the internet. And when I talk about the internet, I'm not talking about the stories or rivers, where the internet goes beyond that. So it's no use to show what exists. It's about inclusion of the internet, which goes hand in hand with education. Imagine if it's a person that doesn't know how to read or write. He has specific resources that he gains from the internet because he asks, and then he receives a video through online, and he watches the video. So the inclusion goes beyond literacy, goes beyond those who are just aggregating value to those who are literary, know their ABCs. So this internet education is scalable. I have different phases related to this on the internet. So it's a larger challenge. It's the challenge that we all have. I cannot only deliver just for its sake. I have to know the right way to do this and how to make resources from that. That's true. Thank you. I agree 100% with what you said. I think we even have a few examples that are practical. In terms of education in Brazil, it's a privilege. So how do we resolve these issues? Again, we need to create in our donation platform, food donation platform, Educa, which would try to teach the ecosystem, which would try to show how the platform could be best used, and also how they can have access to information, the different kinds of foods groups, how could they reduce food waste. And going back to the example of Nerópolis, which is where we are implementing this, which would be the first city without any food waste in Brazil. What happened is, when we mapped the city and the vulnerable peoples, we started to get in touch with these people, communicate with them, and many of them did not return our contact at first. And then we were like, what's happening? Why can't we get back from these people? It was because we were talking we were writing text for people who were illiterate. So we started sending voice messages, and that problem stopped. So many times we need to understand that for the reality of the Brazilian is that Brazilians still have issues, and we need to use other solutions. René, yeah, I was thinking about that when you're talking about social networks. René, you need to do that. I know that you write, you need to have productions, but I think you need to have people post things online, right? Have you noticed any difference of how they talk, when they talk? What is the impact a network or another network has? Are you migrating to social networks? How are you doing to reach other public? To increase your reach, first of all? So every platform, every social network has a completely different behavior, and the public is completely different also. The discussions are different, what we discuss is different. It's completely different. So the first thing that we had to do in the Voz de Comunidades was to hire specific people to work in specific platforms. So I have people that work with Twitter, that knows how to talk in Twitter language, and knows how to generate content in Twitter, and how to interact with the people on Twitter. So our Twitter participants, for instance, 80% of these people are outside of the favelas. 80% of our Twitter interact, but are people from outside of favela, but they have interest in knowing a little bit more about what's happening in favelas, what occurs in favelas, and they want to kind of understand a little bit more about what happened and what came out in the open media, if what Global showed was actually correct. So they use as a way to check the information, to check if it's fact check what was said, because they don't really believe what the large media is exploring and what they're talking about.
They usually talk about press advisory from the government, and we end up having a very different line of thought. But when we have our Facebook, it is the opposite. 80% are people from within. And they say, oh, someone died. Facebook has a lot of engagement, and most people who follow us are from this community. There where we have most suggestions for solutions. When we talked about a solution, we are part of the solution. It's not just the people from the government say, look, you have to do this is the solution. Solution has to come from us. We have to be part of this solution. So when we have these networks and these social medias, we have different people who create these languages. And in the middle of the pandemic, when we start exploding TikTok, we hire more people, we call more people to come and create content within this language. I myself, despite the fact that I'm young, I am not able to use totally. I use TikTok just to follow. I am much more a follower than a creator. But in the other platforms, I create content. So these are challenges that each new media, social media that comes in, we have to create. And we have to create quality journalism with credibility, and that is the main challenge. What is TikTok working for? Well, TikTok, we understand that several talks that happen in there. For example, most of the videos, many of them are from trends. What people are talking about now. When we get into these talks, we bring our reality, we bring the context of our favela. And they say, I went to Rio and I knew a certain place. So we bring this reality to our situation inside the favelas. And we show, look, there is a wonderful breakfast inside the Complexo do Alemão. People can go. It is a safe place. It's an accessible place. You can take an Uber and go there. You can drive there. We are able to place our routine in there, but in a much more in our language, in the favela language, and following the principles of language that the platform decides. So the engagement we had with TikTok was in TikTok. We talked about the thousands of places that we have in the favela that have open sewage and potholes. In 1.5 minute video, this video had the most engagement. People wanted to know what happened, what are the problems. So we create our contents according to the behavior of each platform. And you felt that it actually had more reach. Yeah, the breakfast video is pumping. Yes, we bring this public to other platforms as well. Yeah. I mean, do you have any good experience with social media? Yes. Our main social media is Instagram. Instagram, we bring this information of both educational information to empower people to about the food waste, as well as to deal about the issues related to the improvement of food distribution. We also use LinkedIn. We use Facebook. So do many people come to you through social medias? Yes, very many. What about you, Josias? Yes, we use very much social medias. In fact, WhatsApp was the one that made our project to come to the interior, to the rural areas. Because since it was based on text, everyone is creating. I will say the client to access an application. No, talk to me through WhatsApp. Yeah, he either uses voice or text. But the important is, when I talk about serving anyone, it could be through food, through connectivity, through sales, through everything that we do. You have to think that it has to be easy for those who are on the other side of the line, no matter the logistic of the background. If I want to do something that will impact someone's life, it has to be easy for that person. So that's what I bring here. Why is everyone here using Pix? Because it's easy. There is no time restraint. You don't need to ask anyone. If I give people freedom to send me an audio and I'll answer with an audio or with a text or any other way, if they're able to do the whole process to buy something or to pay a bill or to register into something in an intuitive and easy way, I will get much more people to be on my ecosystem through social medias or movement or anything else. Guys, we are closing the the question session, but if you want to say something else, we're going to close the panel. Well, thinking about fighting food waste is to think, it is to involve the largest number of people. I believe that technology is here serving us, but the main thing is to have people, to have companies, to have NGOs engaged within the process. Technology will come later. It will come to guarantee governance. It will come to guarantee security with tokens and logs, with metrics and trustworthy indicators. And this is what makes us to advance. Educa is an open and free of charge platform, so everyone can have access to the information. It is paramount to democratize the information. And I think that to finish this, I would mention a poet that says that love and hunger move the world. These are the main issues of mankind. So that we can take hunger and treat it with a lot of love, so that we can indeed amplify this access to food distribution and reduce food waste, because half of what we waste in terms of food today would serve to feed everyone in situation of vulnerability. And to bring agility to this process is what makes us to be able to advance more and more in facing this problem. Well, I echo Danny's words, and I would like everyone here to share the wealth of knowledge that they have. And I think that when I reflected over this panel, the question that came to my mind was how indeed technology can cause transformation, social systemic transformation, and to support fight hunger. And I think the answer is simple in many ways. And I think today I would like everyone to leave this room with a call that today we have a strategic intelligence in this field of internet and technology that needs to be more at service of social issues in Brazil especially. And we would like very much that this was connected to the view of the Pact Against Hunger, that until 2030 no people will suffer of hunger in Brazil. And for this we will need a lot of people together and a lot of technology as well. So this is an invitation for you to provoke your business and your labor environment to work that this is a basic thing. I will enlarge the invitation and place another point in this invitation. Do something different from what you have done until today. When we talk about technology and connectivity and internet, we have a soup of letters. 5G, Wi-Fi, optic fiber, radio, satellite. So I want to tell you that all of this, without having someone to coordinate the points, who effectively can execute something different, is technology. Technology, by technology, does not generate anything. We all need to fight the generation of value. So independent on the seat you are at, or the place you are at, the more you propagate properly the information and technology, the farther we can go. Brazil is very diverse, and we have the opportunity to be everywhere in the world to do something different, to cause the digital inclusion. And I'll tell you, digital inclusion, it actually drags, because it brings everyone else together. Information, social inclusion, education. These moves the world. This makes that generations ahead will have totally different results. What I ask myself every day, What am I leaving to the next generation? What am I leaving to my children? And I will leave this talk with one enigmatic sentence. I'm not afraid of the things that I know I don't know. In fact, I am afraid of the things that I don't know I don't know. These are the ones that cause the challenge. René, you want to say something else? Well, bringing a reflection to our leader, Celso Ataide, that favela is not a place of scarcity, it is a place of power. When we bring this debate to this amplitude or of speeches and etc., we only see that more and more we need more investment. We need more investment in the field of education, more investment in technology. We need to develop solutions, and especially we need to look to the existing initiatives today, which are many, they are not few, and try to strengthen them somehow, be it in legal entities or physical entities. Sometimes you think, I don't know how to do it financially, but then you get together with someone who can. This is a way to gather with other people, with third sector and etc., so we can do this investment or make this investment and make this social transformation real at the basis, exactly where we need to have it. Otherwise, if we don't invest and if we don't take this first step, we'll not be able to reach any of the goals of the sustainable goals for 2030. Thank you. Joe? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Simply, it starts with trust. You have to build community trust. You have to start by trusting yourself and trusting the communities that you're serving. Technology is not designed to separate us. It's designed to connect us, right? And you're supposed to leverage it to make sure that everyone has access. Just like food, water, shelter, access to the internet is a basic human need. You need access to the internet. Let me tell you how I know. Imagine if your phone shuts down or you don't have internet access. You're going to go crazy, right? Access to the internet is just like a basic human need. The countries who will advance in this digital age are the ones who bring along everyone, not just the rich, not just the educated, not just the ones who can afford it, but the ones who are least among us. Those are the countries who will advance in the digital age, and everyone else will be left behind. And so I applaud Brazil for taking this opportunity and bringing me here to share my thoughts. And I'm glad to be here, and I'll be here the entire day. And thanks again. Thank you again to Abranet and everyone. Thank you so much.
Bom, eu que agradeço, Abranet, agradeço.
I and Abranet, thank you for sharing so much with us this morning. And guys, this is it. We have other panels in the afternoon. Thank you, guys. I think everyone learned a lot. It was very motivating to know that there are so many people working in so many important fields. Oh, a pause for the picture. All right. Well, guys, I'd like to retweet what Ronaldo Lemos said, the importance of the knowledge economy. And I wanted to retweet this panel who talked about media literacy. And for all of these, there is one thing that is paramount for the future of Brazil, which is education. We have here Luiz Cury, who is the president of the National Council on Education, and we decided to break the protocol and invite him to speak a little bit about this topic that is so fundamental for the future of the country. Well, okay, I will stand up here. It is a pleasure to be here. I thank Carol for the invitation. I know that some other people already left the stage, but I'd like to thank for the opportunity to listen and to know in such relevant initiatives for the Brazilian society that were described here. And the opening ceremony was very interesting. But I thank Murilo for the invitation. I'd like just to mention a few issues that are fundamental for the country. For us to change the scenario, it is not enough. It's not good enough to have just a new script. We need to read Shakespeare works again. But besides the scenario and the script, we need the actors, and then they need to be formed. These guys need to grow from personal trajectories and cultural trajectories. They need to be available in mass and preferably in all national territory. So this is one of the main problems of Brazil. We won several transnational barriers. We were able to finish a very important stage, which is the inclusion of children to school. Brazil has 47,374,000 students in basic education in the first year until the third year. This was an enormous conquest, but we still have 1,074,000 youngsters from 4 to 17 years of age who were not absorbed in this process of coming to school. This process, however, is a very shy part of the challenge that we have ahead. The hefty part is to conquest this learning ship of these almost 48 million souls on the basic school. This is the challenge that had been designing from the end of the 90s in the beginning of the 21st century, when several battles were won, several policies were implemented against failure in favor of the learning curve. But the pandemics actually help us to shake these things a bit. Today, we live in the trajectory of these people in very uncommon pattern of inequality, given the amount of efforts to fight inequality. We would have a perspective of mitigating completely, if not eliminating, Brazilian inequality. One of the tragedies can be defined in the learning how to read and write. Many people try, but they are not able to learn. They go through the literacy process without learning how to write and read, but they continue living. And we come to the 5th and 6th year, and SAEP, which is the system of evaluation, already foresees a disease that begins with a personal disaster.
And it's a huge challenge. And they go along throughout the year in the 6th grade, and then they ends up in their 11th year or 12th year when you're senior year. And then 96% of people who leave the middle school don't really know math. 96% also don't, and this represents 96% is a deficit in terms of education. So just this data, you understand what is the trajectory of kids through school. Out of 47 million children that go through public schools, 80% goes through public schools. Sorry, of all of them, 80% go through public schools. And this path affects especially those of lower income families. So this occurs for 94% for the poor families. This under-education affects 88% of lower income families, the families that need education the most. So we need to understand that Without preparing people for the future, the rest is very difficult. If we consider that 47 million people, only 2 million actually graduate from high school, this shows us that this was done through the education census that measured that. This shows us that these 2 million people that graduate, only a small fraction of 30%, actually it's 21% now, that are able to go to university. Imagine how this occurs. One of the problems that the country has, therefore, is the lack of a professional education and technological education system that can mobilize learning at the end of ninth grade and the beginning of high school. Technological education in Brazil is very weak. It's disorganized. It's soluble in relation to the issues that are needed that it needs to tackle. We talked about digital education, which was mentioned here. We know that digital education is measured by BISA of 2019, and this was almost 7%. Average of OECD countries is 2.3%, right? So this shows, this for children, okay? This shows that 19 million. So if we consider that about 7 million elderly live in favelas, and 86 million Brazilians are still in Asia. You guys don't know what Asia is? It's an educational process of youngsters and elderly. People that got lost in the system, or they abandoned school because they couldn't continue, or they graduated but they didn't receive any kinds of content. So these are people who are Asia, that return to school, basically. So 76 million Brazilians go through this. They are unprepared. It's as if they don't have any education at all, aside from the very, very basic education. So this is a scenario that is quite worrying. This educational scenario creates about 16 or 17 million unemployed youngsters. IBGE 2020, which is our census net entity, 17 through 27 estimates that there will have about 21 million people. So you see the size of the unemployment in the youth, because we don't have a professional education that is adequate that can put them in the workplace. We saw that there is a need for us to invest in technology, to have technological ability to advance in communication policies, to absorb the social benefits of the internet, of digitalization, of IT, etc. But 9 million sign-ups, only 7% of these are related to technological areas. So, including engineering. Engineering responds to the evasion in higher education of 67%. So that means that 100 people that go into engineering degree, 67 don't conclude. And the ones that do conclude, and 100, only 31% have a job in the area. So it's quite dire predicament. So of course, Brazil is very big. Specialized communities solve themselves out. They find partnership. You find people. You find competences. But if we look at Brazil as a whole, this is an island of possibilities in the communities that are specialized. This does not mean the real demand, the real process, the real insertion in IT. In Brazilian society, to solve basic problems of health, of hunger, of safety, we are unable to do so because of this kind of barrier. Many people don't know how to read or write. They don't understand the text. Many people, millions, not many, millions don't understand. How could a person like this have access to the internet? They go by voice. They go by images. The internet ends up aiding them, and this is a factor of inclusion in a sense, and that's why I enjoyed what you guys said. I see that Brazil, we have a huge opportunity to continue working with this, and what you did in the U.S. Thank you for that. be sure that you understand that what this impact was actually means in Brazil. 76% of students of high school level, they have technological professional education. In Germany, it's higher even. In Switzerland, 48%. And in Brazil, 9% in Brazil. 9% of high schoolers have professional education. So it's very little, it's very low. And it's still education that is not very well established because they still need to go to the formal education, and there's no incentive for them to be inserted. There is no way of making them well inserted into the professional education. This could occur if the basic education was better. If there was stimulus for them to to graduate of basic education and then begin a professional education, that would be better. This would strengthen a high school education where they would and it would allow them to be better inserted into the market. This would create incentive to fix the education deficit, and they would have more jobs, and then there would have a new norm for the economic situation in Brazil, where the industry, which is the main motivator of productivity in Brazil over the last 40 years, would have an impact. So we saw that the last 40 years we have grown less than other economies, but we're still robust. We still need to use this strength to reorganize strategic sectors so that we can, especially in IT, so that we would have stimulus for innovation. We have few engineers because we have few jobs. We don't have jobs because we don't have capable engineers to improve and create jobs. So we need to solve this equation. So the GDP is 11%. Now it was 30 in the 70s. And then it's still going down. So these are scenarios that need a lot of support. And our policies related to the internet, communication policy, technologies are essential in this sense to correct and to give jobs to all these just scenarios. So our National Education Council is a state entity. It's organized and reorganized recently by Benjamin Constant. So it's from the beginning of the Republic, so 150 years ago, basically. So it's the beginning of the 20th century. So since then, it's been creating public policies for education in Brazil. The National Council, Education Council, has the duty to mobilize society to increase the rights based on educational policies, so that it creates rights for society, not only learning, but the right for learning, the right to have a repertoire that is based on culture. It's the right to have the right to communicate, to diversify, to fundamental right of correcting inequalities. It's an essential right. It's the right to create a new story for asymmetrical regions, be them periphery, slums, be the north of Brazil. SINEP spent 7 years meeting in the north. We saw the worst levels of education throughout different levels of education in Brazil. So it's important for us to understand this, that public policies can help support this, and communication, information, internet, public policies to improve technology are crucial in this sense. Sinai in the end to create a resolution which indicates that stimulates basic education from the first year, right, grade 1, so through the 6 years of elementary school to 17, 18, when at the end of the high school. And they stimulate introducing curriculum that focus on information technology and And this was created with the Brazilian Association of Internet, and it was built together with different specific institutions for learning of computer abilities in Brazil. And it's available now, and it was approved by the ministers, so it's already being used in Brazil. Of course, it's important to highlight that we need to integrate this as being a part of the national curriculum. I would invite Abranet to participate in this national process of converting these directives, because we don't need only to create directives, we need to implement them based on local policies. The educational networks, the national education councils need to incorporate this, and they can create consensus around these. So education needs to approve this. So it needs to put this into practice. People need to say, look, I'm going to follow this policy related to the public policy. And this can be created by the ministry that becomes a regulatory fact. But many times a regulatory fact, let's say, does not come from the right manner. It doesn't have the reach it needs to have. And that's why we need the support of you guys to help us and make it effective. That's why it's important for you. And Abranet is here. It's very important. This having specialists here, it's very important to keep up with the directives for the implementation of technology in our educational system. I will give you the text after that, and then we can sit down and create an understanding agenda so that we can all discuss this. So for those of you that are worried with this. So as you know, we are a state entity. We guide the national education system. We go through the different, and we're connected to the social net expansion. We are connected to the rights of individuals. We want to improve the policies that are already existing to expand rights. Another interface that is quite relevant is in the sector with Abranet, which we can build based on a recent resolution from the council, which would be the hybrid learning for high schools and for elementary school and for universities could expect information and technology in a larger amount, using pedagogical and important factors for the education to occur. We need to surpass the state, which in the learning phase, which is a content based on content. So a curriculum based on content. So the country is still creating professionals like it did in the 50s and 60s. So everybody sits on a classroom for 4.5 hours, and then they leave and they go home. Some teachers are better, some teachers are worse, some are more active, some teachers are worse. But this needs to end. People don't learn in their classroom. People learn different manners. Everybody learns by themselves. You don't have the participation of the youth in a university based on the tiring educational activities done in a content-ridden classroom, which reflect and go back 3 or 4 decades. So we have youth, we have great universities, we have great technology development done in Brazil that is known worldwide. But next to that research center, we have a classroom that is not working, that is working as if we were in the 1970s. So university is a time tunnel. Permanently, they go through different environments, and the classrooms, they go back to the 70s. The research environment reminds us of the future of what is to come, which is the production of scientific knowledge. This will not last if we don't have a succession of professionals for this. People who are over 60, like I am, they will present something worse. I don't know who will succeed them, who will continue what was done in the past. The new scientists were graduated at the right time. They revised their practices, their methodologies, and they were competitive. Brazil is the 15th country that produces knowledge in the world. It's phenomenal, considering the last 6 years of uninvestment, that occurred in education, and the carelessness of national value for our culture. Even then, we're 15th in terms of knowledge production. This circumstance needs to transmit to the knowledge as a whole. We need to create flexible capacities based on current models, new models. Technology is crucial in this regards. Technology and information technology is crucial in creating better, newer students. We need to reorganize the learning structure. We need to introduce new pedagogical systems, new ways of informing and training people. There's no way we can have classrooms like from the 7th, 8th university in the Fulbright. We received a grant from the Fulbright, and we visited the university in the U.S. Nobody has classrooms. They have rooms, but they don't have classrooms. They don't have rooms. They have rooms where student teachers discuss, but there is no there's no education like we have in Brazil. So or other countries that are much lower than Brazil. So let's stop thinking that we live in the past. We need to think about the future. And for this to occur, we need to have a marriage between technology and education. Education and technology need to go together so that we can change the results in learning from the beginning of the elementary school to the end of high school. Many schools don't have connectivity. In the northern Brazil, I won't even talk about, but connectivity is the first step. So we need to know what we're going to do with connectivity, what methodology, what pedagogical theories are we going to use, what is the quality of our teachers, how are they going to teach students based on connectivity. Recently, I'm sorry, I will end my talk now. Okay, I'm sorry. I every time I get a microphone, I'm always talking too much. I know it's a problem. But recently, I was I was part of the mathematical Olympics in Florianópolis, where we had 1,700 awards were given, medals were given. So 70% were from places where the living conditions were not appropriate for, and educational conditions were not appropriate for learning. How did they do it? Because it's a national Olympics, so it doesn't compare equal people. It compares unequal people in unequal situations, and between the unequal people, thousands receive gold medals, and these, of course, will have a future that is kind of ready, and it will be guaranteed by public policies. We need to, just like that, we need to have Olympics that insert people into the digital world, that would train them, so we can have IT Olympics so that children can understand that learning is a function, is a social function. So it's not mandatory. It's not forced down their throats. It's learning is a form of communication. So I'll end here, since we're talking about poverty.
There was an educator in Rio de Janeiro who said, here in Rio, children and youngsters from very early and tender age, they learn how to live the communities, lowering their heads. And they learn how to walk with their heads lower. These people, if they look, they can look militians or drug dealers in the eye, they can be killed. And the adults learned this the worst way. So they teach their children to leave the house with their heads lower. How could one child like this, who learn how to leave their houses and walk in the community, lowering their heads, how can they learn something? How can they actually get into a classroom and imagine themselves equal to others. And professor, how can the professor imagine that they are equal? So if inequality is not faced as an irrelevant matter, these people will not change their minds. If people who build public policies for education do not understand that, we'll keep having our past ahead of our future. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. I think we are all hungry. I promised that we would have the presence of all three powers here. So we'll now watch a video from Federal Representative Luisa Ganciani, who is the president of the Commission Science and Innovation in the Chamber of Representatives. Well, guys, this is Luisa Canziani, President of the Science and Technology Commission. I confess I have my heart with you. I'd like to be there with you. I'm sure it is successful, but I am on an international mission and we're not able to be present with you. But I'm recording this video to bring this message to you, to the event, and to greet President Carol, who is taking this mission a little while ago. But I know, Carol, that dedication, competence, and enthusiasm will not be missing. As women, we are very honored with your presence. And of course, we'll leave our commission available to you, available to Abranet, so that together we can build a more innovative country and with more opportunities. We believe that innovation is a major instrument of social transformation. That's why that through our work in the Commission, we have sought, together with the productive sector and the academia and the federal government and state government, we're trying to build this environment of legislative activity that is proper for us to have a simpler country, a less bureaucratic and more innovative, making an interlocution with the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, so that together we can implement public policies in our cities and in our states and also in our country. We have several topics that are very relevant that are being discussed currently. We have, for example, the regulation of intelligence or artificial intelligence, who will be protagonists in this discussion. And we're defending the creation of a special mixed commission between representatives and senators that we will discuss a discussion related to regulating artificial intelligence. We understand that, yes, obviously, we need to protect our citizens, to guarantee their rights and the principles that are part of our democratic state of law. But we cannot inhibit innovation. We need to protect the small and medium developers so that we can make innovation a major agent of transformation in Brazil. So for this, you can count always with our commission, with that Representative Luisa, and we'll build a Brazil of more opportunity through science, technology, and innovation. Thank you very much. All right, guys. Lunch will be served in a room right next to this, and then we'll come back at 2:00 for the second panel. degree needs to take part more and more of the economy of knowledge. I think this is our opening hand of some talent, and we hope in defense of others to go to the bakery. You
economy to bring a few words to us. If you don't have access to a network, hello, iPad.
also receive in real time indicators of ESG with social and environmental
For the future, this is an issue that is already in the past. What we are doing now is we're trying to take care of that, which is extremely
At
some
the favela,
hire more
problems. What
and also in our
A internet evoluiu. E o jeito que a gente usa a internet também. Antes era tudo pela tela, depois veio a telinha, e agora a internet está em tudo que é lugar. Encurta espaços, nos leva a outras dimensões e tem até seu próprio vocabulário. Cadê o sinal de 5G? Deixa pra lá, vou usar o Wi-Fi. Aliás, qual a senha do Wi-Fi? Tem um Wi-Fi 6? Preciso ir no banco, mas vou pelo app. Pronto, já fiz o Pix. Qual a próxima rede social que vai bombar? Me segue lá. Curtiu o podcast? Então dá um like e compartilha. Com a internet, todo mundo tem voz e acesso à informação, oportunidade de aprender, ensinar e colaborar. A internet evoluiu. E como? Inovou e continua inovando. Só para gravar esse vídeo, usamos 5 inteligências artificiais. E ele foi aprovado em uma reunião online. E o que mais vem por aí? Com certeza, mais inovação. Seja o que for, nós estaremos sempre juntos. Porque a Abranet e seus associados têm orgulho de serem protagonistas do crescimento ordenado, livre e democrático da internet brasileira. Desde 1996, sempre conectados.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would ask you all, please, to take your seats. Let's continue with our Congress. Let's wait for a minute or so until we begin. At Congress, so be it online, be it in person, we will continue with our program. Before we continue, I'd like to thank the companies who are supporting us. PagBank is our golden sponsor. Supporters PicPay and NickBR. Institutional supporters Abrazel, Advocacy Offices VMCA and XVV. The company Brava Telecom as the official internet company for the event. And finally, our official partners, Acadêmica, Convergência Digital, and Oficina Consultancy. I would also like to give you a good news for those of you that are here today in person. So at the end of this event, we will have a raffle so that some of you or one of you can be present, can be in the course of ITS, where you'll receive a voucher for an online course of short duration that is valid for 1 year. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Patricia Marins. I am of Sina Consultancy, and it's a huge pleasure for me to talk to you about our first panel for this afternoon. And in the midst of so many technological advances that we've heard of in the morning, and a question that I would have for you is, when do we need to regulate these innovations? There are so many questions, there's so many proposals made by the executive power, the legislative power for a regulation or for new technologies, either by decrees or bills. And these are the topics that are most in vogue currently. According to Future of Money, we are going through the regulation, an increase in regulation in Latin America, exponentially speaking. According to informations, we expect that 10.2% of the world population will already has digital assets. And Latin America is the 7th larger market for cryptocurrencies in the world. Between June in 2021 and June 22, 1 year, citizens from Latin America purchased about $562 billion in cryptocurrencies. In order for us to understand this discussion a little bit more, I would ask Natalia Curi, who is going to be our moderator for our next panel. Natalia. Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. We will have now a little bit less than an hour for our next panel. I think this is, oh, we'll have an hour 15. It's 2:05, so it says we're going to have over an hour. So this discussion is maybe the most exciting one for this afternoon. Lots of people came to talk with me before this panel. So I'm going to ask our colleagues to come forth. Would you please? Of course, there are many different experiences here. We have the financial market and then different opinions here. So here I want Leandro Villain, who is currently Oliver Women. He has a lot of experience of bank products and management with clients. He has an engineering degree by the University of Rio de Janeiro and an administration degree by COPEAD, and also has a specialization in London's Business School and a finance by PUC Rio. Please, Vander. Okay, and also Priscila Faro is a fintechs of Mercado Livre regulatory legal director. She's also a consultancy in banking and financial areas. She has a master's by Fordham University. And we also have João André Calvino Marques Pereira. He's the Chief Department of Regulation of the Financial System. He's responsible for coordinating projects related to regulation of the financial system. Before, in the central bank, he was Chief of Staff of the Regulatory Director. He has a doctor's and a master's degree in finance by FGV, and is a mechanical engineer by the University of Brasilia. Welcome. And Andres Sonnenberg. He works at MIPOPI. He's a professional with over 20 years of experience in digital channels, banks, and information technology. He's worked with Citibank, HSBC, JP Morgan, and also other startups. Has been responsible for important projects related to internet mobile banking. Today, he is in a working group working with MIPOPI. So, Andre, please. Okay. And we also have a person that couldn't be here today because of silence by the central bank. Yesterday we had this, so we had our interest rate was announced. Roberto Campos wasn't able to be here because of that, but he left a message for us to open our panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a huge pleasure for us to be part of the third Congress for Internet. It's created with Abranet, together with IBC. So we live in a moment of without precedence in this financial system. And this contest of innovation, Central Bank of Brazil has implemented a huge agenda of implementation of BC REST. The objectives include amplifying the banking inclusion, increase competitiveness by the reduction of barriers to entry, viabilize the monetization of data, and tokenization of financial assets and contracts. Over the last few years, the central bank has implemented many different projects of this innovation agenda. Instant PIX, payment, and open finance. Aside from this, we have other projects that are ongoing with modernization of the banking and monetary exchange. And this is part of an integrated agenda for the development of our financial system for the future. And over the next few months and years, we will have other advances with the integration of projects that will begin initially separately, and then now they'll be more and more integrated. As a result of this project, and we visualize a future where people will use more and more a single app that will aggregate informations and services from different financial sectors. The central bank believes that technology is one of the biggest allies that we have to guarantee a financial system that is more efficient and to promote the financial integration of the population. To conclude, I would highlight that the central bank considers of huge importance the topic of this panel. It tries to discuss how finances in the digital area can help us build a future that is more inclusive. I would like to wish you all a wonderful panel. Thank you very much. Thank you, Betão. Wonderful. So let's begin. In order to open our panel that has the objective to talk about regulation and how to create an inclusive future, would like to bring forth for this conversation is that we don't need to necessarily have a future that is inclusive. We already have a present that is inclusive. 85% of people, of adults in Brazil, are already digitalized. We have some form of account in a bank so that you have an idea. So it's 1 billion accounts that are opened currently for 200 million. That means that we have about 5 accounts per person. So digitalization, which 5 years ago was something we wished for because Brazil was one of the countries which had the lowest level of banking. It was something of the past. The inclusion that we desired in the past has already occurred. So on average, we have about 3 credit cards per person, which makes us more in debt, of course, if we don't have financial education to support this. Of course, what we like to bring forth is not only the fact about inclusion, but the quality of inclusion. And then the regulatory topic, the tokenization, blockchain issues, protection of information and data, it comes to mind. Every participant here has a lot to contribute to this debate. So I will begin first talking to Leandro. So we had a report from Oliver Wind that talking about open banking in Brazil, which is in this phase, but it's been going very well, of course. There's some delays, of course, but it's surprising how we've been able to implement open banking, right? So in your opinion, and based on this Oliver Wyman report, which would be the main obstacles today? We know all the main parts of open banking, but what, in your view, what could hinder the use of open banking in its full potential? Natalia, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. It's a wonderful experience to be here. We at Norman Wyman, we've been traveling this road for over 6 years, this open finance road. So what I've been saying is, over this time, Brazil has been one of the countries that has been most ambitious in terms of timelines, in terms of scope of data. It was ambitious. It was the desire that Brazil had in the beginning. And of course, with the size of the scope, with the size of this ambition, we've been going in 2024. We've been already in the 4th phase, of course, in this phase of implementation. We're talking about 2 or 3 years of implementation. Brazil has had an open finance despite all the technical issues, and we're going to talk about this a little bit ahead. But aside from these technical issues, Brazil has had over 3 years in this implementation phase, because we spent maybe 2 years in implementing and creating the governance infrastructure decisions, which were a little bit more pillars. The implementation and the development of the implementation lasted a little bit more than 3 years. We have had this moment to do. We did this in what the UK, which was the benchmark, did in less in 5 years. So without a doubt, again, we've had our problems, yes. We have technical problems. It's not an infrastructure that is very simple, easy to be implemented. We're talking about billions and billions of data informations that are put from point to point in terms of transmission of data connections. This is a process that is of continuous improvement, but without a doubt, we've been reaching a level of about 3.7 billion calls a month. João here is correcting me, 4 billion calls a month, which without a doubt, makes Brazil a vanguard in relation to any other country in terms of open finance. But because of all this aggressivity, because of all this ambition Brazil has had, and I'm talking about in a positive sense, this ambition in a positive sense that Brazil moving ahead, it's obvious that all the technical issues has had. Of course, everyone has had implementations, and problems are part of this, part of technology. This is part. Yeah, maybe we need to even pray, right? Sometimes you pray, and not even then it works. Yeah, we don't even, maybe that doesn't even solve the problem. So this has happened. And we have had the need to redo things that in the past we did. We had different versions. We had different improvements in the process. We improved the journeys of of clients. But in 2023, 2024, we are beginning to mature, consolidate a new phase of how we can use this data. How can we now process the system? How can we increase the information and increase the use of that using artificial intelligence, using analytics processing, creating products? We still haven't seen in a very tangible manner products essentially that are being offered to the clients. We haven't seen them because of course, obviously, technical staff, technical bodies are focused on creating an infrastructure. And starting now, maybe the next 20 months, we'll begin to see a multiplicity of these cases in a more tangible manner. Okay, we're going to talk about that a little bit more. And I think we have an agenda that is quite innovative in Brazil, right? We don't look at it with a positive view of what we're doing right, of developing the speed of implementation of open finance, and even the power that all the stakeholders have in this market to make sure that this is actually a reality. We borrowed from influences from the UK that began it, then we went through Germany. Everyone has its particularity, but in Brazil, and I think that this is a characteristic that we have had maybe a little bit more top down because of the institution of the central bank, which brought this as a positive agenda in our country. And then positively speaking, the market embraced this. So we wanted to talk to you, Pri. In which way these innovations, not only PIX, but open finance, in the stage that we are at, which way did the market, the hybrid market, the number of calls has been used? Because we're talking about here about the point of view of the technology, but in practice, what changed in the business? Mercado Pago, which is an online site similar to eBay. Thank you, Abranet. Thank you for your question. It's always an honor to be here to talk a little bit about open finance. This is a topic that we enjoy talking about significantly, not only at Abranet, but as the Mercado Pago also. I was talking to João André before. We are always defending this. We have a team that's dedicated to this. And Abranet, Bipag, and Camaranet understand this. We are part of the council that we discussed in the morning. We are the consultant and the counselor, which is happening now. The meeting is here. I'm not participating in the meeting right now, but disclaimer that it needs to be said. Nothing that I say here is the opinion of the council. All opinions expressed here are mine individual opinions. But going back to our experience in the company, the challenge that we have had since we are receiving the information, and Mercado Pago also has information of its own, and it's one of the greatest, which is quite impressive. Our ecosystem in open finance we are already participant, that is a voluntary participant. We wouldn't be forced, mandated to participate. Well, we do participate. And the challenge that we have had is to use this information to bring more services to the client and in a way that it would benefit a little bit more. This is a premise for open finance, and this was the information that we had. We would make sure the client would be more sure, making sure that his relationship is not only done through one company, but with one bank, but with others. So there's the possibility of having this information in a consolidated way and aggregating to this, to an additional service. Oh, do this, oh, do that. How to better use your investment, your money, where do you invest, etc. This is the future. I don't know if this is the way it's supposed to be, how we would want things to be, but we have had significant advances. Today we can already, with Mercado Privado, Mercado de Crédito, we can give loans based on open finance information system. We already do this in a customized way. So this is already a reality, and we have a significant number of clients that borrow, that consumers or producers based on the information on open finance, and we have specific credit line for them, and this is already an advantage for them. And we have over a million consentments that have been offered, or loans that have been offered based on the informations from our clients. Was it a billion? Maybe it's a billion. I'll confirm this data. Yeah, billion, right? Yes, because it changes significantly. So the number, I'm afraid it might have increased there, right? So we do have, and we have felt this evolution in relation to this, and we believe, and talking here about financial inclusion, that open finance will be a significant tool, just like PIX, our banking payment system, and open finance will also have this ability to make clients more conscientious about their loans. And it's important also to highlight, I don't know if this will be a question about this, PIX had a transformative power. Everybody knows that. We have talked about this significantly, but it's not the only motivator of this. We've seen that the use of credit cards has also increased over the last 10 years. We have had an increase in the number of cell phone use for financial transactions that are done online, and this has been also significant. And we also have had the regulatory aspect, which have improved over the last few years. So adding these different factors allowed for the market to evolve the way it is today. This growth in the means of payment and electronic systems. And open finance comes at the end of this in a way to consolidate all of this and to empower the client. Thank you, Bri. If you if you want to ask questions, oh, great, thank you. So if you guys want to send questions to us, I will interchange whenever, if the topic is appropriate, I will ask questions. And these things are very interesting. With the financial inclusion, can it cause indebtedness? Can we use the data to help control and help the use of Mipopi app? First time I heard about, maybe 6 years ago, I understood that we were in the midst of a financial revolution, which maybe it was the last financial revolution, maybe which before this was the GPS, because the GPS allowed us to how we move in the world. The world was not the same after GPS. Today you can order food online because of GPS. Today we can connect to someone on Tinder because of GPS. So open finance has the same ability to change how the world operates from now on, because we can track financial data in real time, no matter where this data is, and we could do the best possible with this data. We can direct this individual, the person that doesn't have access to financial education, to have a better decision-making process in order to improve their lives. So I thought that this solution would allow people to improve their financial lives, and then I called this crazy Andre, and then Andre actually helped and began this. Thank you. First of all, thank you for allowing me to be here. Thank you for the invitation. So the app has been just launched the beginning of this year. After the redesign of Mipopi, it has the intention of improving the financial stability of companies, of people. And the strategy that we've been using is to use the methodology of Mipopi, which save us, kind of. The challenge is to digitally transform people so that people can have and use this in the app. As a priority, we began with investment, with a partnership that we established with Genial. And looking at technically speaking, we implemented with them as an investment as a service where we interact with the client and the client interacts with the app. And then on the back end, we have Genial Investments to do the investments and returns. Two topics I'd like to kind of discuss be the innovation related to in the app, which talks about investments via PIX. Maybe we are one of the first ones to do this, actually. The client is able to create a QR code and pay this through PIX and pay this anywhere, and the investment is done fluidly. And this is directly connected to the mobilization of investments. These are the first steps for this. And the second innovation, which we think of, is that we put artificial intelligence and we were able to train it based on, of course, it's based on ChatGPT, and all content of Mipopi is in it, and we were able to put part of the personality of Natalie, and recommendations are made through artificial intelligence, and also kind of um, uh, give good feedback and bad feedback about their people's investments. Talking a little bit about the futures, the idea is for us to insert new financial products. Basically, we have fixed rates products, but this is a journey, this is an evolution for other investments in soon.
Next week we'll apply the treasure directly. And then speaking about the finance, with the maturing of the open finance, the idea with that we insert is there are some management, uh, some spending management applications to improve the financial lives of people. Well, thank you, Andrea. But speaking about regulation, that was a point that Priscilla brought up. Let's direct the question to João André, because recently there was a new regulation, resolution number 6 of 2023, right? No, not really. Okay. Added a joint resolution 6/2023, sharing the ideas of fraud and the creation of banks. What calls our attention is the progression that has the volume of frauds in Brazil from 3 years up to date. It doubled the financial volume directed to fraud. I wanted you to explain what this regulation means and how it protects all the points of the ecosystem. What does it change and what still lacks for us to have a more protected environment? Well, first of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation to be part of the table. It's always important to have enough room to talk and to talk about the agenda and mention how things are being seen in the market. We're always concerned, indeed, in generating conditions with plenty of development, healthy development, everything we see, applications, artificial intelligence, allowing that everyone has a Natalia to talk to you individually when you're going to do something in your life. But this is very important, this type of thing in a future financial system. But you touched upon a very important point. This resolution 2023, with the whole digital evolution and the issue of the growing use of cell phone and all this information flowing, we have also the issue of the hackers, the criminals who take advantage of this movement and specialize to harm the citizen. So today, as we see the growth of the whole evolution, the digital evolution, we see the frauds growing as well. This is a relevant problem because it affects the client, the user of the financial system. Not that this is a prudential issue. This is not something that we see that breaks the financial system. But this is something that bothers a lot because it is a consumer issue and it affects the trustworthiness. You're talking about availability of your money. You deal with the trustworthiness of the client. Yeah, this is the channel of systemic risk. This is the channel of trustworthiness. That's why central bank deals this as a priority. We had several measures along the time. We can remember about a year ago, we had a norm talking about the hours of the system, considering the night periods, and the whole issue of the machine. We had several criminals using credit card machines to fraud accounts. And this is also very inclusive because we have to consider the opening of accounts. A major evolution we had was the opening of accounts, a remote digital account. This revolutionized the market, and it wouldn't be possible, all this inclusion that was very relevant, if we didn't have this possibility of the person through a cell phone very briefly open a prepaid or current account. So this has been part of our processes to avoid stealing of information, or in an attempt to make conscious the phishing, because people communicate through social medias, and these attacks are constant on the social medias. And one of the measures that were taken by the central bank was the sharing of fraud information. Sometimes a fraudster is able to remove all value of the crime, and when that is over, he goes to another one, and so forth. So he's able to affect a series of institutions. So the best way in this process is in information exchange, in a cooperational movement. In fact, this is a cooperation strategy where everyone gains. We established this mandatory issue to share this information with a few characteristics there. Information on the account owner, on the account. So we have some basic data that allow this sharing, and that the whole financial system will have access to. So this is to improve the fraud management. In case of a criminal who is able to open and execute a fraud or any crime using a current account, very briefly he is captured, and in tempest, the harm would be eliminated right at the beginning. This is the objective of the norm. We have a deadline for the implementation of this rule. This is a private basis of information. This will have to be built by the market. We have some suppliers. But anyways, this is wide open. Since the bases talk to one another, because it is a major center of information to fight this fraud. This will be used by the central bank, and will be used by other authorities of public security, but more especially by the financial system. Well, thank you. Now, going to another field of discussion before we talk about these other hot topics. We'd like to talk more about the positive points that this overture and the volume of data brings us. The question is for you. We have a volume of data, even though the open finance is being followed. The dynamics is okay. Besides, I actually indicate you to read the report. This is very relevant. But my doubt is, even though we have this inclusion for 1 billion open accounts, I was reading the more recent central bank report. People who gain less than 2 minimal wages end up paying the highest interest tax. And we're always in that short blanket. It sells more because it's fresh, or it is fresh because it sells more. Do they pay higher taxes, or do they pay higher taxes because it is an advantage? But for sure, 700% more expensive than those who have higher income does not help. But with the question is, with this volume of data, what still justifies such a high interest rate and the second highest spread in the world? What still justifies this high spread in Brazil? Well, this is a very simple question because there is a very simple equation to solve it. Brazil presents a characteristics that are very different from other places in the world. If you go to a European country, you have the bureaus of credit with enormous maturity along the last years. Everyone here knows. You go to the United States and you have the score of credit when positive. If you delay the payment of an account, they will talk to one another. Look, my score is harmed because I am a little late with an account with the payment of an account or payment of a bill. But in Brazil, it doesn't work this way. Our culture is, and I'm not going to get into the merit, but we never had a positive bureau. What we have had in the past, I don't know how long ago, maybe I was not born, or wasn't born yet, but we decided to use a blacklist model in which you get into a negative list where you remain there for 5 years, and after 5 years you are removed of this list. And when you enter in this blacklist, you don't have the visibility of the reason why he got there. So you might be adding, or you might be mixing, blending people who were just late, 10 days late in the payment of a bill. But you have additional services that you lose. But to get even worse, we cannot forget that Brazil presents an informal market. We have 40 million people who work in the informal market. I always use this example. Application drivers, they need to exchange cars, and they come and say, oh, they can get a monthly wage of 6, 7, or 8,000 reais. And there are others who make only 2. How do you differentiate one from another? So it generates in Brazil a very complex context that we call information asymmetry, which is taking credit through information that are not public for those who are donating credit. While this asymmetry happens, it is a gigantic challenge in Brazil to issue credit. But you're talking about data, and so the connection and the availability of this data, we still haven't got to this critical mass. Something is about 20 million consents for the market of about 110 million people, economically active people. If you observe, this is still a very small fraction facing the whole. I think this will gain maturity along the time, but we haven't reached this critical mass status. Once we get it, the amount of people who are authorizing the sharing of this information need to have a second stage of the treatment and maturity of the credit algorithms. If a financial institution A receives the information that application driver is having a revenue of so and so percent in those months, you need to build a historic to know if that revenue was punctual or if it was an average. But for these guys to make 6 or 7, 8,000 reais is normal, but they spend 10,000, so it becomes a problem. So you need to see how they open accounts in other banks, and I think the one who comes to develop the problem is this. Well, it seems to be it's worthwhile to get the example of Mercado Livre. How many clients use Mercado Livre in Brazil? Millions, right? Yeah, well, we can get the data for you later. It wasn't on our script, but which way Mercado Livre uses this data to be able to offer credit and simplify and protect both who buys as well as who sells. Well, just to give you an idea, today at Mercado Livre, at each 1 second are conducted about 230 transactions at the same time. So we have this possibility of knowing very well the profile of the seller and the buyer, and we have very important information, very valuable information, which make possible to help these two people. We have thousands of families who depend exclusively on the sales that are carried out at the Mercado Livre platform. There is a major social issue in there. And the Open Finance comes to help, to contribute in this information. Because now we have the idea of the whole. And as I mentioned in the first panel, we have been granting loans based on information brought up by the institution. This needs authorization, of course, but there is a dominance, a major dominance with regards to this type of service, because it is an innovation brought up by Open Finance. It helps the PIX information through the initiation skills, but we have been using it not only to add information to the client, but also to improve the experience of a regular purchase information, depending on the plurality of instruments. This is also very important. We see this as a important factor. But I'd like to make one interesting point with regards to all of this. It is that what was said about the debting and how it has grown, we understand that PIX is excellent, is an excellent tool. We have incredible results. I talked about this in many other presentations. Our sellers who decided to accept PIX, they had improved their sales in about 27%. This was just an increment beyond what other families, what other institutions were used. So just through the PIX, he already increased 57% in his revenue. Open Finance, through the initiation and checkout, made a lot of difference. This is actually valid for all e-commerce. Now, this could add to everyone, and to avoid this, and this is present in everywhere, pretty much everywhere, in all regions of a certain place. So this is also financial inclusion, because it contributes somehow with this financial inclusion. Now, to have this plurality of tools, we know that PIX will bring new functionalities. We know that PIX could be installments, could be in different modes. But we also would like to take the opportunity to bring the issues of cards. A lot has been said about the billing or the rotational or something that could. We know this is important to be assessed in this context, but we need to be very careful with its causes, because it might affect the solution. If we aim the wrong issue, this might worsen the current scenario. We have heard frequently mentioning that the main villain of the high interest is the parcel without no interest. But we have a totally different view. We believe that one thing has nothing to do with the other one. We are afraid that what is really harming the installment payment without interest is a form of social inclusion, when you see who uses this tool here in Brazil. So they might even cause, because any operation that will in cause might bring a very negative bias, because this parcel of the population will be thrown to the credit card or whoever gives the credit. And this will be subject to much higher interest rates than it would be through an anticipation or anything. I believe that these factors are important for us to understand, because if we limit the if we if we leave this out, we'll remove a tool from the client. So we understand that all instruments of payment, if they want to live together with one another, it might be competitively and interesting. This will bring inclusion. So we are very concerned about this topic. Recently, we saw an interview on this, because they have the same view. So I think this is part of a whole. We're talking about indebtedness, and this is a very interesting moment to place these systems in the agenda.
Yeah, I agree with you. Every time we try to solve systemic problems which are complex in a simple manner, we will probably attack the wrong enemy, the wrong opposition. It's very difficult to solve a systemic problem of indebtedness or interest rates looking at the specific tool. The problem is that we have a problem with income. While we don't receive this problem, while we don't deal with this gigantic inequality in Brazil, if we close our eyes, turn a blind side to this, we need to face this, and we need to include all different actors to work together so that we can have a solution for this problem. I have a question here that how can open finance help diminish inequality, social inequalities? So let's ask you, you're in GT, right? And you're looking at all the different solutions. We see that you will have different solutions, but also I also see that there's the need to remodel business. Today we have the financial market, and basically it's based on credit, and now we're talking about the insustainability of credit. We don't have money. We have limits, we have cards, we have limits that are spread out, and we have the information that we have 3 cards per person, be the person solvent or not. But what's important is for us to sell credit, and the logic is for you to have your own card. The market wants everybody having cards. It doesn't matter if the person has guarantees, if they will be able to pay for the bill, or if they have other 4 or 5 cards under their belt. But at this point, I think maybe we need new business models in our financial market. And I would like to know and understand a little bit more, how could open finance work for these new business models? A market. I believe in the creation of an aggregator, like it was mentioned by Roberto in the beginning of the lecture here. And we want to create aggregators that are associated to and of course these aggregators are companies, which would allow us to capture financial information from clients and aggregate to these companies. We would have financial education. I think that would be the solution for the improvement of the living standards of people. I think large aggregators that will, together with open finance and consentments, receive information of financial activity of people, and then work with this information and apply intelligence and apply and financial intelligence to incentivize people to spend less, to save more, to have other sources of income. I think open finance has a role in this regards, because it allows for these aggregators work the data so that they can have improve the financial lives of people. We have a migration here. We're changing topics. Does anyone else want to add to this in terms of business models? Do you see other solutions, Leandro? Joao, I agree. I believe we have a consultant to help people. That would be extremely important and be easy. It would be as easy as using your phone. Just to add to what was put before and looking at other models that we have had in the past, it's not only the financial aspect that is builds character and behavior, Internet of Things and things like that. If you add to this and then see where what you do, what people do. I know it's a big brother situation, but monitoring you all over, but and the accessibility of this information is quite sensitive. But I see that this would be the base of the behavior of individuals. This would help the person to improve their behavior so that we can have a reduction on their credit, improvement of their credit score, and improve their income. And we see that as the, and soon we will have this available to everyone. And about this, we have lots of questions related to CBDC. The people are scared that, be it something that is more a conspiracy theory or not, that how will the government be able to track us based on the digitalization and the traceability of money? Today we're already tracked, right? Our numbers don't lie. 98% of the money that's circulated already occur virtually, and traceability already occurs. But what is done? What is being done in terms of the citizen so that he or she is guaranteed protection in terms of data protection, in terms of their privacy of the use of their money? How can we guarantee that the privacy is maintained for the individual? So let me start. It's important for us to identify that the model of digital real, which the central bank is defending, the model that is being defended, is completely different than the traditional models of CBDCs. First of all, I see discussions related to this, and I see that it's based on ignorance of what is actually occurring. In Brazil, the central bank already stated that we are using the tokenization of the deposit, not more, not less than receiving a token of a deposit that is done in a financial institution. Your deposit that is in a financial institution will continue to be a deposit. No rules are changed. No obligations are changed in terms of guarantees of FGC or in terms of compulsories, in terms of anything else. The rules are the same. The deposit is still continues to be deposited in your financial institution, but the only difference that you have is that the money will be sterilized in the institution, and then you'll have a token at hand. With this token, you'll do many different transactions. It's as simple as that. When you do the transactions, these transactions will be digital and they will follow the same processes that you already have. When it's the same thing as you sending a Pix to other people. It's traceable to prevent money laundering, etc. But it's not because it's traceable that the government is going to use this information for its own gain. The information, the environment which is being chosen for blockchain, which is technically speaking, and one of the worries and one of the characteristics that we have had is exactly the confidentiality and the safety of security of information. Even though it's an environment in blockchain, that does not mean that all information will be public. Absolutely not. They will be closed in an environment that is controlled, regulated by the central bank itself. In terms of protection and regulation, the universe that we have, ChatGPT already has, this was a huge victory, but we still see hacking, we still see leaks, and millions of personal information is being leaked, and based exactly on what has happened over the last few years, mass data leaks, and what changes have been occurring, how will the citizen be able to feel safe in terms of regulations so that they are protected? Is it better then to just protect your own data, to see maybe the private sector should build more security companies? Look, data leak has always been a problem. After GPD, we already had more accessibility, and that's the great transformation. because we have had the general law for data protection in Brazil, which inspect this, the companies responsible for the leaks are now held responsible for the communication that before we didn't have. So since we don't know what we don't know, before we used to have leaks, we didn't even know about it. We didn't even, but now the law, after the general law of data protection, and we know. And before they used to be commercialized. The data was sold, bought and sold, right? Now, before you can buy it on the street of São Paulo, you can buy data related to, I don't know if the data bank was true or not, but you can buy data banks. You could buy, but not anymore. But when you have leaks, now you have the legal obligation to guarantee that the communication reaches the consumers so that they take notice of this. And now the difference that you know, starting in that, now you know the leak has occurred, but how do you make it so the leak doesn't occur anymore? Let's step back. I'm sorry. We're talking about data protection here, which have improved and is improving significantly. We talked about invisibility, the treatment of information before this. And going back, the financial market, we have always had information about this. We have a cybersecurity regulation which was very rigorous, and I talked about leaking, and we have very few leaks in the financial market. And this has always been badly seen, and this has always been a priority of the central bank, and this has only increased over time. And just to remind you that aside from the law, we have the law related to banks. If this is a crime, if a company, if it allows, especially in the financial market, if it allows people to have access to it. So in relation to the information, it has always been extremely rigorous. With the general law for data protection, this has been extremely important because the issue has an implication for the economic market, and this is extremely important. But again, technologically speaking, this is important. We have information sharing and fraud is extremely important to deal with information at its origin, but there are a series of actions that are taken. But in the financial market, we are very rigorous. That goes much beyond of what the law stipulates. The relation and is constantly being revised. That is always followed in our regulatory body. Then we have inspections that are done no matter how big or how small the institution is. Yeah, we have lots and lots of questions about betting sites. I think this is a phenomenon that we have had over the last few years. And this is something that is quite evident, even though regulation around betting and is not allowed, but betting sites are. So I will just ask you that, and then I'll go on this side again, because people are asking. So the question that we have is there anything related to a regulation? Because there is the regulation occurred, but maybe they would be important for us to learn why. Why do we have websites, betting sites? Because people are dealing with betting apps as if it were a means to make money. So what can a citizen do? Are you asking me? Oh, geez. This is difficult for me to answer because it's completely out of my league. Well, we've been always defending, and I will always have a transference, a payment, or something related to this. But it goes through the financial market, so we do have rules that need to be followed. We have laws related to money laundering, etc. We will have monitoring in regards to this. But betting itself and money people make out of this, and we do have discussions in Congress related to this, I think something has been approved, but it's very difficult for the central bank. We don't have the reach to, and we have a limit to what we can and cannot do. We deal with institutions, we deal with financial markets to deal, so it's a little bit out of our reach. But things related to financial market, they do go through our regulation. We look at the origin of the resource. We try to analyze it, and in cases where something is a little bit more suspicious, related to a crime, money laundering, etc., this will need to be dealt with appropriately. I have another question here, maybe to Patch. Since any person can open an account and get uh, a loan, what is being done to protect people from borrowing, over borrowing? Is there anything that is being done? Since you participate in Abranet and you have an important role in this, maybe you can answer as Mercado Libre, which is like eBay, or you can answer like you yourself. Not anyone can open an account. We are very careful so that we onboard digital, that onboard and digital aspects that we are mentioned. This is very important. We follow all the rules. We follow good practices. We are very careful of what the person declares. So people can open accounts. Okay, fine. Everyone in fintech follows the same rule, but also the law brings us many different criterias to be used and cares that need to be taken to mitigate the risk of over-indebtedness. We're always very clear with our clients. The tariffs have to be clearly stated. The interest rates have to be very clear for the client. And this is done in a simplified manner. And the language, again, language is extremely important, so we do clarify. Of course, we have terms and conditions that nobody reads. As a lawyer, we get extremely frustrated with this because we spend hours and days doing them, but we know people don't read them. But it's no use for it to put the information there. We know that the information that is most important is the one that we put and then when they are actually making a decision. So we are extremely careful with regards to that, and there are norms related to that we observe. And aside from the regulatory aspects that we are subjected to, we also have, like I mentioned before, general guidelines to how to use effectively. We give graphs of all the spendings that they have had, how they are doing. So we do give this information. Look, you're spending too much here, you're spending a lot with food, and you're spending a lot with clothes, with utensils, or with appliances. So we are growing in this regard. We're informing them about, look, these are what you're spending with, so that they have the understanding of what they're actually spending money on. This is a little bit a result of the open finance. It's not just the universe of Mercado Pago. I'm talking also about having access to information and when you have access to information of the client, you can you can help the person understand what they're spending money on. They're spending too much money on something that they should be saving money on. So this intelligence already occurs today. We have been able to identify what their spending is. And in terms of credit, we do give them tools that are detailed in a language that is very accessible. We deal with people that aren't related to the financial market, so you can't use financial terms. And we do put this in contracts because this is mandatory. We have to use a language that is accessible. But when they are we put bullet points so they understand very clearly what they have. And these are the tools that we've been using. And with the law related to over-indebtedness, we're more conscientious of this. We do have trainings done. We have events that are held. We have Meli Experience last year, and there was a panel that was only related to financial education. So we do try to and have these. And Abranet is an example of this, and we're always trying to talk about this. And we have had other events done in the past with the financial sector, and we are constantly worried about this and with the financial market. So I don't know if I answered the question. Yeah. Would you like to add? Yeah, I would like to kind of poke you. Indebtedness, of course, everybody has this under the radar. No one it's not good for anybody to have people that are in debt. This is an effect that goes against the institution because the person will lack payment. Nobody's against this. However, all of us, society as a whole, we have to ask ourselves what tools are available for the financial market, for financial institutions. When we talked about last time, we would have a positive bureau. We had a bill in Congress that discussed this. The final result of this was not the one that the financial market wanted. It was half, so the information aren't necessarily positive, and this affects the client at the end. So open finance is important, but it's one tool. It's one additional step. Brazil still needs to have a structure that is more robust. We need legal security is still not very firm. If you have a small company and they are part of a lawsuit, and you have the issue related to judicialization of it. So just to kind of to impound a car, just to repo a car, you need to go to court. It costs about, and there are about 700,000 file lawsuits in court, and it takes 18 months at least for you to repo a car. So if you go online and you put vehicles, you have cars that are bought and sold between people, even though they're not legally owned.
Well, these issues of lack of guarantees, access to information, public information. If a client authorized access to his data, for example, at the federal revenue, this is a wish of the consumer. A small company, the financial system does not have the information today, so we lack. This is a challenge that we launch to think whether or not we have the correct tools. As Priscilla said, you invested a ton of money trying to place the best tools in to be useful, but we still have a major asymmetry of information in Brazil, and at the end of the day, it actually harms the consumer. But João, please, just to complement Leandro, the agenda of the central bank comes into this sense. We have a whole agenda of reducing the asymmetry of information. The Bureau of Credit was altered, and now we are beginning to have this information. All of this is happening right now. We cannot say that we do not have, because things are happening. The Bureau of Credit is happening. We have the positive information without the opt-in, that, and now with non-financial information, plus more major telephone and energy companies. This is a lot of. A lot of things have been done with regards to juridical security, but many other actions were taken. For example, credit card receivables, in an attempt to build something that is hefty enough and easy to be carried out and easy to be used in a credit operation for small entrepreneurs that are inside the agenda. But we have several issues that are today a reality, and the maturing of all of these will yield positive results. Since we are in the field of problems, because things don't work as well as we would like to work. I'd like to know from Andre, what are the challenges of the use of data today? We went through a few difficulties because our intention was always to collect the data the best way possible, the data of this client, to be able to provide the suggestions that make the most sense towards a better financial life. And even if the open finance is walking pretty nice, we went to Crawley, now it's regulated, but there is still a major difficulty to treat this data. I'd like you to explain to us why this and what are the obstacles you find in your daily routine, and how this data come to you, and what are the challenges. Well, the challenges are several from point to point. If we talk about a big data scenario where we receive information, we process information and generate information with added value, the problems are in all points. We have the non-regulated open finance today. We have a bad experience for the client. We have to give them a PIN number. Each bank generate information on a different way, without any way to generate a unified basis that makes sense and can be processed by an intelligence system. Even in the open finance, is this? Yes. In the non-regulated, yes. On the regulated, is that there is a syntax that is being followed, but the semantics is still bad. The content of the information is still going through improvement. Some banks are ahead of others, but there is a variety. Well, for people to understand, syntaxes, yeah, on an internet language. Do we speak the same? Yeah, it means that everybody's saying the same thing, but one in English, the other one in Mandarin, the other one in Portuguese. Yeah, the format that was requested in the message is the same, but the content of the information, the content of the message is not the same. It happens because the banks actually sped up to deliver the first format of the message, but the content was not the same. But our expectation is that this will improve. This will improve. In our working groups, we have some of them who are just concerned about the quality of the information, and this front has yielded a lot of good results. Maybe in the next few months, we'll have major advancements in the quality of the data. All right, we have a question here. I will throw it. Please let me say something. This is interesting. We could actually spend the whole day talking about this. But since you're dealing with client data, I personally, at Oliver Wyman, I talk very much to my team that takes care of the open finance. And we try to work on this in creating into some type of indicator. Nothing better than having indicators. If I was able to create an indicator that measure the quality of the data of institution A, and this would be wonderful. This is the dream, because I'll have the report, I have the control dash, but the problem is that you're dealing with the client data, and these data are confidential. And let's say you're talking about Andre. Since you look at the format, it's okay, but the quality is not okay. In thesis, I would have someone to be able to read this information. But the reading of this information is secret. So you would have the hen's egg discussion. But my team is actually very much dedicated to this, trying to find a way to measure this quality. How do I transform this into a very quantitative and qualitative? Yeah, but the problem is in the exit of the data. Even if it is, I should have an indicator to measure it. And how do we do it? This is the technical difficulty. This is mega complex. But this, what we have in terms of improvement today, without affecting the quality. Well, undoubtedly, this really happens. It is not possible to create. This is not nice. This is paramount. There is a whole team dedicated to this. I know there is a major difficulty. This gives a lot of problem in the exit, in the central bank, pressing this exit, because we have access to this information, and this is what is going to be dealt with. And there is a whole discussion on the process of monitoring. Of course, we're talking about stage one. We have but the quality of this data will be measured somehow, and we need to give the proper responsibilities for the things to happen. But this learning curve was very fast, and this is a long-term project, very difficult. As André said, the people had to fulfill this, and there is a lot of difficulty for the whole implementation. So first they do it, and then they think about what to do. So they are actually doing this for some benefit, for the benefit of everyone. We actually are running out of time, but I'd like to make a final comment. We're talking about agenda, and in the central bank, we are very much devoted to this. You charged me about the problems and frauds and look into this, and we have also a team dedicated to this at the central bank. We are very competent at this, but this has been done fiercely. But one of the risks for this whole agenda and everything that is going on, we see the dismantlement of the whole institution. I will briefly comment about this issue. This is relevant for the central bank. First of all, our workers are very limited. In the last 10 years, just to give an idea, you are asking about frauds and leakage of information. We have we had 1,100 people 10 years ago. Now we have 600 people dedicated to this. Complexity is much greater. So we have been without any public tender for 10 years. So from these 600 people, 30% will retire next year. So this is, on the other side, we have the issue of the devaluation of the career. This is a different treatment that has to be done. What is going on today is a strong movement in favor of this, the end of this asymmetry, so that we're able to continue this whole agenda and all these issues. Sorry, I took a little bit of your time, but this is important. We are public servants and we have to serve the society. All right, thank you. Well, since we are closing the panel, I'll ask you to close this with a little bit of creativity from each one of you. We talked very much about problems, and for us to be able to close this talk in a higher state of mind, I'd like you to think about a utopic scenario for maybe 20 years ahead. Let's say that everything went all right. João was able to get new colleagues. They went to work. They were replaced by a robot, sure, because it reduces cost. They went out of the central bank and went to help other people from the business, trying to reduce the expenditures of the central bank. So let's suppose that everyone went there to help. In 20 years from now, I'll start with Patricia. Open finance, artificial intelligence, blockchain, a new era of data, protection. How is the financial sector in Brazil and this universe we talked about today about social inequality, asymmetry, and everything else? How is it going to be in 20 years from now? Wow, you started with me. You are mean. Well, I like the idea of knowing that artificial intelligence is in benefit of us. I don't see this as something that is concerning, that will remove jobs. I think we'll have to reinvent and do what artificial intelligence does not do. But I think that it will be there to help us to make better decisions, to make more assertive choices. I believe this. And I hope that we have more equality, that we reduce social differences. Because all of these that we're talking about, frauds and etc., everything has its beginning in social inequality. So I imagine to have a more fair Brazil, a more equal Brazil, that we can live together with artificial intelligence, making the best choices always. André, I am optimistic by nature. I don't think that only about Brazil, but I think about integrating Brazil with other countries, the expansion of open finance towards Latin America, and the integration and creation of digital currencies. I believe in the improvement of society, and it has to come with financial education. This is the tone that needs to exist. The person cannot, when they open a bank account, first thing they ask is a credit card. It shouldn't be this way. A credit card should not be a symbol of status for a person. We need to invert the order of this system, and I think maybe in 20 years from now, for sure, this will happen. Well, I'll have to. I have to copy my boss, Roberto, because they always talk about the super app. Everything will be integrated there. Everything will be easier with a series of options of niche. It depends on the type of a person, the social class. You have the best options. And indeed, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things will help the person to make their decisions, making easier all of this and integrate it on a daily routine with the behavior and everything, easing all our decisions, not only purchasing decisions but investment decisions and etc. So this super app and the real digital transiting over there, and we'll go through this. Natalia, speaking about 20 years, the thing is that in 20 years you'll show this video to me. Maybe you can actually be 5% right. Well, let's talk about 10 years. I think we went through a major data revolution. Many things were done. I actually complain about the asymmetry of information, but I recognize that it is way better than 15 years ago. But due to the technology and cheapening the processing, we have still a lot to ease or to improve. We have regulatory issues still that limit the opportunity in Brazil. When you compare this to other countries in the world, we have enormous avenues to be followed. But with regards to data, artificial intelligence is the result of this process. But there is one point that I would risk, and I'm very optimistic about, even though I don't know how to see the final stage of this, which is the digital currency. I have seen a lot of advancements and a few interesting solutions. We might be seeing the beginning of a process, a revolutionary process in the transnational field, talking about data and information, but I think that we might be seeing the beginning of a new infrastructure of the financial system, much heftier, much faster, much more efficient, cheaper, with the whole tokenization, blockchain. I don't know if we'll get there, but I think we are facing an opportunity to have a financial system that is completely different from what we're used today, 10 years from now. I am enjoying this. But do you believe that the same system of transparency will serve for the citizen and will ease the system as a whole? This will bring transparency to within, considering that we have public accounts and traceability of the whole productive chain, the payment of taxes, and where this money is used, or am I tripping here? Well, theoretically, yes, but the first benefit would not come from there. This is a possibility, but I see the benefit as a benefit other types of transactions that you could do in a much more amicable way. I'm talking about using your tokenized deposit to purchase a car or an apartment or a public bond, carbon credit, intelligent contracts, using import and export contracts of foreign trade. This opens an enormous opportunity that is highly tokenized, more agile, lighter, and more simple to be integrated. in my topic future, the whole chain of taxes will depend on this source, because the citizen will know I paid this tax because we hope that this will be a unique tax. I know exactly how many percentage or how many percent points of this will go to the payment of this and that. I hope that this will happen. All of this is possible. All of this is possible. We just need to think. I want to thank Patricia, André, João, Leandro for your participation, Abranet for the opportunity, for the invitation, and I'd like to invite everyone here. The financial system moves the country. So if we want this future, even if utopical, if we want to reduce this, it's important that each one of us do our own effort and bring this talk to within our companies, in our talks, be it in a working group, when you think about a new regulation. Only this way we will be able to get it. We cannot just blame one person or believe that one only solution will solve the whole problem. We need to work in convergency. So thank you very much, and I wish you a good rest of events.
Obrigada.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, everyone. And continuing here, I would like to call forth to stage the Senator Eduardo Gomes, Senator by the state of Tocantins. He will be our next keynote speaker on our third Congress, Brazilian Congress on Internet. Senator, please, you have the floor.
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. I first of all would like to thank you for inviting me, Abranet, and all the private entities that are participating here in this forum. I'd like to also salute in name of the President of the Federal Senate, Rodrigo Pacheco, and asked me to deploy this mission. The Federal Senate has recently spearheaded the first Parliament Commission in Latin America, at least, the Permanent Commission for Communication and Digital Right. I received my colleagues, senators, and to be the first president of this institution. I am Eduardo Gomes. I am from Tocantins state, near Brasilia, near the center of the country. I've been the representative for 3 mandates. I was head of the representative from the committee for the House of Representatives, and now I'm returned to this as being a senator, and I have had in a few episodes of participating in this special commission for creating the National Authority to protect for data protection, and I am co-author of the constitutional amendment that gave data protection constitutional status, and this was approved by the National Congress. Quickly, I will read about and also bring the view of the presidency of the Senate, Rodrigo Pacheco. Recently, he approved and presented the first text related to artificial intelligence with the contribution of, among others, of what has been done by the legal team presided by Vilas Novas Cuerva, which report as a rapporteur, having Professor Heckel and many different ministers in the country. This text was presented, and legislative speaking, this will become a specific commission that responsible for this topic that will be presented in the next few days, and will be presided by Senator, President of Science and Technology, our friend from Minas Gerais, who is the president of Minas Energia, and I will be the rapporteur. So I will have a text where I will discuss a few aspects. So first, I would like to salute everyone. I'm not a specialist in technology. I am an enthusiast. I am a person that consumes technology like anyone else, but I consider myself a manager of the interest of people. As a mission and of my state. As a manager, I have followed the development of new technologies and the impacts that they have on society. As everyone knows, together with the President Pacheco, I had a sensibility of seeing the need to reflect a little bit more on the regulation of artificial intelligence. And for that reason, I suggested the commission be created last year. Until the end of our work, we saw throughout the world questioning on regards to if we should or should not regulate artificial intelligence. This doubt, according to what we have observed so far, there is no question about it. The world already has understood that artificial intelligence needs to be regulated, and therefore we leave the why to the how. How should we regulate artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence has shown to be a revolutionary technology with application in different scenarios with great potentiality. We will improve transportation and health. We will advance security and entertainment. We are seeing the transformation from science fiction to reality. Nonetheless, as any technological advance, it is important for us to have rules established to supervise the development and its responsible use. Regulation of artificial intelligence has the intention of guaranteeing that this technology be used ethically, safely, and benefit everyone. We have interests of society so that artificial intelligence should not be a problem in election. And here I would ask your pardon, especially my aid, and to add a little bit more to what is said. So I will say AI instead of artificial intelligence. What we have discussed in these voting sessions that we have had, in the first session that we have had, and I would ask the specialists here to talk about the legislative process, are the first initiatives about the debates about networks. All of them have had repercussions that are larger than the ideological or political aspects or state aspects. All of them have had a larger scope than individual political aspects. I'll cite a few examples. So protection of data at some point found the need to tackle demands, individual rights of citizens, especially the systemic aspects related to unlawful use of personal information. It reached a point where that we saw a central line for this debate, and it was possible for us to propose legislation, even though more conservative, to create an authority so that we would have a constitutional text guaranteeing this right. What we haven't had occur yet, and this will take a while for this to occur, the same thing related to fake news. For example, this is an aspect that began to be debated in the House of Representatives, and as everything that comes, that is always open to other articulation, other power influences. At the same time, we discussed fake news. There was a opportune discussion, and maybe even over-exaggerated about the penal, and people started doing what they usually do. They try to solve many problems with a single instrument, in a subject that very few understand profoundly. So I understand that when we saw the need, and we see the need for a debate related to artificial intelligence, we need to observe that there are parallel experiences that are correlated between both houses to try to have an adequate space established. This commission can be the safe haven for this. We will have many different meetings that will be interactive, participative, in a volume that will be appropriate to answer what I said in the beginning of our talk. We are not discussing here the rapid changes and definitive changes that we have had over AI. We're discussing now if we should regulate. It will be regulated. We need to regulate it. But on this, we are absolutely sure, and we're talking here about what I came here to talk about, the National Congress. We need to use another truth. In 20 years of public office, I found that the Congress acts significantly when it approves good laws. It approves more when it doesn't approve bad laws. So I understand that we should very carefully analyze in our commission and the bills that are being discussed with President Rodrigo Pacheco the openness to measure what time, when, and what way we can regulate the use of IAs. And I will now not transmit the information related to how Congress occurs, to ask you guys questions. Where do we want to reach? Who will negotiate? Who will regulate the speed of which this is encompassed? And how will we use artificial intelligence? And how are we going to regulate so that we're not hurdled, so that we are not limited in our offering of new technologies, so we are not also fall behind in relation to others who are ahead in using artificial intelligence. We want to not fall into the traps of what happens otherwise. And to this, adding to the debate, I would add 2 different or 3 different points that maybe need to be discussed. I know this will occur. This topic that was so strange to everyone 6 months ago, today, this is absolutely fallen into public opinion. Everybody talks about this. If you borrow money on WhatsApp, or the use, when you fall to scammers on WhatsApp, if you can, the fact that you can create holograms, create fake information, that you can create things to fool people and that promotes fraud. I know that the elections of 2024 will be marred by the artificial intelligence used in its nefarious use. The public court, electoral court, will not act as fast as it can, and others will be able to use the voices of candidates, the platform of candidates, for nefarious reasons. And we'll have the elections, and this will have many different results. Not only legally speaking will have effects, but also in results. When we face these questions, I would make sure that I am absolutely open for the effective participation of everyone, every member of society, everyone, every company, every media group that covers artificial intelligence. Please participate in this. I would entice you to participate in this commission. be brave, and this commission was brought forth in an act of bravery by our president. We have been talking about this significantly. We have been at every moment, at every step on the way, we are trying to create regulation that is appropriate, that is serene, that is tackles, and it attends to the needs of students and conditions of labor, or it doesn't attend anybody, so which is quite difficult. So the next question that we would have, and this is something that worries us, since the Senate and the House of Representatives represents Brazilian society through their direct vote in different issues, we are absolutely sure that all the effects related to artificial intelligence have a direct effect in all other commissions, in all other issues that are being discussed in Congress and at the Senate. A while ago, I was talking to one of the specialists that talked to me. I was talking to him about how I didn't see many studies, and I found out recently in a debate that we had, where we had 6, 7 doctors that have with well-known knowledge about everything. And then I asked them at the end, I said, is there a study related to the human impact of what artificial intelligence will bring to humans that use this? And how will this affect, and how will their life change? And how will their life follow after being dependent on the informations of living with artificial intelligence? Is there any study related to that? And at that time, with all these specialists, and maybe people around the world are probably thinking about that, nobody was thinking about that. And at USP, nobody saw that. What will a child use a chat do? How will a professional use the chat? Will improve their texts that are very well informed? What will be the effect of a person that uses that in the world? I don't want a drama. I was observing that 500, everybody using glasses. This would be complete nightmare. But I would just like to state to you that there's a lot of people in Congress, representatives and senators, that don't have a degree in technology, who aren't necessarily social media stars, and we know that there are some interaction between online participation between senators and representatives, but there is interaction, but we do have effects, and we do have interaction between the public power and the private and as every tool that it revolutionizes the world, this will help. But pretty soon, this has come quite quickly, if I would say so. There will be a collateral effect for humans. So I am very criticized in the Senate because I tried to think of terms that are not technological. I think maybe I was the first person to talk about here about hangover relating to artificial intelligence. In our case there we are worried that we need to keep critical an understanding and a look to the platforms, to the technologies with complete openness, but we also need to have a space to discuss the use of artificial intelligence because we are human. So I would like to leave this here. I would apologize for not following the script. I would apologize to my aides not for following my speech here, but my main worries at this time is this, and I am absolutely sure that this is, I would say to President Pacheco, our Congress now is extremely worried about, and we are available, and we are open for debate for the solution of what we are discussing here today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Eduardo Gomes, for your important words. And now we will continue talking about artificial intelligence, the impacts, risks, and few possible futures. I'd also like to thank everyone for being present online, for asking questions. I'd like to remind you that we will have an opportunity to win. If you are here in person, we will have a voucher raffled of an online course by ITS. But talking about artificial intelligence, many news are stating and are talking about the new reality of generative artificial intelligence that has the capacity of creating new contact, images, texts, songs, and artistic products that are very close to what humans can create. There are ethical challenges in regards to the need and for the use and necessity and the need for regulation. According to Institute McKinsey, the commercial uses for generative AIs are vast, and they present a disruptive technology in business, and they can change areas such as marketing and sales, operation and logistics, IT, engineering, risks, and legal issues in areas of development and research. It is because of this and other issues that our next panel will discuss the impacts, the risks, and the possible futures of the dilemma of the artificial intelligence. I would invite now Ronaldo Lemos, he's a chief researcher at ITS, to mediate our talk.
Hello, guys. Good afternoon. This is our panel on artificial intelligence, a topic that is on everyone's head. I will try to take as much advantage of the time. The topic is hot, as we heard from our Senator Eduardo Gomes. I'd like to call to the stage Elias Abdallah Neto from Microsoft. Please, Elias. A hand of applause to Elias. I'd like to call Silvaia to the stage, please. And I'd like to call Isil. How are you? And I'd like to call Laura Schertel to the stage as well, please. I haven't seen Laura today. Oh, she's online. Okay. She's already present with us online. And Luiz Paulo Pinho from Jus Brazil. And André Queiroz. Also, André, how are you? Well, guys, before we start, just a curiosity. Who has used ChatGPT here, please? Just to understand. Wow. And who has used Midjourney to create image? Who never used anything? But it is impressive to see the popularity and how things advanced so fast in this field of AI. I want to ask an initial question because we were going to talk a lot about regulation, and I was very touched with the provocation of Senator Eduardo Gomes of having gone to USP and asked the people if they would already be studying and what is the impact of artificial intelligence over the people's life. And you have such an important work with Preda Lab and etc. I'd like to ask, if it is okay, what do you expect artificial intelligence to have as a role in the lives of people? If it works fine, what do you think? That is an easy question. Well, if it works out, I think we'll have a less unequal society. And I think we have a lot of ways to think about this, because if technology were here just to improve people's life, we wouldn't have any problem. So that's my answer. And if it goes wrong, very probably we'll have a lot of social inequality. I talked a while ago with Denis Mizzi, who's the president of Lehman Foundation, who does a lot of investment in education. He said one of the problems of Brazilian education is that there is no tutors, there are no private professors for everyone. A wealthy child comes out of school, has a private teacher at home, and etc. But the poor child has a lot of limitations and obviously does not have this same access. So artificial intelligence maybe could supply this idea of tutoring in which you could learn and clear doubts, to have it as a tool to help you with doubts in school. Does it make sense? I'd like to hear you and Elia. What do you think about this? I think it can make sense. I don't like this view of having artificial intelligence such as a negative thing. I think that technology depends on who creates and depends also on what we do with it. But I hope it actually can contribute with the education, because indeed there is an enormous gap we have in Brazil. And Elias, Microsoft has a partnership with the Open Gray. How do you see this? How is it going to come into practice, the artificial intelligence in our routine? Is education part of it? Well, first of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation to be here with you and to take a hike in your comment. I think it is interesting for us to introduce, and along our talk, I will have a chance to talk about the Microsoft's perspective, our partnership, and the impact. But going back to your provocations, I'd like to make clear a few points that I understand, and we believe, first, it has to work out. It has to work out. Second, I think we need to seek these uses. When we discuss, and I know the moment we are at is very relevant, but we have this perspective over the importance of regulation. I think it was clear that yes, we need to have this discussion, we need to have regulation, and we need at the same time to think about a policy, about how we use this technology in favor of our country, to use the whole potential of it. But to answer your question, we're talking about a technology that for sure is present here and will be present in many of our daily routine. And exactly because of these, that as a country we have an enormous opportunity to think on how we can use to benefit social and economic development. Excellent. I just saw that Laura is with us. Laura, thank you for your presence. Even if virtual, you're here on the panel with us. But Laura, we just heard from Senator Eduardo Gomes about the bill of law that are of AI that is in the Senate. We have a lot of importance in this matter. I'd like to hear your perspective. As the Senator mentioned, there is a consensus over the idea of regulating AI. Sam Altman came to Brazil a while ago and spoke about this. To regulate AI is important. So I'd like to hear from you. What is your view, and what do you think will happen now that the formal procedure of the project has started? All right, Ronaldo. First, I'd like to thank very much for the invitation. I greet all our illustrious followers here on the table, everyone present. Well, first, I'd like to compliment the Senator for his speech. It was a leadership, very important leadership for us to build the Jurist Commission, to give all the support for us to work, besides the President. And I think your question allows me to explain a little bit. Let me lower here all the noise here in my computer. But it allows me to explain. Okay, I got it. We actually can't hear any noise. You can speak freely. All right. The commission started from the point that technology might benefit society a lot because we have, yes, this consciousness and the idea that regulation is fundamental for us to be able to mitigate risks, the risk of discrimination, the risk of inequality, the risk of bias or incorrections, and then we could have the greatest benefit. Um, we have to remember that the use of this technology in the context depend very much on what we do of it. And one important point is that even though we talk about technology, in fact, we're talking about several things. What we understand as artificial intelligence, we have the economic division, we have the social dimension, and in which context are we using it? Is it on education? Is it on a labor environment? Is it environmental? So this amplified view is important, but I would say that in few words, the Commission tried to balance these interests that are at stake, and we understand that regulation is not in opposition to evolution. Regulation might, when it's well done and balanced, it might bring benefits on juridical security, and that's why we opted by a model that could help us. At the end, and especially furthermore, we worked for almost 10 months and we had several audiences, specialists were heard, and this was an opportunity, now that the project was presented, to continue debating in the Congress. This topic is advancing a lot, as you said, ChatGPT, and the challenge now is to legislate somehow according to the social demand, but at the same time, we have this challenge of not making mistakes. And this can only be reached with a lot of debate. Well, thank you, Laura. I'd like to remind you to send your questions bit.ly 2023 CBI in capital letters. Oh, there we go. And the PIN number is 184274. Please send it, and I'll initiate them in just a little while. But continuing with our topic, one of the challenges we have in Brazil is the reform or the perfection of the judiciary power. And for a long time, we have been observing, we have a study at the ITS, that the judiciary power within the powers of the Republic is the one that started first in using and implementing artificial intelligence. I say this not because I think it is, but the University of Columbia did a study called Artificial Intelligence in the Brazilian Judiciary, which pinpoints that much earlier than ChatGPT, Brazil and the judiciary adopted a series of initiatives to adopt AI, Synopsis project in the state of Rondônia, and then they were nationalized by the CNJ, showing that judiciary is the power that is more propitious to this type of initiative and innovation, and also that will harvest the best results. Luis Paulo, what I said, does it make sense, or are you going to correct me? I agree in gender, number, and degree. First of all, thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be with you. I'm Luis Paulo Pinho, one of the founders of Jus Brazil. I'm sorry for my voice. But having said all of this, what we can observe is that, well, Brazil has 15 years in this regard, and we've been trying to implement extremely intelligent and efficient technologies. When you look at our sector, when you look at the 2030 agenda. Uh, these are several projects that end up bringing closer the population and the justice, and this is very nice. Brazil is interesting to remind a little bit of its history, because when Jus Brazil came about 15 years ago, we had about the distribution of juridical information through printed magazines. We had CDs that were sold in a very expensive way. And this type of innovation that was promoted by the judiciary ended up bringing the population closer to justice. And to us, this is a clear example of how justice is very concerned about technology. So there is no why artificial intelligence not to follow the same path. This is what has been happening inside the Brazilian judiciary. And it's interesting because in January, during a speech of Minister Cueva, he talks about the importance of this, the foment or fostering the legal tax as a whole, because they end up retrofitting the justice system with new solutions and useful to the public. And I add, saying that the reciproc is very true, because the judiciary does the same thing with the startups, because willing or not, they add to everything we do. And I think that the judiciary, being the power that deals by excellence with information, with the information processing, the benefit can be major, because when we face the slowness of the justice, maybe this can help in public service rendering as a whole by the justice system. I'd like now to pass the floor to André. I think Laura spoke very highly of the design of the project with regards to the jurist commissions. But in the ideal world, I'd love to see not only a jurist commission, but a scientist commission, in a commission that would gather representatives of civil society, and a commission of people drafted randomly. And now we've had very interesting experiments of democracy through randomness, with surprisingly good results. But I'd like to hear from you, Andre, as an entrepreneur, what do you see, and what have you been doing, and what can we eventually contribute with to this debate? Thank you, Ronaldo. First of all, I'd like to thank the participation of and the invitation of Abranet to represent this in the panel. It is an honor to be interesting this system of technology in the country, but with the focus of to create evidence in the process of innovation. That we help the companies who develop this in Brazil to bring patents, scientific articles and papers, and instantaneously, as well as soon as someone in a company sees it. This creates the creation of evidence. What do I see using this inside the Bill of Law? This Bill of Law is excellent to protect the citizen in terms of privacy, and protect society from misinformation. But parallel to this, I see an initiative that happened in the US, which is the OpenGov data. All public US public agencies have only a point of access, and this data has to be with an information architecture that allows a machine learning to be easily applied. What is the intention of this law? The intention is that this data can be used as evidence in the legislative process. What is the view of the scenery? Well, legislation is the way that the government uses to decide what to do. And this is very lacking in evidence. So it is important for us to understand when we talk about hunger. We saw in the Open Finance panel, Open Health has the same. What was the main differential? It came from where? Well, if we start understanding artificial intelligence as an enemy, and as a risk, we will try to hide this and protect it from us. We'll try to make it dumb, and we have to do the opposite. We have to make it even easier to be accessed, because in the moment that we propose a law, as a law student, I might instantaneously to know what there is in terms of evidence to corroborate this proposal, and this will be paramount to make democracy more participative. Because it's very difficult to ask the average citizen, even for those who have a college degree, that they know all details of everything that is happening about the most varied agendas in the world. So it is important for us to understand that artificial intelligence will not help us only creating opportunities, but we have to prepare to take full advantage of these opportunities. They will actually spare us from just basic discussions. Oh, I'm going to do school A or B. What are the evidence? If we have this instantaneously, this becomes much easier for society to organize and position. As an entrepreneur and as a citizen, I understand the same technology I created for the corporate world to speed up their technological development. This technology can be applied for the democracy to speed up the benefits to the society. And for this, we will need not only to face artificial intelligence and this data collection as a threat, but as a raw material for the future of the country.
Yeah, yeah, the idea of having a double function in relation, first of all, to protect rights and act defensively, but also to act that is positive with an agenda that would allow entrepreneurs to develop local technological uh, aspects. And I put you in the middle of the fire, right? So since now we're a little bit warmed up, and now we'll start asking questions from the audience. And there are two here, and please, if you feel free to ask if you guys have any questions. But the first one I received, is how will artificial intelligence help demarginalize women in the academia and science? And I would like you to talk about that. And if you could answer that, I would appreciate that. So I'll begin backwards. So Preta Lab, Black Lab, is an initiative that began in 2007, and we noticed that there was a lack of women, black women, related to the debate. In 2019, we created a platform that today counts with more than 1,000 black women in different aspects of technology with different regions of the country that answers the question. But look, I never find black women that work with technology. We've heard this a lot since 2017, and the platform is an open platform that anyone can be part of this. Anybody can search. We do have search engine there. And Preta Lab has organized itself with three outlooks. First one is a network. The second one is related to education. So we create cycles that inform people, that aid people in the professional journey so that if they're already inside the technological field, and for those of you that want to be part of this, and I don't know if someone said this before, how we are more vulnerable to unemployment, and they look at technology as a possibility for a job. And the third aspect would be related to the content creation, about focusing on the presence of black women in this context. So, since artificial intelligence can contribute to have more women in this field, I believe that it's through education that we can have women think about artificial intelligence. We talk about data, we talk about how it uses data. Yeah, okay, that's true. But the data also has culture. The states aren't necessarily neutral in this regards. And this is an issue that needs to be tackled, needs to be debated more. It seems that things are many times out of the blue, organically. No, it's not like that. So when we talk about artificial intelligence, that it can improve the lives of black women or groups of minorities and etc. I think this has to do also with the idea of asking these people, these bubbles, to contribute in the constitution of this technology. Wow, really cool. Thank you very much. I would ask Elise to compliment. And first of all, I would like to add and tell me if you agree with her, with Silvana, if how can Microsoft also demarginalize women in science in Brazil, especially black women? And then I would like also to hear your opinion about this world race that we're seeing in regards to AI. I know that we have the US on one side, China is running after, Europe is also in another track, and they're acting in terms of regulation. How will we go from the specific to the general? How are things interconnected in these issues? Oh, great question. Thank you, Ronaldo. It's a wonderful pleasure to be here. It's very interesting for us to talk a little bit about Microsoft. Before this, I would like to comment real quickly about two different aspects. I would like first to salute and congratulate you guys for the event. I was talking about this beforehand. And this event, it took me a couple of years. We before had discussions about the internet. We had discussions about technologies before that were open in terms of construction. And in some cases, and I see this more recently, we have maybe lost this a little bit, that we put ourselves in opposite sides of the issues. And I don't believe this is true. I don't think this is my personal conviction, but what we talk more on the same track. We're on the most sides. We have common interests. We have challenges that need to be tackled, and more than the opposite. So first of all, congratulations for the event. This event symbolizes this dialogue, which is a dialogue which is the objective of constructing things. About your specific point, I agree completely with what you said. I will put this into the following perspective. For this discussion, looking as a Brazilian citizen and thinking about our country and thinking about how this is relevant for our discussion, in any regulatory discussion about public policies, etc., understanding my space as someone who works at Microsoft but is also a citizen, I always am uncertain about looking to that and think about how can we think about that looking at the citizen, at the people. What is relevant? How do we take advantage of this? How do we make it work? And in this debate, many times, we undervalue Brazil. I don't want you to misunderstand me. I understand that there is the importance Brazil has, and talking about artificial intelligence. In this topic, we can have social innovation occur. We can give voice to those that don't have voice. Let's try to be propositive. Let's try to look towards the richness that Brazil has that sometimes we don't recognize and sometimes we see as being a challenge more than an opportunity. Of course, these two things go hand in hand, but we need to have this positive outlook in the sense of trying to reach this goal which is before us. Your comment was quite interesting in this regards. I do believe from the bottom of my heart that we need to bring people to this debate. Microsoft has this role and our dialogue is completely open. We're completely open. I am here available. If you guys want to talk all day, I'm here. Please feel free to look me up so that we can discuss this, so we can think about how we can collaborate in this discussion. But just to finalize the topic, we need to look at the different situations in which we do have a capacity that where we need to be very careful with public imaginary. imagination, because the public imagination resides mainly in believing that you can do something and you look for something, or you retract and you think that maybe that's not for you. The debate that says that, oh, I think we need to be very careful and we have to look at Brazil as being a superpower, as leadership, and look at this and show people that they can. Of course, again, don't misunderstand me. This is not something that you throw up and it's settled. No, this is something that needs to be occur on our day to day. We need to do this with talking here and there. We need to think about public opinion in terms of opportunity. Laura, I will give you the word once more. And at this time, I don't have any specific questions, so feel free to comment any point that you think more valuable, or other points if you might have. Okay, Ronaldo, thank you very much. I'd like to talk a little bit about what was said. So talking about Andre's opinion, and here talking about data, I think it would be relevant to expand on that. The issue related to data is very relevant, and we understand that you need to IA are based on data, and this data needs good evidences. And I think that's an issue here, Andre. And today, and I heard this from the professor related to data, and I have a postdoctorate and the limits of data in this area, but I don't see people trying to limit the control of data in this sense. I don't know if this is the main vertex of this. I don't know if this is. I think it's more than just the protection of data in Brazil. When we talked about IA, I think it's more than that, than just the protection of data, to be honest with you. When we talk about evidences like you did, our challenge is to make the evidences which feed the system be representative evidences. They should be evidences that have a historical context, as we do, which maybe have discriminatory nature, but where we can balance this social bias in the algorithm, and so that it will not reflect and will not result in discrimination in any way. So the issue related to data is central in this regards, and Commission evaluated this at this time, and we do have a discussion, ongoing discussion with throughout the world, and we did have a proposal ready so that data could be used as an exception to data of copyright issues. And this is debatable, of course. This will be debated a lot, and the Commission actually is based on an innovation proposal. So I'd like to bring forth also another point, which maybe we need to avoid that this debate, we're talking, of course, about risk and the risk to society, risk to the individual. Well, maybe we could be able to advance in the dialogue in terms of the regulation. We need to do this, and this is crucial. Those that point to the risks, maybe they are not, we shouldn't look at them as bad people that are pointing, that are saying that it will not work. No, it's quite the opposite. I think if they point to the risk, look, you need to be aware of the risk. You need, what if the risks are greater, you need to point so that you can use technology in a different social context can actually work. So I'd like to bring here, if maybe we could, maybe in events like this, and these events can definitely allow, maybe we can surpass the manichaeism that on one side we have an alarmism where, and I'm citing here Dara Kaufman text, where maybe we can prevent an alarmism, but also the panacea. Not so much on one side, not so much on the other. So I wouldn't even say this now, because here we're in a context of that is very technical, but we do know that there's a potentiality for the systems can bring us, and these are comparable to the negative impacts that they might have if we don't have correct evidences, if we don't have representative samples, if we don't have retrostatistical, if we don't have the human in the loop. So everything that we can use in health can have a negative aspect if it's not editable, if it's not accountable in any way. So it's almost obvious for a technical audience, right? But this might be caused by. So let's try to avoid alarmism and try to understand how these systems occur. We're not talking about transparency necessarily, but let's talk about Janet Hoffman, which collaborates with you guys significantly. So maybe we can make the model the systems a little bit more observable. It's not necessarily transparent, but we need to be able to understand and observe how the systems work. And this is not really clear at this time, and to understand the objective. So that should be the objective of regulation in the proposals that are being submitted. Thank you very much. Excellent, Laura. Thank you very much. I asked you guys in the beginning who used ChatGPT. I saw that many of you raised your hands. One of the things that worries me is the inclusion, digital inclusion specifically. ChatGPT 4.0, you have to pay $20 a month, right? So let me ask you, who pays for ChatGPT 4.0? Is it only me? Oh, it's just one person? No, we have a colleague here. We have another one over there. 3 people pay. So, do you pay? Yeah? Okay. So, one of the challenges that we all have, and because services need a lot of energy, a lot of processing, and it's not cheap. So, I would like to hear from you what you guys think about inclusion. And I would like to leave this open for those of you that want to comment. If Andre, if you want to talk about this, what do you guys think about this? Yeah, I'll first like to hear Microsoft first before I comment. I know their answer is, yeah, you're going to say, oh, use Bing, because Bing is free, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go. Wonderful question, excellent question. So this shows a little bit, connects to what was mentioned by Professor Laura, which is exactly this discussion. When we talk about, it was quite interesting, yeah. I think it's quite interesting for us to see that all opportunities, everything would be instantaneous. And sometimes when we go to discuss things, it's not even there, but this was part of the debate we have had, and maybe this needs to be a well-based conversation about how we deal with governance in a adequate manner. So, especially with issues like this, in terms of inclusion, access, etc. So, one of the proposals Microsoft has that we've been working with over the years with a lot of commitment is the democratization of information and technology. If you look, right, we potentially have a huge potentiality of which initially would need a lot of money, that is accessible to almost anyone. ChatGPT, which you mentioned, even though you have the issue related to the value that you need to pay and the fee, the technology that we're discussing is a cutting-edge technology that anybody can see how you use it, even the free version. So we do have this challenge of democratizing this. The discussion related to technological inclusion goes to many different spheres, even the one related to how we make technology and how do we interact this with ChatGPT. Sometimes we look at the content and we see things that are not necessarily that irrelevant. So in terms of digital learning, this can be huge potential and benefit. So people who might have had a problem through a graphical interface and they will be able to learn that way, which apparently is very difficult, but in our country this is quite normal. When we talk to a natural language, this change is significant. Today this is a technology that consumes processing power, which is significant. But we are trying to optimize the technology, and this is a natural course of events. I am very optimistic in this regards. And as Microsoft, we will try to democratize access to technology. We have different programs. We have, when we analyze all the different specters, what to incentivize this and to simplify the access. And I will give you the word. Yeah, that's quite interesting. I agree with what you said. We defend that what you said. The connection with the technology is going to change. It will be seen as a tool, just like a carpenter sees his hammer as a tool, and he has the best toolbox and abilities to use it. You must be able to just express yourself very well, and it will be able to work for you. In this sense, I agree with you. It's almost irrelevant for the cost to access this technology. Even Microsoft, which is not famous for being cheap, but even for the average citizen who is trying to improve their careers, their studies, etc., it's a fantastic tool that is super accessible. But I didn't see in the businessman, or the business person, in their my colleagues talk, where you have individual talk. We're talking about here about infrastructure costs, and when it's not cheap. When we will give you a system that uses ChatGPT as an infrastructure, I'm using it in a scalable manner, just like you do. And then this is very expensive. What do I see? I think we need to be careful and know that we have three pillars of artificial intelligence. Algorithm, it's done by scientific research. All the algorithms, be it TNP, LLM, they are based on that. It's part of an academic research, and I don't know if you guys have any technicians here that can specify that. Specialists will elucidate. So the academia is financed by public services, right? So we don't want to privatize something that was a public investment. Data, same. Data that is used by ChatGPT so that it do something amazing. It's not created by ChatGPT. It was created by society. So I don't see that as a problem because I'm a businessman and I am developing this in my personal affairs. But I think we do need to think that society, how it's important for society to have inclusion. How was this data produced? We create a framework for this use, and which is inclusive, it's democratic, but we do need to understand the other side
Of the companies where they give back to the society what they are privatizing in terms of profit that was produced by it, be it on academic point of view or be it on the data point of view, which again is the raw material for this. This is the ore or the grain that is the data. Commenting the speech of our colleague, I think that the bill of law, Brazil is one of the most modern countries in the world, and this law is another proof of this. We being concerned about protecting the citizen is paramount, and I think the Commission did an excellent work. But the issue is the optics that we pass to the society is important. If we debate more frequently the risk than the benefit, we can create an unconscious resistance to these initiatives. It is important to know, and I am a behaviorist economist, this can be seen. This is much more probable to happen. To consider the risk than to consider the gain. This is the theory of prospection. So we have to be concerned about not in just protecting, but we cannot leave the optics of the debate to be the fear, but the opportunity. Okay, when I opened, I talked about the importance of thinking about a positive agenda and not to be just on the defensive or reactive. LP, what do you think we can build in terms of positive tool, in that line, if it works out? What is the impact that can be reached, and what do you see as tangible with regards to this? Well, the possibilities are gigantic. Again, I need to bring to the history, I need to mention just Brazil, and it's very interesting to see how things gain scale. When we assembled Jus Brazil back there, we imagined it was a tool that would be interesting only for law professionals. In very little time, we were serving more than 25 million people every month. Basically, we're talking about 15% of the internet in Brazil today. But once you look at it, this type of scope and how this type of gain is exponential, you start understanding what can be the impact of artificial intelligence in the juridical world. If you ask me, uh, it will be like a translation machine. It will be a tool to bring society closer to the judiciary. People will understand their rights much better. People will be able to understand when they have rights and when they do not have rights. We have a few initiatives at Jus Brazil that are very interesting to be mentioned. One of them is Professor Laura. That is very nice. It's a GPT panel that we assembled 2 years ago in partnership with the IDP. One of them is just coming out of the oven now, and very soon it will be available. And these tools that were created, they're able to trace lines for public policies. So once you look at how to do it, this is a clear indication basically of the future of the judiciary. This is what we've been doing through this initiative. The same way, artificial intelligence will come with the same objective. I look forward and I'm very optimistic, looking this tool as being the one that will bring the population closer to the justice, that will bring public policies to reality. All right, let's make two brief comments. We just, a few weeks ago, we received Sam Altman, which is the president and founder of OpenAI. He took part in a talk with the scientific community, and then he went to have lunch with Mayor Eduardo Paes. I went with him, and Eduardo Paes gave him a very good idea to take AI to help in the rendering of public services. We have that number 1746 to complain about anything related to the city. Potholes or a light post that is down. And the city mayor said, if I take this chat GPT and help people to be better served using an AI tool. I actually found this challenge to be quite nice, thinking of AI for public services. Do you have any comment or any idea? How could we use AI to render public services? Any comment? Well, the first step, I believe that all public policy has a difficulty on communication. If we take COVID, which is the recent, to communicate in a clear way and to bring evidence faster than those that promote misinformation is important. It goes through trustworthy interlocutors, but we cannot place this in everyone's household. But we can actually place posters of him everywhere, and you can talk to you, and he doesn't need to record anything. We just take everything he said in his life, and even some ideas that are not his, and these is totally possible. We actually did this to mental health in the past. But I think, again, we need to understand that information that we produced, it will stop being passive and will become active. It is not just a book that I consult when I need. If I stock it and I put the chat on top of it, it will start communicating more efficiently, individualized, in a way that the person will receive the message from an interlocutor that they know it's trustworthy. Not everyone will get along with all types of professors. Unconsciously, we have biases that make us to trust more or less in a person. And AI has this sensitivity to help very much in the communication of public policies. Well, we have a question here. It is a combo. The topic is employment. Everyone is afraid of AI to reduce the types of employment, but at the same time, there is the expectation of creating new professions. Today, for example, in the US, we talk very much about prompt engineering. People who they say they are making about $200,000 to be a prompt engineer. Still, how do we bring this debate closer to the population that potentially might be affected? Because the line will, the problem will happen. So how do we bring this possibility of capacity building to this? Well, I don't think there is just one solution, but one thing that I have dedicated a lot lately is about language. I'm thinking Andreas' speech. Usually these debates are very much within specialist niches, technicians, and I think that we need to create a language to talk to people from those consentment terms that we give in the platforms. This is a bunch of text. It could be a different way. Nobody reads that. There is a creativity exercise we need to do, because it seems to me many times that it actually brings people apart instead of closer. I don't know if this is intentional, but it could not be. We are so creative towards some things. Maybe we could create new languages or new ways to talk to people, and this would serve for many things. For sure, when you were talking, nobody reads. I said, look, I have to read this because I work with this. I read those things. People are there on Sunday strolling with the dog, and I'm reading those terms. Please don't be willing to read it. It's really boring. There is nothing cool about it. Another question, open to everyone, especially for Laura and for Elias. What is the international experience, and which models are the ones we should bring over or maybe reject? Because we see Japan now created an exception to the copyright where they allow everyone to train with real data. You don't need license or anything because Japan wants to become competitive in this field. On the other hand, other countries are closing everything. The US, for example, have the position of not giving copyright to works created by AI, and those who need to have the copyrights are the ones who did the prompt. So we have proposals for all types. Which proposal should we follow, inspired by, or reject? Laura and Elias. Well, that's an easy question, right? I don't know how to answer that. Well, I would start saying that there is no model to be right, but this is not a model we can import. But the important thing is that the pieces of it make sense in the Brazilian context. At the end, we need, it's a complex regulation, but it is far from being impossible or something that we've never done. I think Senator spoke about this. There are a few positions about regulation. On one side, we're talking about issues that the law has already confirmed, and this is the challenge. We need to think. The important challenge is that the concept of A and systems that we want to be approached by the law, and we discussed this during the elaboration of the project. What are the actors that we need to look at? Who are the relevant ones? We need to measure, split the responsibility amongst them. This is paramount because after all, these are the data that are going to feed up the system. I'm not going to answer about the model, but I'd like to mention the topics that I found to be paramount. A fundamental topic is risks. How could we classify these risks? Recently, there is a list of risks similar to to the PL 2338, in which I was comparing or finding a condition for those risks to be precise. But this is a major issue. The issue is, when am I going to assess these risks? And another issue is something quite private of each country, because you need to have an interlocution with the sectors, no doubt about this. But on the other side, it's fundamental to have a coordination. That's why a regulation entity might coordinate. I don't think it is an issue of copying models, but we need to make all of these pieces of the puzzle to fit one another, and they start dialoguing with the current legislation that will apply to many situations. As the LGPD will be much more towards this. And the private characteristics of the country, we have a very discriminatory and racist reality, and we need to have this in mind, to bear this in mind, to be able to make this regulation. Technology will be much more positive for Brazilian society if we have the clarity of these characteristics of our city that might interfere in the use and in the development and application of these technologies. Elias, do you want to comment? Maybe I can add a few points, and without disagreeing. This point is part of the discussion. This shows, the points you brought up show a talk that needs to start, and then we can look at this subject not as if we had all answers and then we solved this in that way, but something we can build gradually, because we are at the moment where we see the evolution of technology happening, the ChatGPT, the OpenAI in technologies, but this actually takes another hook that we have to mention. Usually we generalize, and this is absolutely common. And then we're talking about models that have benefits and risks. Governance might have different perspectives, and Laura mentioned this quite well. We are going to have, looking at these models, or even to the thought of applying them, different contexts. Your previous question will be used as a bridge to answer this. Again, I think we must think how we use it for the public sector, how to generate benefit, how to understand the risks. And I think this is a virtuous cycle, because we proposing to use it as something that I want to be able to capture it in the sense of knowing it also allows us to have a better understanding, to have a better risk analysis. I want to make very clear this point, because I feel comfortable by saying this, and I'm not using the Microsoft references because I think this talk goes way beyond it. But Microsoft has placed this approach, principles of governance, proactively bringing to this discussion the issue that there is a responsibility overall. But in this perspective, that this is not something. Many of these discussions that we are having with regards to copyright, this is part of a discussion that is more complex. But I'd like to add just one more point that is important for this talk and to the block. We do have an issue of governance where we have a lot of sense to have. We can take, for example, and think about a few splits, view of application. when I talk about taking the technology and developing a solution. You know this very well. Besides having a risk context, because sometimes they will understand the risk only in that context of application. So if we go to another direction, they don't think the same way, but they incite a few important discussions as a model that needs to be visited, and then we have to take a step back to be able to understand it. So these aspects are relevant when we look at the risk, because everything has its role. When I develop the application for the public sector, there I might be adding a few context in the perspective of whom am I doing it to? Who is my public, etc. All right, guys, we are running out of time. I will briefly pass the floor to your final remarks. Before that, I'd like to say ITS is launching a international network of techno-diversity applied to artificial intelligence. Selena is right there, sitting on the point there. Whoever is in doubt can talk to her, but we'll have presential or on-site meetings in 2024. We'll be in Bellagio, Italy, but this will be a permanent network for us to think artificial intelligence, considering multiple forms of intelligence. So it is not a unique intelligence that is the one that we consider to be as a specific model. We have an open mind for different intelligences. For those who want to participate in this network, it is already published. And there is one member of the network, is Andre. I talked to him during lunch, and he will be the first member of the network. He left. This is on video. Anyway, just for final remarks, since our time is out, I will do a random order. It could be anyone now. But I'd like you to mention one sentence. What do you expect of a positive result for AI? Personal point of view, considering the place where you are at right now. So one sentence only, please, Luis Paulo.
So I hope to have a wonderful assistant. I want to have someone that is able to translate, interpret this world of information that we are living in. If we think about it, 6 months, we produce more information than all of humanity. So we're going to need all the support we can get. Andre. Yeah, I hope that AI removes a ideology and polarization that exists that is important for all decision making, so that then we can concentrate on complex issues where this kind of thing needs to be considered. Laura? Laura. You're on mute, Laura. Oh, sorry, I saw that. So I would say one word. Fairness, a society that is more fair, so that we can have systems which would help build a society that is more fair. Elias, we should think AI as being a tool to improve and augment human capacity. And to end in a final note, Silvana Bahia, I hope AI contributes to the future that is more inclusive in reality, where everyone is included. That is also what I believe. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Obrigada, Ronaldo. Obrigada.
Thank you, Ronaldo. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, guys. Are you guys cold? So let's come closer here. If you come closer, everybody's warmer. We can all hang. So you guys all the way in the back, please come up forward. All right, guys from the back, come forward, please. And let's continue. Now, let's go to our next panel. We're going to talk about Internet regulation, round 2, finalizing a Brazilian proposal. So, mediatic education is a threshold in terms of regulating the internet, right? And we know that successful experiences in countries of Europe, for instance, Finland, the North, global North, shows us that public policies that are efficient in terms of conscientiousness and the use of networks can significantly change perception and consumption of fake news. So this is the topic of our 4th panel of our Congress in relation to this afternoon, regulation of the internet. And we will have as a mediator a journalist from the Folha de São Paulo, Patricia Campos de Mello, which I would call forth.
Olá a todos.
Hello, everyone. So it's wonderful to be here. Thank Abranet for the invitation. I will call people forward. As one of the participants of our panel is Orlando Silva, who has something to attend to later. I would ask everyone to come forth. First of all, João Brandt. So, yeah, he's kind of chit-chatting over here. He's kind of putting things up to date. So, João Brandt, please, if you guys could come up. He's a secretary for public policies at SECOM, the presidency. He has a doctorate in the USP at the University of São Paulo, and he has a master's degree by the London School of Economics. The Representative Orlando Silva, Representative, if you could come forward. He works with the Communist Party of Brazil. He is famous for having the Bill 2630, and he was also president of the Students Association Union. I will also call Renata Miele forward. She's a journalist, coordinator of CGIBR. She is getting her doctor's degree in communication by USP, University of São Paulo. On Zoom, we will have Carlos Alfonso Souza. He's a State University of Rio de Janeiro and director of ITS, and is a columnist at UOL. We also have Monica, let's see if I will not kill your last name, Stefan Giese, who is head of public policies and integration of Meta, Facebook. She has a doctor's degree of international law by USP. She has a master's degrees by University of Santa Catarina. And last but not least, Tiago Camargo Lopez, who is a lawyer. He is a director of technology at Prospectiva. He was a national secretary of digital policies and a secretary of policies related to in IT in 2017, and many other things that I'm not going to mention now. So thank you very much. We had wonderful panels before us, and now we have a very easy panel ahead of us. It's talking about regulation. Okay? So let me begin with Representative Orlando Silva, who will have to leave because he has another commitment. So, Representative, the first question that was unprecedented. What happened to the Bill 2630? You said you had a new version of it. What is happening in regards to this bill? Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to first thank everyone the opportunity to participate in this Congress. So, hello, hello, everyone at the panel. If you would allow us to say hello to our President Marcos Maia. He was a president of our House of Representatives, who is now an executive from our private branch, private business. So I believe that Brazil will live in, briefly, a regulatory wave in terms of the internet, and PL 2630 is only the tip of the iceberg. PL 2630, which is the Bill 2630, and I talked about this with others today. It's a modest proposal that discusses specific things related to digital markets that came about because of a social and political need Brazil had. It's based on a discussion that was very heated at the time relating to the impact of social networks on the elections, which created, originally it was started in the House of Representatives, and then it went to the Senate, and then quickly in the Senate, 3 months. And for those of you that know, follow this, there was almost an instantaneous deliberation, and in the House of Representatives, it's now being maturating. We are having a lot of participation from the private sector, from social society, from specialists, from entities like Abranet, who decided in the debate in our House of Representatives to produce a text which would advance relating to social network, a text that is very cautious. So we evolved from 2 million to 10 million in participants. So we are now trying to value startups, to value citizens, to create evaluations for people who will be able to fulfill structures and stabilize and create a standard that will be part of our Brazilian market. Everybody knows that last year, 2022, we tried our first step to approve this, and it wasn't successful. Everybody knows that April this year, we tried again to have this approved, and it did get approved. So I'd say that 2023 is the year that we moved one step forward with the approval as being an urgent matter. There was, let's say, uncertainty in our house about this text that would be deliberated on, and I myself suggested there being more debate. We had a significant consideration from the executive branch. It was very supportive. We had the support, and we based ourselves on the German view. And from the 2nd of May to today, we have gone again back to the different leaderships, to different representatives focusing on this debate specifically, and we had another round of debates with the industry, and therefore I'm very confident that this bill can be voted on in the House of Representatives, and I would say that we would have 3 points which would need attention. First of all, let's be successful or not. When we vote part of this text relating to remuneration to journalism and other topics. So initially, people asked us to vote this separately. Representative Elmas Nascimento, which I talked to yesterday, is absolutely sure that on the 8th of August, I don't know why, but he said 8th of August, he said that it's a date there where we can deliberate a project based on which he is author, and then we'll talk about the remuneration of journalists. If this occurs, and that's what I desire, we will remove 2 controversial topics from this issue, from this bill. So the second point that I say would be sensitive would be the responsibility regime of the platforms. I am now sure, because of a significant come and go, that we could improve something which is not a detail, it's not something minute. It's related to what the Supreme Court can do if we change the responsibility, the nature of the responsibility, in this case, to foment this. If it's solidary and it changes to subsidiary, it could be something that has an impact, and the industry will understand how we want to create a new system of responsibility which is new, which would not affect the platforms, but it would try to defend the rights of individuals. When I say that responsibilization will reduce significantly, well, this will affect the ability to revenue to receive revenue from specific entities, because individuals will be able to be discussed later on. This is quite delicate issue, but it is important for us to discuss. I even have the different opinions of the different multinational companies that actually Brazil is trying to engage them so that they are not defeated. Because if they insist in having an altitude of trying to obstruct this, they will be defeated. But we want their presence here in Brazil. And the last one observation that I would have has to do with the regulatory framework, which is where we have dilemmas. What path should we follow? I defend the government's position, where we have an autonomous position, but this proposal did not reach consensus in the Congress. We do have a public defense that Anatel would give support to this, would be spearhead this, because this is not something I will extend on. But at this time, there's another proposal, and we were talking with Fabricio Mota a few minutes ago, that is from the Digital Bureau of Information. And the idea is for us to have a regulation system in Brazil, to create a digital council, which is an innovative proposal, and which can entail a debate about the legal viability but that it's on the table. You can have an agreement with the legislative and the executive branch so that we can use this as an alternative. I would conclude, Patricia, by saying that we are doing well. This is the beginning of a regulatory effort. The House is trying to correct insufficiencies that the Senate posted. The text incorporated support from the previous government, from this government, and from social dialogue, and we have an impasse now in terms of the regulatory framework, which will be part in the last moment. I believe that it needs to be part of the last moment, because this is a question that personally will going to follow me until the last moment. That, of course, we need to have a regulatory framework. So my expectation is that this process should occur in the beginning of our next tenure. The Speaker of the House, everybody knows that the Supreme Court gave us a new time limit, and they told me that we know that you will reach the best result possible, so that we don't go back on our legal aspects, so we don't have activism, don't have tensions that can occur if we have a decision contrary to what the justice system decides. So we are trying to have new regulatory frameworks and new regulatory steps can be taken. And I hope the Congress is a little bit more cautious when it deals with regulation in a topic where the world advances, but where Brazil needs to be very careful, which is a topic related to artificial intelligence. We're not protagonists in this field, in this topic, and we need to be very careful in this regards, because we need to make sure that we are cautious because of our importance we have in IA. I know I answered what you didn't ask, but if anybody here has shared custody of children, they need to do this in a way that is religious. So I have a family business, I have a family affairs that I need to attend to, and that's why I'm leaving here at 5 o'clock on the dot. Thank you very much. Thank you, Representative. It's 5:02, actually. Good luck. So, guys, just to remind you guys, thank you. Would you like to have a final considerations made? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Representative. Thank you for being here. Thank you for making space. Just to tell you, if you guys want to ask any questions, please, there we go. We have the link on. There we go. You can send questions to this link here. You have the pin info. So send us questions online if you have any questions. Now I would like to ask question to Joao Brunt. Joao, in relation to all the different discussions we have had in the previous years about PL 2036, in the position of the government, what are the points which are considered priorities and unnegotiable? Hello, Patricia. Thank you. Thank you very much, TS and Abranet, for inviting me. It's an honor to be here. I would say that it's negotiable is a word that doesn't exist. We need to be able to dialogue at all times. I would say, in terms of government, there are three dear points. I would say. First one is the point that kind of goes with what Orlando Silva mentioned, what's related to responsibility. It's a difficult point, it's polemic, and when we talk about responsibility regimes, we're talking about incentives. We're not talking only about the collective of how this will occur after published content. And part of the problems of responsibility is predictable and others aren't. It depends on agreements, and maybe it's also part of the terms and agreements of platforms themselves. So what we've been talking with Orlando Silva are different paths that could be very safe in terms of freedom of speech, freedom of expression, but it could also be part of what we think is lacking still, which is the effects, and it's maybe related to the second point that I'm going to talk to, especially in regards to some rights. There needs to be care in relation to the rights of people. You need to be the rights of being cautious. Does that make sense? Does it not? Let's take a look at the roads, and the person responsible for the road is not responsible for the accidents that occur on the road, but it needs to be take care of the curve of this road, the illumination, lighting, and there are a lot of different aspects in terms of means that makes them responsible. So you can provide an environment that is safe and also that protects their rights. We know that there are some issues that require these efforts and this done by the platforms. That's another point in terms of evaluation of risk assessment, in terms of attenuation of risks, which and external audits. Why?
Well, this model, and this is a model that is being tested and proposed in the European Union about environmental and financial regulation and other fields that work with regulation from systemic risk evaluation. It seems that it allows a constant update and a dynamic level of action since followed by a regulation entity, and this regulation entity should talk about obligations of the platform. The government does not have the defense, and it was expressed there. This is self-regulated. But it seems that this mechanism, and I was in Paris last week at an OECD meeting, and the whole evaluation is that the core, the heart of the PSA is the discussion of systemic risk assessment, because it allows collective and private rights, and it has dynamicism in the regulation. So what they do is they try to create safeguards for this. So I finished saying that we have a full half cup. We have significant advancements that the platforms and social media supply for the public debate. If we make any movement that try to get the best out of this, is we're making mistakes. This should guarantee a more dynamic and safer environment. Well, Monica, on the point of view of companies, goal. Is it one goal or one goal? Okay. One goal. All right. Do you think that with the current technologies and the rules that you have, it is possible to moderate the content on an ethical and responsible manner? Just reminding you that the Council of Supervision of Meta released a decision that the decision is videos that were convoking CTI or the Congress. They decided not to remove these videos. But the council said that they found this decision wrong and that Meta didn't follow their own rules. So, do you think that the goals themselves are justifiable? Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the invitation of ITS. Selena insisted for us to be here. It is an honor. I'd like to thank Abranet for the organization of the event. But I like very much the question because, Patricia, it gives me the chance to, as a company representative, to say publicly that we always have enough room for us to improve and evolve. And that's good that we have the supervision committee, which is looking at when we get it right, and especially when we get it wrong. And it is pinpointing, look, this didn't work out. Can you improve this and this and this process? In the opening stage early this morning, I didn't read it myself. I was still coming here. But if this is an important decision because, as many others, they pinpointed to us where we made mistakes, and it shows us what we have to do to improve. So I'm very glad to be in a position that is willing to go over public scrutiny and that answers to the side the decision of the committee. Implementing inside possible. And as a result of this almost 2 years, right, Ronaldo? No, 3 years actually, of oversight. That's why in English it's oversight board. That's a supervision in regards to the decision making of the companies, with regards to maintenance or removal of movement from within our platforms. Many changes have been done. Also, those who have invasion, because the website brings all the decisions. Some of them is not relative to Brazil, and the goal always answers after we do it, because they will answer what we're going to implement in terms of recommendations and what we will not, and justifying why. I do not know any other company in our branch that is above this scrutiny. And I will corroborate Ronaldo's words in the opening ceremony today. This is a self-regulation model, but with an external look that connects us, that seems to be it allows us to look at the future. But your question, Patricia, was that if we have enough technology, if we are doing our work the best way possible. I think there is a magic thought related to artificial intelligence that is important to be discussed here. We're not in a stage of artificial intelligence in which it does not make any mistake, but we need it given the size of the company and the volume of content with which we deal today. Just to remind you, in the scope of our applications today, we have more than 3 billion users, active users monthly, users that use at least one of our applications every month. The volume is big. If we don't have artificial intelligence to make or to filter and prioritize and to help us in this process, we are not able to do it because there is no way to have 3 billion reviewers. But this is, we also need this layer, and we need teams with thousands of collaborators who work. These are assistants of integrity and security. This is the combination that allows us to do this work. But I wanted to reinforce this many times. I might sound repetitive, but I like to reinforce. This is a work we do very humble. We cannot make it right every time. And when we say that we have zero tolerance for a certain degree, well, this not necessarily means that the incidence will be zero. It is small, and then one case that we make a mistake, it comes to the networks, and then and it reaches the titles of the newspapers, the first front page. But maybe I wouldn't be here telling you about this more than 3 million contents that were removed. I brought actually my notes here because after COVID-19, in between August of 2022 and January of 2023, we were able to make this survey. The company removed more than 3 million contents on Facebook and Instagram for violence incitation that include calls for the replacement of the democratic rule of law. And this is something that sometimes did not become knowledgeable because, but we know that we have this room to improve, and that's good that we have the committee to pinpoint us better paths ahead. Thank you, Monica. Indeed, the goal has a lot of transparency, but one thing is, how does it work? Do you listen to the recommendations of the committee? I know it is binding, and you would have to remove the content, and you have to say, oh, look, we made a mistake, but the recommendations are not binding. So you're not forced to do the changes. In this case, we're 7 different human moderators that decided to leave the video on the air. Are there any changes you intend to do about this, or what do you learn with this behavior? Patricia, I'm not able to tell you about this case in particular because I didn't even read the decision of the committee. The company will use this 60-day deadline to do it. But I can say, indeed, the decisions of goals, either you maintain the removal or these are binding. There is no appeal. But the recommendations that the reach space of this process, you can improve this. This is not a work that we didn't do before. The policies and processes are in constant, they're alive, they're in constant perfection. But it is very nice to have this process with the committee that when we do the recommendations, the company is forced to respond. They're not forced to implement, but they're forced to respond, even justifying why they implement and why they opt for not implementing certain page. So I would say, let's keep an eye on it. 60 days from now, we can get an answer. But in the past, most of the recommendations of the committee were, yes, implemented by the company, and indeed, they pinpoint towards ways to go, because sometimes from our bubble, we cannot see. And they are always implemented and very well based. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Karfi. I don't know if he can you hear us? Yeah, Karfi. Keeping on the topic of content moderation and discussion of the PL 2630, you said recently that the type of determination that you have at PL might ironically increase misinformation. If you can tell us how we can do. Well, Patricia, thank you for the question. I'd like to mention that I'm very sorry I'm not present with you. Presentially, they're inside to talk about this with you. Greeting our friends in this panel. But very briefly, the discussion over content moderation connects with this topic, this major topic, because it tells very much about the role of the institution or the parliamentary institution in the text of the PLI. It seems that PL 2630 effectively inserts into a tendency of regulation using technology that in Brazil we we cannot be left behind. But it is important that this step that Brazil will have to take is a safe step, and that we can advance in many topics, and in special with regards to content moderation. PL 2630 was born having as mission fight to information, and it was growing with the time. And I'll tell you why. When you have at PL 2630 a dispositive or device in which you say you can apply in individual subjects, it seems that we have a problem. Because when we say that there is uh, uh, parliamentary immunity in the network, it gives the message that all communication made by a public authority or an elected politician might be immune of any technique of content moderation. This content might be removed, tagged, reduced, but it seems to be deleterious to the quality of the fight to misinformation. Because we know that within misinformation campaigns, in several ways, in several forms, a content posted by a public authority might contribute with the campaign. It might, in the account, generating in fact that is not desirable. That's why we see certain limitations to this type of implementation. And just to share a talk we had with my friend Clarissa, we were discussing the extension of the parliamentary immunity. But it seems that when we talk about extending parliamentary immunity to the social medias, it means, or it means that we should understand this as a possibility that somehow we need to create a responsibility for what we say, but not necessarily to stop this talk to be moderated. Uh, Parliamentary immunity should not be seen as a immunity against content moderation. Eventually, it should be understood as the absence of responsibility for what is said, and this might be questioned. There is no understanding any other way. We are just saying that there is this and that. But when we question if I should or not moderate the speech of a politician on social media, they will find these and will do nothing. Because juridical security uh, it depends on the letter of the law. And the letter of the law says that this is different. So here it is worthwhile to have an alteration in the PL 30. Expressly, it says that the content should be posted by authorities, and somehow the debate will not generate any other technique. Because with this dispositive or this device, we might end up fostering misinformation in speeches that were not published or issued by public authorities. And this is something that should be done, and this bill of law should not make any more difficult or any more committed than it already is. Thank you, Coffee. Renata Mieli, you are the first coordinator of CGI 10 as a woman in. Okay. CGI has participated actively in the discussions of the Bill of Law 2630. What are the points of most importance of this PL and impacts of the governance of Brazilian Internet? Thank you, Patricia. First of all, I'd like to thank the invitation of Abranet and ITS to be in this panel that is so important. I'd like to thank Monica, João, and Tiago, even if virtually. And CGI does not have any opinion over the content of the bill, because this is these are aspects that within the governance of the internet they might be distinct, but that recently we approved a position within the CGI in a point that we consider to be central point. This is more than a project. That's why this is such an important contribution with regards to the fact that there is a regimen of responsibility for that users. This topic is very polemic, and CGI was seen as an environment completely refractory to any change of responsibility regimen, because it was in the scope of regimen that we had this imputability of the intermediates, and this is what says the framework of internet. He's not with us anymore, but he likes to use this sentence very much, mentioning that the social medias are not neutral intermediates of which internet applications foreseen in the civil framework. Civil framework, when they talk about their regimen of responsibilities, that the applications of internet, which is pretty much everything on the internet.
Social networks are one type of internet use that deals with content by third parties, but that as a result of its dynamic and its business model, they aren't intermediaries. So we do need to advance and evolve in a regime of responsibility of this new impact and new limits that it creates for the information for society and for the defense of democracy. So in this sense, we are in favor of the bill that was proposed by Orlando Silva in his last version of his bill, creating modulation and exception to the of responsibility regime that is in evolution. So the first is that we think it's important for us to keep comprehension in terms of the constitutionally of Article 19. That's why we believe this is crucial, that PL 2630 needs to change. I think Orlando himself said this here today, so that we don't advance in what the Supreme Court in Brazil, because of a paralysis that may occur in the House, will hold and will be responsible for considering the rule as a whole. So the general rule needs to be guaranteed, but because of the debate in relation to the platforms, this needs to be upheld. So there's a lot of convergence with what the representative said and what the government said. First of all, when the platform receives payment to guarantee more reach and visualization of specific content, I believe it's quite reasonable that it can be held responsible, even if it's subsidiarily for the contents. And the issues related to the systemic risks and the the fact that they have to be careful, and if omission or culpability is assigned to the platform, it should be possible for us to build a system so that the platform can face content that can be maybe can go against the democratic state of law or other crimes that are typified according to law. So we are in favor of this change, and we believe that this is an improvement. Like Orlando said, PL 2630, I wouldn't say it's a first step in terms of the regulation of this environment, because the first step was actually the civil framework of the internet, right? Civil rights framework for the internet. But this is also part of the debates that will be more and more frequent from now on, because technology now is developing very quickly, and it brings new challenges that need to be faced, either being self-regulation or with regulation, or with the state acting or trying to preserve public interest and public sovereignty and government sovereignty. But how would you say it would be negative about the liability regime in the STF in Congress? Could you explain that? Yeah, what is being discussed in the Supreme Court is the inconstitutionality of the liability regime according to Article 19. So if the STF understands that this regime is unconstitutional, then first of all, in my view, we will have legal insecurity for the internet as a whole. Because, and I usually joke around, not here obviously, but depending on the circumstance, the internet is an animal that everybody uses, but nobody really knows what it is. But when the civil rights framework for the internet talks about the internet, it's absolutely everything. So in the specific hearings that occur, imagine if the liability regime is judged as being constitutional, and therefore intermediaries will be held responsible for the content of their users. So WordPress, for instance, which is an administration system that is used for, I don't know the numbers exactly, but thousands of sites in Brazil, this could be held responsible for what one site that it administers says. Or a blogger, for instance. So it's not, it doesn't make sense for a blogger with using this tool with a neutral intermediary who is responsible for João Brandt's content or Renata Miele's content. So when you judge the unconstitutionality of the liability regime, the activity of CGI and Nick in this case could be put in check, because the DNS, for instance, is a use of the internet. So I believe, and I hope, that the STF does not judge the unconstitutionality of this, and I hope Congress advances in the debate to modulate the responsibility of the social networks. So, because in my view, that is what is causing the movement of the STF, so that we can have more legal security for the existence of the internet as a whole. Thank you. Thank you for that. Tiago, do you have anything to state? And what do you think about the DSA, Digital Services Act, which is being implemented in the European Union in incipient fashion? And what do you think of what we've been discussing in Brazil in terms of regulation? The idea would it to be kind of based on the DSA. Yeah, thank you, Patricia. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for everyone bringing up different members here, all of those. Thank you. I am seeing the sign language interpreters. I think they were fantastic. Thank you very much for that. And I was thinking about the availability and the capillarity and the capacity of a large platform aligned of a person to reach the ideas that are being debated. So I thought this was extremely important. So we should align these capacities. It's important for us to understand the use of these tools, like Ronaldo said himself. What do we want for Brazil based on these platforms, based on these tools? And based on this question, we can get to a regulation that we need. And then the question I asked you is like, what do you think of this? And maybe the expression that would be most appropriate would be colonialism. It's not colonialism, it's digital colonialism, old school colonialism. Europe coming to Latin America, imposing rules to protect their markets. And then what do? We get uh, rules by white men in using suits in Europe, and we don't know what's going to happen there, and we don't know what's going to happen here. So that's what we did. And here, we created the tendencies where we did this before the rule was approved, and then we did something that so TSA, TMA, and we forget that Brazil already has a spearheading this discussion. So this is a position that is admired throughout the world by the framework of internet framework, and the framework that was discussed by Brazilians based on Brazilian problems. And here, the whole world came to Brazil to celebrate the civil framework for internet in Brazil, civil rights framework for in the internet. So colonialism in the past occurred because of strength, and now we think it's fashionable. We think it's cool to copy what they do there. This bothers me. So I'm not against regulation, okay? I'm against this kind of this. No, I'm not against regulation, but I think that this colonialism does exist. But we need to understand that every aspect relating that is diffused to and always have civil implications. Civil regulation, civil law, already exists. Because what happens in real life applies. Any crime that you have on the internet, in real life, you have in the internet. You have thousands of people under arrest. So we have people, for instance, representatives that are in jail. So I believe in the legal system. I believe in our legal system in Brazil and in Brazilian justice. So everything is being done according to the law. So I need to believe that there is regulation. Just to get kind of an understanding, do you think the regulation we already has is already sufficient? Do you think for in our next elections we can have the same kind of scenario we had in the previous election, where the judiciary branch, the TSC, decided case by case what to do in relation to digital contents? Do you think that what we have is enough, or do you have another proposal? No, I think it would be the same thing, but I wouldn't say it would be the same because it would deny our ability to learn. We can try to prepare for the challenges that we will have before next electoral process. But we need to remember that we're going to create law to fight fake news. First of all, you can't criminalize lies. Lies is a disagreement with the truth. We don't have regulation in relation to that. This will not happen. We're not going to end fake news. What we do is to fight lies when it is used to affect the rights of other people. So lies used to affect democracies, that's a crime. If you put in check the electoral system, yeah, we already have people in jail because of that, and people cannot be elected because of that. And they're accused of being ineligible. So we already have all the effects. My criticism is in regards to the new possibilities of new structures to judge them, is because every regulatory impact study goes to one question. Imagine the most detestable person you think of. The problem is that people here usually think about the same person. Imagine the most detestable person here, and you doubt this person would one day win an election. So imagine the most despicable person you know with the legal authorization to use the structure. And then we have to go to Levinsky and how democracies die. Democracies die. It's just not a bunch of bums invading Congress, fighting against the presidency, and the president doing something on the table. No. Democracies die out because of the unrightful use of democratic institutions. We saw this occur in Venezuela, and they use the government institutions to erode democracy, to diminish human rights, to attack liberties. So if we create institutions that can have a level of debate, public debate, am I comfortable with the most detestable person using this? Then fine, game on. But if you have any question, then we can go the other way. So your conclusion was wonderful for us to kind of tie in a question from my audience, which is the following. It's not mine, okay, guys? How do we deal with simplistic rapport about where you have the need for internet regulation? Here I will talk. So I was excited to kind of debate with Tiago. Maybe we can do this over coffee. No, I think you can answer. Yeah, go ahead. Look, we are talking about a perception of freedom of expression, or let me restate that. I think we need to start in a basic understanding of what the right for expression and access to information is together with this in Articles 19. And international jurisprudence and inter-American human rights recognizes the collective dimension of expression, which is the dimension that protects the right of society to be well informed for its decision-making process. So it understands that it's not that we need to guarantee individual rights to expression. We need to, in the case of 85, we were talking about pluralisms. And I would add to this that trustworthiness, and it's not for nothing that last week we had a policy briefing that was created from Antonio Gutierrez with the general director of UN about which is an approach that is quite interesting, that it recognizes the centrality of the integrity of information, which is crucial. So I think that if we adopt a vision that is more simplistic in terms of freedom of expression, we are in a trap. If we recognize the way that the debates are being made internationally, and then I think we would advance, and we notice that there's no contradiction, there's a tension that is permanent, not only of the freedom of expression, but also the different dimensions of freedom of expression, and it's collective and it's individual, and it is an effort that needs to be constant in terms of, it's an equilibrium, and in this sense, we will have different visions, different views, and maybe I could present 5 cases in relation to this. I think I went to Anne Frank's home once, and what I noticed was that, I don't know if it was something permanent, but at the end of Anne Frank's, there were totems, red or different colors, and then 10 cases related to the take on freedom of expression. And then people went to these, and then you would position in relation to one thing or another, and then you would clearly see that 7, 4, 3, 6. So you saw that decisions on concrete are based on perceptions about the equilibrium. We need to make this not into a problem, but into an understanding of what freedom of expression is in terms of a symbol. Yeah, I think this is not a debate, because in reality, we do have the thing about freedom of expression. And there's a reason for when the legislator does this, or I don't know who had a brilliant idea of doing this, but freedom of expression is a right. Yes, but anonymity also. So you have the right to be an asshole. But if your assholeness causes damage for the institutions or the individuals, you need to answer to that. So you need to have tools to fight anonymity. The civil framework advanced this. So they need to protect the information for 6 months or 12 months, the providers for 6 months, and then you need to know how to fight anonymity without fighting a pseudo anonymity. So, because people need to have the right to expression, as long as we have legal framework, so that people can answer to things that they said, heinous as they may be, then the freedom of expression is guaranteed, but then you have to guarantee that, right? I will try to talk about a little bit other issues. One of the most worrisome heritages or that we have had in these last years that were very polarized is the name calling that we have had for specific topics. And to defend, why should we defend human rights? And then human rights becomes lefts. Now we define freedom of expression. Now you say you are a right on the right. So how sad is that? We're talking about human rights, guys. We're talking about freedom of expression. I am a teacher in a law course. I don't know. I'm not going to say how many decades, but when 10 years ago would I have imagined that this would be reason to be labeled in some way? So the polarization that we've been living through, and I understand that this has given us a legacy that is quite negative. When Patricia read the question, I don't know if who asked the question, simplistic debate about freedom of... Look, if there's a debate that is not simplistic, it's exactly this one, the one about freedom of expression. Look at what a wonderful value it is. Look how well the Constitution put this, as Tiago mentioned. Freedom of expression is guaranteed, it's beautifully guaranteed, except with anonymity. Why? Because anonymity will guarantee the responsibility of those that abuse their right, which is so valuable. What would we be in the democracy without a freedom of expression? And Joao mentioned right a few minutes ago, which I thought it was fantastic. When you talk about the responsibilities liability regime, and you talked about how this creates incentives. And it's exactly that. How can we, without this idea that it's fallacious or magical, where I'll sign something and resolve all problems on the internet. So it's very easy to fall into this trap, and it's not that simple anyway. And that's why the debate needs to be constant, it needs to be plural, it needs to be advanced. We do have a lot of space for regulation, for more regulation, for better regulation, and that would give more legal security for those who are on our sides. There are business people. How will we structure a regime, a liability regime specifically, which would not create an incentive that would be wrong, an incentive that would either shut people up or open the floodgates to everything that is wrong from the other side? So this balance is extremely difficult to be found. And it's good that we have a space for dialogue. We've been talked with different representatives, Orlando, we talked to Joao, we talked with the government, it's good that we are here. But I would like to kind of leave this as an alert so that we don't fall into this vice of trying to oversimplify things that are not necessarily simplified. Freedom of expression is intrinsic and incredible right. How can we structure regulation which, for instance, will give platforms incentives of not removing everything?
You will be held responsible solidarily for everything your 3 billion users are posting. What do you think will happen in the medias tomorrow? Only videos of kitty cats. Eventually, this is not what we want. Well, eventually you might say, yes, this is what we want. But how can we guarantee these spaces with equilibrium? This is the major dilemma of law. I wanted to make a comment. First, I think... Oh, I can see, Kaf. Very briefly, because I have a lot of agreement with what João brought up. But I think we have to discuss, there is the problem of polarization, but there is a problem of a political and ideological appropriation of certain concepts that happen along history in certain moments. And we are, unfortunately, in a given moment of history in which the freedom of expression was appropriated by an extreme right around the world to promote a certain speech which has political, economic, and social objectives that are very clear. So when you see certain people of the ultra right saying that they need to defend freedom of expression. The fact is that they are not really concerned about the collective dimension of freedom of expression or protection to democracy, but with the right to use the democratic principle to attack democracy. So, how to solve this problem? We, as a society, need to qualify the debate, and unfortunately, there are certain subjects that historically are stopped. You see, the whole initiative of debate, regulatory debate over communication, is considered to be censorship. And the regulation, be it through transnational means of communication or be it from the internet, has no promotion of censorship. I don't know how many articles has the PL, but this article, you can say this article promotes certain things. So many people nicknamed PL 2630 of censorship PL, which is incredible if you look at what is proposed in the project. But the same way is the other side of those who want to defend freedom of speech, absolute freedom of speech. First, on a legal point of view, it is to create a system, a balanced system of weights and checks and balances, in which freedom of expression is a symbol, it is not an arrow. You have to have the liberty of produce, distribute, receive, have access to, which is the need of comprehension of what is being said. Production of knowledge, freedom of expression exists to generate social dialogue within a democratic society. And we'll have to discuss the limits for this freedom, because it is evident that we cannot anonymously do it. But our problem is not anonymity. Our problem are people who have identities, they are well known and use social medias to try or to attempt against freedom of speech. And we cannot allow this, because this is an attack to this right and not a protection of this right. Garfi. Very briefly, Patricia, just to complement. In this line where we have this freedom of speech, it has a binary mean. Either we have this freedom of speech or we have censorship. We need to understand there is a certain abuse of the term censorship. When we say, when we talk about content moderation, immediately already generating censorship. But what happens in a panel over the debate that is very simple or simplified comes from this more than decade in which we try to bring up the debate and we concentrate this on the internet. It was on the last decade placed under the rug. And in good part of the times, this has been in the shadows. But when we start discussing this, things become apparent, and it seems surprisingly or mysterious. So I think this panel here, it does a very good job when we try to clarify how the debate over the regulation of the medias can have an effect on moderation of the media. This is supposed to be a system and not a naval battle show up. The important thing is to understand the general system as a platform, so we can have clear rules of how this can be done. They will apply these rules in a consistent, transparent, coherent, and informative way. And once we did it, they will not be able to say this is censorship. No, we're not applying this as a censorship. This, this is a goal that is legitimate. PL, this will meet our needs. In the Council of Supervision, this actually comes from the January 8th, when we see that video in which you have a claim of people to go to the streets, invade public buildings. This is a type of speech that is not protected, because at the end of in the aftermath, we're talking about a clear rule. This type of thing cannot happen with a legitimate objective to restrict this type of speech, even due to the interest of integrity. And the way with which they act in the speech, it is unproportional. Being clear that they want to reach all of them. But this is a path that we need to trail with more transparency, more information, more coherency, so that we can balance this better and to apply this in two steps. Either we have freedom of speech or we have censorship, which is not the case. But the goal, the case of Rio de Janeiro is valid for any decision making which implies a restriction of the speech. These are clear rules that are supposed to be regulated, and this is a path that we need to follow. Thank you, Kaf. I was going to ask our debaters to exercise their freedom of speech sharply, and in 1 minute, they will leave a message that of what you feel to be most important in the regulation debate today. Why is very important that the regulation that comes out here have? Beginning with Monica. Well, let's not throw the baby away together with the bathe water. Let's keep these spaces and guarantees of rights that we have been building so beautifully since the civil framework of internet. Well, yeah, buddy, order in 1 minute. Wow. That we can produce a legislation that protects the rights, guarantees to be a more democratic environment in the symbolic exchanges that happen in the interior of many private companies that today concentrate the circulation of information, that have a role and a political role very important in the international society, and that which Brazilian society is wise enough to, once we pass the bill, we can create an architecture that that make. I will use this 10 seconds to make a public announcement that any organization of the civil society or people can participate, and that is much broader than the scope foreseen on PL 2630 for us to start reflecting in a multi-sectorial way for challenges and of the regulation of these digital platforms. Tiago. Well, be careful. Brazil, according to the database, has 526 companies like this. And when we talk about platform regulation, you'll take 99 jobs, Agrofire. So be careful, because every time you raise the barrier, you strengthen the economic concentration. Google and Meta, they just need to hire a lawyer firm. The newer innovators, they ask for space. And second, we always had a very critical presence, the US presence in the region, trying to influence governments. More recently, we had the presence of China trying to get geopolitical maneuvers. And we don't have any with regards to Europe. In Mexico, Argentina, Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil are investing in the presence of European commissioners. Yeah, you see, the censorship is actually being applied. So be careful because Brazilian digital economy is at risk of not being designed by creators, but by regulators. João, I think we need to agree a sense of freedom. We are going through a very delicate process, and what we went through, I wanted to dialogue this with the CPI in the Congress, understanding that January 8th does not explain without these cycles of disinformation. Meta's document is published today, and it reinforces the fact that this need to be worked in a self-regulation fashion. Oh, let's hope that all the companies had the same behavior. But without these misinformation cycles over the action of TSE or the Superior Electoral Court in 2022, so if we don't act in a very diligent way, our democracy will be at risk. So let's make this debate with full balance. But I would open a hand of, I would actually give up to use the word cautiousness. This is the moment and the opportunity to advance in the in protection of the law. Scarf, I trust your geniality. Well, two things that are always missing here, but Patricia, very fast. The idea I wanted to pass on to you is that this moment we live today, in which PL 2630 goes through a rework, and we expect a decision from the Supreme Court, has to be well used so that we can improve the debate over regulation, and maybe this will be a shoot in the foot. Maybe it will be a shot in the foot, but it needs to be improved. Well, to be concise, I will be right here. I will stop over here and thinking the civil framework as a second round, where we have a lot of doubt in the date of this panel, which ended up not happening. But it shows that the work goes on, and this will help us to think about what comes ahead. And today is June 22nd. Today is the day of the Utopia Saint. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Perfect conclusion. Guys, thank you very much. It was nice. We could stay here for another hour, but thank you very much. Now we'll listen to Minister Barroso, Luiz Roberto Barroso. E me passa para eu passar para ela. Now, I'd like to call to the stage someone who I admire a lot, and I'm very happy and honored to announce. I'd like to invite to the stage Minister of the Supreme Court, Minister Luiz Roberto Barroso.
boa noite a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here today and to share with you some experiences and some reflections about the general topic of this event: technology and public policies, regulation of the internet, and artificial intelligence. I would like to thank Carol for the invitation. IBS here, that's represented here by Celina Coutinho, and she's a former student. Carlos Afonso is also here. Hello, Coffee. Since I wasn't presented, let me present myself. Let me introduce myself. My name is Luis Roberto Barros. I'm a professor of constitutional law for many years, and I am currently the the justice at the Supreme Court. I always try to introduce myself, especially in non-legal environments, because there was a moment in my life which I went to a restaurant with my wife, and the waiter came to my table and said, "Look, I know you from somewhere." And then I timidly said, "Oh, well, you're famous, aren't you?" And then I laughed, and then the third time around he came, and then he said, "Wait, I'll remember who you are." He didn't remember. And when I paid my bill, I gave him my card to him. He went to and he said, "Ah, now I know, Luis Roberto, you're a sports commentator from the Globo." No, I'm the other one. I have a much harsher life than the Luis Roberto from the sports commentator. I shared this presentation and divided this presentation into three parts. The first one related to digital innovation with the new economy. Second part related to internet, digital platforms for regulation. The third one about law and artificial intelligence. And I will try here to deal with these three topics based on my point of view. Of course, the technicality of this subject is that most of you here today know a lot more than I do. But this course that the law and the justice system has been doing, trying to follow these innovations and their manifestations, this is my point of observation, and this is my point of view. This is kind of what I try to discuss here. So talking about the digital innovation and the new economy that has surged, and the difficulties that we are facing today. We live, like everybody knows, our third industrial revolution, which is the digital revolution or technological revolution that is marked by the change in technology from analogic to digital technology, and overall this digital revolution is marked by universalization of personal computers, by the massification of cell phones, and overall by the internet connecting millions of people throughout the world. And we are living a profound revolution which changed the way we do research, how we reserve hotels, how we listen to music. There's a new vocabulary that we all learned very recently, but and I've had a hard time learning, but it's a vocabulary that includes words that are new, which identify utility, which until the day before yesterday didn't even exist, and for now we don't even know how to live without. I made a personal list, and like here, Google. What I want to tell those of you that are younger, that I lived on Earth before Google existed: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, WhatsApp, Telegram, Waze. If you guys lived lost in life like I did, Spotify, Netflix, Tinder, the young ones. All of these are words that didn't exist a few days ago. So we are living through a brave new world of technology, of information, of biotechnology, of nanotechnology, of quantum computing, of Internet of Things, of autonomous cars, algorithms, which is something that nobody really knew anything about. Now it's becoming the most important concept of our times. When I was younger, and my hair was not as great as they are today, The most important companies in the world were the ones that would Esso and Shell, the ones that built cars like General Motors and Ford, and the ones that produced the equipment like General Electric. Today, none of these companies are among the most rich in the world. The most valuable companies in the world are now Amazon, Facebook, Google, Microsoft, with their new names. So we are living this time of new innovation, which is extraordinary and which develops itself in an extraordinary speed. And it changes values, it changes the way we live. A book that Valdemar Harari, which that discusses these innovations, when he states that if a woman says, let me masculinize the story. If a new person or a young person has two persons interested, and if they are in doubt, Google will be able to make the choice that is better than the person interested, using the information that it already has about the people and about those that are interested in the person. This information, even though it's a joke, it's very interesting for us to analyze when we analyze our lives. These are situations in which the most important decisions in our lives will be taken in with a better efficiency and better decision-making process by machines. So this produces something that is quite unique about the pillars of liberal civilization in which we live in. What is the idea that is central to liberalism? That in legality, people do make their own existential choices with their own self-determination. When in life, when the decisions about ourselves are made externally, we destroy one of the pillars from which we accept our civilization. This digital revolution made life much better. And I'm not one of those that believes that the world has a tendency of getting worse, like a lot of people are believing at this time. I am like Carlos Aires Costa likes to tell about a guy that went to the doctor and he said, look, I have two news. I have a good news and bad news. All right, give me the bad news. And the doctor says, look, you have 24 hours of life. What? What could be worse than this? I've been trying to tell you this since yesterday. So, so in reality, in my lifetime as a justice, or in legally speaking, now we live in an electronic system. We have an online system. Most lawsuits are done electronically or online. Aside from the ecological impact that this has, the simplification of life, the truth is that the time it takes for a process to end that was 5 years, and the time it took for an electronic files is 3.5 years. So it's a significant change in terms of speed of the justice system. Today, we can have a virtual session, and we now have an online trial in the Supreme Court. If any justice from another or a judge from another is out of office for some reason, he can participate. I decide anywhere in the world about I make a decision about my lawsuits. I sign everything. I can be in Vassouras, I can be in Brasilia, I can be in London. Technology allows me to electronically vote, which is the best voting system that is admired throughout the world. So don't believe the foolishness that's talking about frauds, because we know we've been trying for the ministry, for the police, for everybody. The elections that I presided over, Minister Fachin, Minister Alexandre, for us to have a consensus, which is never easy, if we weren't wrong, but or we would need to be smarter than everybody, because nothing was proven. We couldn't detect it. any fraud in our electoral system. So to say that there was fraud in our elections is completely false. The Supreme Court now has a series of tools of artificial intelligence which aids in selecting the lawsuits, and we were able to reduce significantly the speed and the number of lawsuits that we have had to decide on. So what we're talking about is about new technologies which include the artificial intelligence. ChatGPT, if you guys already decided and use ChatGPT, that's quite interesting. Even though there are mistakes, I've seen like wonderful, spot-on decisions. I put there what are the main ideas in terms of constitutional decisions, and it wrote a page and a half that was extremely precise of what I believe, which I thought was incredible. And then I saw a statement somewhere, and who wrote this sentence? And then he said, Fernando Sabino, a Brazilian author. So I don't like any information with any. And where did you get this information from? And ChatGPT said, I'm sorry, I don't know. Maybe it's not Fernando Sabino. So yeah, that can't be. How can you trust it, right? So you can't blindly trust ChatGPT, but it's extraordinary what it's actually doing initially, right? So what is coming is going to be incredible. So imagine that you connect robotics and AI. Now surgeries that are more sophisticated are already done through with the use of robots, blockchain, cryptocurrency, streaming. Everything is new technologies that we're trying to deal with, and which change the economic paradigms of work relations and consumption relations. So we have new companies, B-techs, we have startups, we have fintechs. So what we are seeing is that there's a lot of things that is happening, and there are two circumstances that are very important in these technologies. First of all, it's the virtualization of life. Interactions between individuals don't require physical presence. Unfortunately, fortunately, I was able to be here, but I usually participated where I am not physically there. And aside from this virtualization of life, what we also had was the deterritorialization of economic relations. So companies no longer have a headquarters where they do most of their business. So maybe they have business in Holland, maybe to pay less tax. So therefore, regulators are trying to deal with this new economy. I built here a list trying to organize my thoughts, my ideas. Today, life is made overall on electronic trade. We buy things on Alibaba, Amazon. So if you don't like, I like to go to libraries. Now it's very difficult to find bookstores, even in Rio de Janeiro. Even when I travel, sometimes I'm followed by a radical person. I go to a library or a bookstore because I get rid of them. So it's kryptonite. Bookstores are kryptonite for stalkers and for followers. But they're becoming rarer and rarer. And then this creates lots of difficulties. Aside from this, we have new business models. We have video platforms like YouTube, for instance. We have streaming services. The number of viewers that watch Open TV has fallen. People watch Netflix, Amazon Prime, Disney, etc. There has been a significant change of how people consume entertainment. Cloud computing like Dropbox, for instance, Amazon storage in a larger scale. Payment, everyone pays online. So could you guys see is my phone around? So now we use, if I forgot in the car, it's fine. So we pay using our phones. We do have companies of sharing services. What? How much time do I have? So yeah, this is a modern slavery, our phones. So we have Uber sharing apps. We have Airbnb, so sharing platforms in general. The biggest taxi company in the world doesn't have any cars. And American, the biggest renting company doesn't have any any apartments, any houses. So we have uh, this new aspect, and now technology is the new wealth. Property ownership is now in- intellectual. Now we have news sites where people don't read newspapers. No, don't use news outlets. So we have had significant changes in our lives, and the law has tried to regulate these different fields because they have impact on different aspects of societies. We have different impacts on contracts. We have penal impacts. We have, in terms of civil responsibility. So this is a moment where legislators, judges, jurists, everybody is trying to keep up with law, with these new realities. So this is something that where we need to keep up with disinformation, hate speech, conspiracy theories. Destruction of reputation has brought significant problems for society. So if there's a problem for democracy, for human rights, we need to try to evidently find solutions. Aside from that, what we so-called fake news has contributed to the radicalization of society, for the increase of intolerance, and for the lack of capacity, for the not acceptance of others, and the lack of interaction, which makes violence, creates violence. So it's impossible, in my view, today, to keep the idea that the internet needs to be open, free, and not regulated. We need to regulate, and that's consensual. I'm talking about the civilized world. And we need to regulate in different levels. We need to regulate it economically to stop domination of markets, economic abuse, protecting consumers, protecting copyrights, and have a just regulation. The Congress has been trying to how many dollars the companies have kind of dodged taxes because of their headquarters is situated. So many countries like Brazil, we have general laws for data protection because companies, they know our names, they know where we live, they know the names of our children, and they know more. They know what was the last book that I bought online. They know what's the last search that I did. And this kind of worries me at this time. So therefore, this is a huge problem. So because it has a lot of consequence. For example, the Cambridge Analytica scandal. So nobody doubts that there's need for protecting the privacy. But the last point that's a little bit more delicate is that we need to protect also the behaviors that are attacks, that are coordinated, and we also have to tackle illegitimate content. I could not participate in the event. I'm sorry if I'm repeating anyone's talk, but yeah, sorry. What was this a catch-22? Was this a joke? Oh. See, we modernize ourselves, but we still get confused about some things. So, inauthentic behaviors cause artificial amplification of misinformation, of conspiracy theories. It's important to face these because they are using automatized systems, fake profiles, hiring provocateurs to amplify disinformation and lies. This occurs either to create evil or to hide the real news that they want to hide. And then you create fake news and gives it importance. In some cases, this is extremely dangerous. For example, if a person writes in their Facebook feed that kerosene is good to fight COVID, and the 20 followers believe that, we have a problem. It's a limited problem. But if this is amplified to thousands of people, we start having a public health problem. So the initial behavior, so we say, look, election was frauded and 10 people believe it. But if millions of people believe this, and if you have any proof, prove it. We can tackle that. But you discredit the institutions. And the advantage of facing different behaviors that are inauthentic is that you don't have to analyze the content. You only have to check if news is being artificially amplified and check if it is possible or if it has in itself disinformation or evil in it. So even without censoring it, you can stop the amplification of that news using the mechanisms of moderation. And in regards to the content, I believe that nobody has any questions about that. There are content that cannot be present. So the duality that we have in progressists and moderates, that where you want to control media, it's completely artificial because people have lost the ability to dialogue. If you ask anybody, a normal person, pedophilia, is that okay? Obviously it's not. Can you have terrorism online? Obviously not. Therefore, there are content that is undoubtedly need to be banned. And the online platform says, no, 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 but this is already excluded by our terms and contracts. Okay, great. Then the law can say the same, right? There are no questions about the need to regulate content in some way. The measure is how much should we contract? Where do we need to dose this? Recently, I was part of a debate with UNESCO recently, and there were 3 ideas on the table relating to specifically, I would say, relating to regulation. How do we make companies responsible? First, if the mistake is unequivocally criminal, the algorithms should be able to detect it, like pedophilia, etc. So the platforms have to be careful. They need to have an algorithm to locate this kind of content. This is an algorithm because we have thousands of posts, and we know that human control is impossible. So content that is criminal and unequivocally criminal, there needs to be removed automatically, even if nothing stimulates that. If there's a violation of someone's right, for instance, you violated copyright or you shared intimate messages without authorization, then private notification should create the removal. And thirdly, general rule. You remove it after the first legal decision. So the civil rights framework for the internet, I still believe it to be good, but I believe that we should regulate it a little bit more. 2 exceptions. It doesn't depend on criminal decision and also criminal intent, and also you should not depend on violation of human rights, and also not depend of legal decision. So there's a consensus that there should be control by the state, or there should be self-regulation also. So the self-regulation mechanism that is regulated, I support this idea of that this regulation should be monitored by an external entity and not predominantly someone that would have the participation of the government, of the universities, of the platform, of social society to monitor and recommend and to have some kind of verification if the social networks are actually following human rights in general and constitutional requirements in general, respecting human rights, of course. So this would be my view in general. Self-regulation that is regulated, responsibilization in these three levels which I mentioned, and companies, while doing this moderation, should have transparency and should have due process minimally, and should also have what we said in English, that we said fairness, which I would translate here as you can't exclude something for religious reason, for racially reason, because one of the categories would be respect, at least in life. So this is what I would have to say about social medias and the visions that I would like to share with you. We have two actions in the Supreme Court, as you know. There's a direct and unconstitutionally there's another lawsuit. I've been working at the Supreme Court for 10 years, but there's one that is I was a part of as a lawyer 10 years ago, so we need to go over this a little bit more. As a last chapter, which is related to the regulation that is a little bit more complex and difficult, which is in relation to artificial intelligence and how it interacts in private constitutional right has two pillars: limitation of power and protection of fundamental rights. When we talk about the digital constitutionality, how to protect rights in these times, we have two characteristics that are crucial that need to be specified. First, constitutional support classically is prepared for limiting the state power, public power. And what we are living through now, after the digital revolution, is the huge private power these platforms have, because they created a huge public space, an agora, that englobes Facebook. Facebook has over 3 billion accounts, and a little bit less of humanity is connected on Facebook or YouTube. YouTube has 2.5 billion users. WhatsApp has 2 billion users. So all of these public spaces, of which I referred to, are in reality spearheaded by private companies, which is completely new. So how do we limit the state, not the state power, but how do we limit the power of private companies? And in regards to the protection of human rights, we had proof of human rights that were new and that are very important. And we talked about this quite recently. You talked about digitalization, about Amazonia connection. We have a human right related to digital inclusion. A child that does not have access to an internet connection and to a computer or an iPod or a phone to research something, to learn a little bit what is happening in the world, is already completely left behind in comparison to the others. So new inclusion is a right that people have. They don't have, of course, this. We need to protect this right quickly. I talked about data protection that is already part of the Constitution, but we also have the basic right that is being modulated, which is the right, which will be a cognitive liberty. What does that mean? The digital platforms, like I said, they have access to our search histories, to our browsing, and they direct our search. So we receive ads directed to according to what we researched. We receive news feeds according to what we searched. Everything is related to our interests. So if somebody once the searches for Porto Alegre's air tickets, they will receive advertising related to restaurants in Porto Alegre, a city in the south of Brazil. I don't know if this is a problem, but detecting our tastes and preferences and directing this is part of life. But what we are discussing now is that with the neuroscience advancing and the science of the brain, we are beginning to have the power not of identifying our tastes, but of creating tastes and preferences, modifying our perception, and as how would we mold our cognitive ability to see and make us obey the sponsor's desires. So this is already a new field, a new area of discussion in the connection between neuroscience and digital world. And therefore, we will have a new right, which is the freedom of cognitive right, where nobody interfere in relation to our brain activity without my knowledge, for instance. And lastly, this fascinating topic of artificial intelligence, with all the advantages that it will bring to our lives. Intelligent elevator, intelligent cars, autonomous cars. So there's a lot of good things on their way, talking about AIs. But there's a lot of risks also. And the law is trying to find the ways to regulate artificial intelligence. What are the risks? What are the threats? One, the massification of disinformation with compromising the freedom of expression. If you've already saw the deep fakes posts, you see that someone can get my image talking to you here today and transform my image into something that I've never said, with a precise imitation of my voice and my mannerisms. And people will not be able to distinguish between what is real and what is fake. Evidently, in a world where people don't really can tell what is truth or what are lies, limits the freedom of choice, and this will be perverted. And I couldn't not talk about this in another place. So, like for instance, I was not part of an orgy that I participated with José Dirceu in Cuba, for instance. I don't have any contact with José Dirceu, and there were many different accesses to this disinformation. When the lie begins to transit, the freedom of expression loses its capacity of having a decisive role, which it has in a democratic society, which is freedom of information, which is the search for information and the right and the people have to express their personality. The second risk of artificial intelligence that will require very briefly, and this will have an international aspect, it's this use for military impacts, cybernetic attacks with drones, a war where the aggressor has absolutely no risk of having any deaths. This already occurred with nuclear energy. When we began to develop this and when we saw that the humanity understood that this was a risk, nuclear energy was banned as a military asset. And the same thing will need to occur in terms of artificial intelligence. Of course, somebody probably talked about the discrimination that can occur, which is the discrimination that can occur based on the prejudices that society already has talked about the capacity of algorithm, is the incapacity of understanding the line of thought that made a specific decision. And then we will learn when we begins to study artificial intelligence that artificial intelligence has no knowledge. It doesn't create anything. The informations that are stored in it by people, they just process that in a very high speed, and they make decisions based on institutions. Artificial intelligence has no consciousness, has no feelings, doesn't know what is right or wrong, what is fair, what is not. It follows orders. Okay. But In specific recent episodes, in terms of machine learning, it spanned capacities that weren't fed by human condition. And a typical example of this was that a chess game. The computer was already able to defeat grandmasters using the information from which were stored in it. All the openings, all the main plays, artificial intelligence started to defeat and beat any Kasparov. But now something more dangerous is happening. Computers have been starting to do plays that weren't fed by humans. They were doing openings that were not taught to do by any human being. They started having their own openings that would be completely off script from traditional plays, and they still beat the grandmasters. So artificial intelligence began to develop their own paths of decision-making processes that did not follow human decisions, the human paths. This means the increase in the risk, and that comes a great scare, which is the risk of singularity. So, if computers are able at any moment to develop consciousness, to develop their own will, civilization is over. Because with the amount of information that they are able to store, the speed in which they process it, they will prevail over human condition, and that is what scientists are calling singularity, which is the risk of us not being controllers of information, but we're being controlled by the machines. It looks like science fiction, but there are a lot of people worried about this. There was a research done recently where scientists analyzed artificial intelligence, and they stated mostly that the risk of singularity, which I just discussed, would be of 10%. And then, when I read this at first, I said, oh, 10%, it's relatively low risk, right? And then I noticed a specific text that was published in the New York Times by Nuvarahar Anna, in which it makes a question that says, would you go on a plane if the makers said that there was a 10% chance of it falling? And then I stopped on my tracks and said, no, 10%. No way, 10% chance of falling. Nope. If it's an infinitesimal chance, I am very cautious. Imagine 10% of chance of a plane crashing. So it's relatively worrying for us, for this phenomenon of singularity. So artificial intelligence, when it frightens its creators, and almost 1,000 scientists signed a document asking for the temporary temporary moratorium relating to artificial intelligence until some parameters can be established. And these are some of the objectives, some of the interdictions that we have had, so that we don't lose control. But Harari's intervention, what made me worry, that despite developing knowledge, artificial intelligence with generative artificial intelligence, which is the model used with ChatGPT. ChatGPT already hacked our operating system of human condition, which is language. We communicate through language, images, and words. So machines already dominate that. They dominate language. And computer has been able to, in very little time, absorb everything that human created over the last 10,000 years, ever since writing was invented in 3 to 335 by the Sumerians. So the computers has already has already assimilated everything, and all books, all paintings, all images, they will be able to do them better than us. They will be able to paint better than us. They will be able to make songs and music better than us. And then the meaning of being human will transform because of artificial intelligence in our lives. It's quite frightening. It's quite impressive what is happening today. So we can't stop the world because I want to get off, but we need to be aware of what is coming so that we can create ethical parameters and limits of what human condition considers to be acceptable or not, so that we don't stop having a human condition. So I am narrating here a little bit what life is in my point of view, the point of view of someone that studies law in general. Evidently, there are many different points of views that are different. There's a verse that is very beautiful in Spanish. Everything in life has a lens from which we look at. So people have different lenses. They see the world with different points of view. And people have their own cognitive limitations. We all do. Nobody's good. Nobody's too good. No one's good in everything. So people are good in certain activities. I remember that with Mané Garrincha, a famous soccer player in Brazil. He's a genius. He was a genius. And he went to play with the Brazilian team. And at the end of the visit, he said, "What did you think?" A journalist asked, "What do you think of Italy?" I don't know why they think. I don't know what they talked so much about the Colosseum. It's smaller than the Maracanã Stadium, and it needs to be rebuilt. It needs to be remodeled urgently. Talking about the Colosseum, so it's genius. He was genius in certain things, but he was not a genius in history. So this is the way it is. We need to have the perception that people have their own truths. Nobody knows everything. What we can expect from people is that they need to have good faith. This is crucial for a good life. Nobody owns the truth, but the deliberate lies, no, they do have owners. And this needs to be tackled, this needs to be fought. Repression is part of civilized world, and I'm a defender of education. Mediatic education is crucial. We need to teach people not to forward fake information where they don't know who did it, because most fake news is done by ingenious or gullible ladies, and without really thinking about it, more related to the ignorance than because they want to do evil. I remember that during my youth, my first youth, and I'm in my third youth, I'm still thinking that my life is still improving. My first youth, there were warnings saying that, like, don't throw trash on the streets. Don't throw trash on the roads. So people had to be taught, would be educated, and of not throwing trash. Over time, people stopped throwing trash, and now it's much better. So sometimes people don't behave appropriately. So, but it's a residual effect. So this is my expectation in relation to fake news. If people are educated, if they understand how the harm it does, and they stop forwarding and sharing this information, of course, they don't do it unintentionally, but if they do intentionally, they might have repercussion. But this can, maybe we can have a reduction in this fake news, and this way we can reduce the problems we have in life. So I will end, Carol, stating that I read that George Washington once made the smallest, shortest inauguration speech, 130 speech. William Harrison did the shortest speech with over 8,000 in a cold, harsh night where William Harrison died 30 days after pneumonia, catching pneumonia he caught that very night. So the that's why that's the bad side effect that long talkers have. So life makes opportunities, and we need to take advantage of the opportunities we have. We have to reduce fake news. We have to reduce hate speech. We have to reduce all of these negative things that are detrimental to democracies. And we need to face this with regulation, debating ideas, and with mediatic education. Artificial intelligence will revolutionize our lives, and we need to take advantage of this because this needs to be regulated so that these powers are not used for evil. And I believe that we are all contemporary of moments that are decisive for human life on earth, for democracy. We are defining, and that's what we believe. We're defining at this moment the path we are taking as a humanity and what it means for us to be human, to create an ethical world where everybody can have a good life in a philosophical sense. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's wonderful to be here. Good evening.
Obrigada, ministro.
Thank you, Justice. Good to have you here to end this Congress. I was talking to the minister just a minute ago. We had different authorities here. We have been highlighting the importance of diversity, of thinking different outlooks, of seeing in different lenses how we can reach the best model possible. And I would say to the minister, look, I've learned from a very young age as a lawyer that the last word, the ones that say the last word are the STF, the judicial system. Even in this debate where we don't have, it's wonderful, wonderful to have you here contributing with your ideas and learning with each example and even the words you are using. I will even talk about this. And I would thank everyone for being here. I hope the panels have been very useful. My head's is I'm out of my mind, but it's not because of IA. I'm thinking about so many things. I'm imagining a lot of things, how we can contribute to all of these. I've talked to different colleagues. I had maybe we can have 10 principles for artificial intelligence. So we have to fulfill our role as a community. And as Danny, mentioning Danny, we're reactivating this community. We want to have understanding of how we can collaborate together. Patricia, she does ask the questions we need to ask that provokes us, that asks us to go beyond. And to go beyond, we have to look sideways, we have to look to the other sides, and we have to collaborate together with the community here. As we promised, like Selena, TS, we have an ITS course, so look under your seats to see if you won the course. It's glued under your chair. So, Rui, let's take a look if you have it. Do you look under your chairs? Because it's glued, it's pasted under your chairs. Nobody? Nobody has it? So ask someone on your side, on what's it. Oh, we found it. Here we are. Yay. Wonderful. So they won a course. So congratulations. What's your name? You're from the Secretary of Education. And having opened the debate for in-person meetings here, let me just tell you that we have a year of work ahead of us. We have a lot of material from the different panels, from public policies relating to artificial intelligence, finance, etc. The lesson, the master class that Minister Justice Barroso gave us. I want to just inform you the date of our 4th Congress, which will be on the 20th of July of 2024. So write that down. We have lots of homework, and next year we will expect you guys to enrich our debate. Thank you very much. Good evening.
O jeito que a gente usa a internet também. Antes era tudo pela tela, depois veio a telinha, e agora a internet está em tudo que é lugar. Encurta espaços, nos leva a outras dimensões e tem até seu próprio vocabulário. Cadê o sinal de 5G? Deixa pra lá, vou usar o Wi-Fi. Aliás, qual a senha do Wi-Fi? Tem um Wi-Fi 6? Preciso ir no banco, mas vou pelo app. Pronto, já fiz o Pix. Qual a próxima rede social que vai bombar? Me segue lá. Curtiu o podcast? Então dá um like e compartilha. Com a internet, todo mundo tem voz e acesso à informação, oportunidade de aprender, ensinar e colaborar. A internet evoluiu. E como? Inovou e continua inovando. Só para gravar esse vídeo, usamos 5 inteligências artificiais. E ele foi aprovado em uma reunião online. E o que mais vem por aí? Com certeza, mais inovação. Seja o que for, nós estaremos sempre juntos. Porque a Abranet e seus associados têm orgulho de serem protagonistas do crescimento ordenado, livre e democrático da internet brasileira. Desde 1996, sempre conectados.